Her love was never meant to let him go.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Had Childhood Trauma and Fell in Love with Yandere Rias movie. Before we start, please go support Yuankin 124,124 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. This story is about a young man named Issei Hyoudou who is lonely and cold due to a childhood trauma. Then he meets Rias Gremory, a beautiful red-haired woman who will try to win him over at all costs, along with her entourage who will also try to win him over. The beginning. This story begins with a chestnut-haired boy peacefully asleep, waiting for his alarm clock to ring. An angry face appears on his face, as he didn't want to get up. Bang. It hits his alarm clock, making him fall. This little boy, around 13 years old, was preparing for his first day of school at the majestic Kuoh Academy. Innocently, he didn't know that his life was about to change in a surprising way. Issei's Pav. Today I woke up without much desire to study, but oh well, that's my duty. That's what the chestnut-haired boy said as he dressed to leave for the prestigious Kuoh Academy. Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching him from afar. The one watching him was one of the idols of Kuoh Academy. Rias Gremory, heiress of the Gremory house and a high-class devil. She is obsessed with our hero and will try to make him fall in love with her at all costs. Pav Rias. My little pawn is so sweet, so innocent, so benevolent. I can't wait to have him in my hands and make him mine, only mine and no one else's, said the Redeed in a perverted way. At that moment, Issei comes out and the Redeed quickly hides. Our brunette came out with noticeable fear, since the child has a trauma related to women, which will be explained later. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Our brunette was arriving at school and saw how the girls were devouring him with their eyes, and that increased his anxiety. At that moment, someone tripped him, and our brunette fell into a place that many would consider heaven. Where do you think he landed? Exactly, on the enormous breasts of the hexiest Redeed in the academy. The brunette felt comfortable until he opened his eyes. Oh, he saw himself in that place. His trauma begins. He starts breathing heavily, moves away from the place, and is in shock. The Redeed tells him, it's okay, see-kun, and whispers, you can be on my breasts whenever you want. To be continued. This is my first story. I hope you liked it. Comment if you want a second part. Sorry for the spelling. I'll try to improve. XXD. My arrival at Kuoh Academy. Rias Pav. Ah yeah, it was so cute when he fell on my breasts, it was the best feeling of my life. That's what the Redeed thought in a perverted tone. Meanwhile, we passed our little brunette, who was still clearly flustered from seeing so many girls who seemed to be undressing him with their eyes, which only increased the tension of that already tense atmosphere, which for the young man was torture. Just as our brunette was about to pass through the doors of the prestigious Kuoh Academy, a random bully appeared. Bully. Hey, you dwarf. The boy shouted authoritatively, to which the brunette didn't even flinch. Seeing this, the bully got even angrier and said. Hey, dwarf, this school is for young people, not for children. Go back to kindergarten. When he said this, the same thing happened again. The bully was ignored again. Seeing this, he turned around, grabbed the brunette and said, I'm in charge here, and whoever I don't like gets beaten up. Issei, the chestnut-haired boy, said, shut up. I don't have time to waste on someone like you. At that precise moment, he delivered a knee strike so powerful it knocked the bully to the ground. Everyone was stunned to see how a small child had taken down the most dangerous bully in the school, leaving him looking like an ant. The chestnut-haired boy followed him, saying, stupid. Issei's Pav. A bright idiot tried to hit me. They call that a bully. That was just a petal compared to the ones I've faced. That's what the chestnut-haired boy thought coldly and rudely as he walked slowly through the academy hallways, with only one thought on his mind. Kill me. Seeing so many female faces only increased his trauma. At that moment, our chestnut-haired boy tripped and fell in a place many would consider heaven, but for him, it was hell itself. But these words, I think you already know what it is. Yes, that's right, he was between the breasts of the second idol of Kuoh Academy. Yes, that's right, that girl was Akeno Himejima, the queen in Ria's entourage. Seeing this, the chestnut-haired boy blushed, and without letting the girl say a word, he ran away. Akeno's Pav. He was so how to describe it. Just one word. Cuteness. I know why Ria's Butchu wants him for herself, but I wouldn't make it easy for her. That's what the black-haired girl thought in a Sadachu tone. While our chestnut-haired friend is seen entering the address, it will continue. I start in the academy. Issei's Pav. Today has been a complete disaster, to say the least. That's what the brunette thought as he crossed the threshold of the principal's office. The principal, in a firm yet kind tone, said, come in, Mr. Hyoudou. At that moment, our protagonist encountered a tall woman with a serious and imposing expression. Principal, good morning Mr. Hyoudou. I see you're early. Here's a slip of paper with your schedule, teachers, and classroom. The brunette simply said, okay, and left. The young man continued toward his assigned classroom, which was 2B. He walked until he reached his classroom. The teacher greeted him and asked him to introduce himself. Mr. Hyoudou. Good morning. My name is Issei Hyoudou. I hope we get along well. He didn't say anything else. The teacher replied, Mr. Hyoudou, sit next to Miss Taoju Kaneko. The little loli raised her hand to show him where he was. The brown-haired boy went ahead and sat next to the white-haired girl, who just blushed at the sight. The brown-haired boy started sweating profusely, to the point of almost fainting. Classes continued normally, unaware that Kaneko had been observing the brown-haired boy and taking notes to pass on to Rias, her mistress. Kaneko was her tower. Physical education class arrived. Kaneko's pav. He was too cute. I don't know how to explain this feeling. That's what the white-haired girl thought as her face flushed. Let's move on to the young man. He was running too fast, making more than one person look ridiculous. He pushed himself beyond his limits, and just as they reached the finish line, Issei collapsed. There was a lot of suspicion surrounding him, but luckily Rias was nearby. Seeing this, she ran over, revealing her interest in the young man, and hugged him. You can imagine the position they were in, with Issei nestled between her breasts, which angered the other young men. Issei managed to recover for a few seconds, but the shock of seeing this caused him to faint. Luckily, Issei was quickly taken to the infirmary on the professor's orders. Rias couldn't be there, so she left Akeno to care for him. This is the end of this chapter. I hope you liked it. See you later. Sayonara. The attack of the closet pervert. Akeno's pav. Fu 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 ara ice-kun is so cute. I know why Rias Butchu is chazzing him, but I won't make it easy for her. That's what Akeno thought while blushing noticeably. Let's move on to what interests us. Our brown-haired Issei was having a blurry flashback of his childhood. Issei's flashback. A child of about 4 or 5 years old was tied to the bed being severely beaten by a woman. Girl without a name. Ooh Issei-kun, you've been very bad. You deserve a punishment, psychotic voice. Child Issei. No, no, Nanny-san, I'll be good. No, no, don't hit me anymore, please. At that precise moment, a siren is heard and the crazy woman says, see you later, Issei-kun. I'll never leave you, crazy voice. At that precise moment, Issei wakes up. With tears and a drop of blood escaping his mouth, this startled Akeno, who asked him in a frightened tone of voice. What's wrong, Issei-kun? To which the brunette replied very coldly, in a voice that didn't sound like his original self. None of your business. And he left the infirmary, walking away, which surprised Akeno, since she had never seen that side of him. Time skip 3 p.m. The cult club. Rias pav. Oh my pawn, you're so cute. From what Akeno has told me, it seems you have some psychological problem related to your childhood, but I myself will take it upon myself to discover what it is. Time skip 5 p.m. Hyoudou residence. Issei's pav. Why did that memory have to come back? Why? Almost crying. Without noticing that a little loli was watching him from afar with a blush, just as he was about to open the door to enter, the brunette fainted. Seeing this, Kaneko ran to help the brunette, who fell flat on the floor. Time skip 7 p.m. The cult club. Rias pav. Oh my little one, you're so cute and innocent. It's so good that Kaneko brought you here. Now I can make you mine. Without anything or anyone bothering us. It's so good that you're between my breasts. That way I can make you mine more easily. I don't care what others think. I don't care if it's pedophilia or whatever they want to call it. For me, that's love, period. As for love, just wait and see. You'll enjoy it tonight, especially when I reincarnate you as my servant. That's what the redeed was thinking as she looked at our brunette with a blush and a noticeably perverted face and a stream of saliva coming out of her mouth. Issei's pav. Where am I? Why is it all dark? Am I in nowhere? Or what happened? That's what the chestnut-haired boy said, his anger noticeable. Suddenly, the place was engulfed in flames. A huge red dragon appeared and stared at him. At that moment, the dragon said, hey, partner, it seems you're more than ready to receive my power, the power of the legendary Red Emperor Dragon. Issei just stared at him in surprise, stammering. What do you mean, Red Dragon? I don't understand anything. At that moment, the dragoon left, saying, we'll meet again soon, partner. You like the surprise you'll find. You could say you're a lucky idiot. This left Issei increasingly disturbed. Issei. What do you mean, lucky idiot? When will I see you again? I want to know more. To which the dragoon only replied. Goodbye, partner. I'll explain everything in due time. As he disappeared. He left the brown-haired boy in darkness as he began to wake up. Now we move to the old Kuoh Academy building. Time skip. 8 p.m. Ria's pav. Oh, my little pawn, you're so cute. It's so good you're waking up because I can't wait to play tag with you. You're between my breasts. It's the best feeling in the world. I love having your little head. But it's good that you're waking up. I got ready to play with you for a while. Ah, your face is so soft. So tender, and you have such a pure soul, although with a great weight that I'm going to take away. Ah, he's about to wake up, so I'll play my best cards. End of Ria's pav. Just then, the brunette wakes up, and all that's noticeable is a huge blush and a trembling tone with which he only says, Issei. Why? Issei was in a huge shock when he saw a woman kissing him. At that precise moment, Rias let go of Issei, they were only joined by a thin line of saliva that came out of both their mouths. At that precise moment, Rias jumped on top of him, now without a bra and shirt, immobilizing him and hugging him tighter. Issei said between stutters. Senpai, don't hurt me. She hugged him. And said in an innocent and almost pitiful tone. Issei, I would never hurt you. I would be incapable of hurting you. And I'm tears. At that moment, Rias forced her breasts closer to the brunette's. He just blushed and said. Senpai. As the brunette instinctively settled against her breasts and began to fall asleep, he said. Senpai, I can't let anything like that happen to me again, yes. Rias closed her eyes, looking at her future dear, and said. My pawn, it's a shame I couldn't play with you today, but it's acceptable after everything you went through. It's only fair that you rest, Issei. She brought his face close to hers and drew a blanket over them, unaware that a girl with black hair and amethyst-like purple eyes was watching them. She said. Kuoh, Sekiryuutei, I see you've appeared. But I won't let that Gremory bitch reincarnate you, because otherwise you'd be a threat to my race. But it's a shame you're so cute. I'd feel bad killing you. As she left, she walked away. 8 with an unexpected ending. Time skip 7 AM. Hyoudou residence. A Redeed is seen tightly hugging a small brunette. Which was gently inserted between her breasts. Okay, let's get to the interesting part. Let's talk about our favorite brunette. Issei's pav. Why did senpai act like that? She seemed like a complete pervert. I think I'll have to stay away from her. Something tells me that getting close to her won't bring me anything good, so today I'll stay away from her. That's what the brunette thought. Well, another thought invaded his small and innocent head. Issei thought. These are the softest and biggest pillows I've ever tried. I don't want to get up. I wish I could stay longer. At that precise moment, something breaks the brunette's thoughts. A long thin hand caresses his brown hair, making him jump. Our brunette gets up as fast as he can, but before he can react, hands grab him and insert him into what for many men would be paradise, but for our brunette was hell itself. That's right, readers, the little brunette was forcefully inserted into Ria's breasts. Kuoh, with each movement of the brunette, said in a sleepy tone. Rias. Issei, don't be so rough. At that precise moment, Issei, finding himself trapped, could only think. How can I get free from this crazy woman? I must find some weak point. At that precise moment, Issei, in an attempt to break free, accidentally and roughly touched something with his small, long hands. The voluptuous and naked. Ria's breasts, which with each touch of Issei's hands made a sound that only hurt the brunette mentally, as it reminded him of an event from his childhood that there is still no need to mention for the moment until a few chapters later. Okay, let's get to the interesting part. Issei, seeing that Rias was letting go, moved them with more force. With each increase in strength, Rias moaned and said between cries of pleasure and pain. Issei, don't be so rough, heart-shaped eyes, Issei, it doesn't matter, I won't let go, no matter all the force you exert, I won't let go at this precise moment, Issei. Issei, seeing that Rias wouldn't let go, squeezed both of Ria's nipples, which were hard from so much excitement. Issei squeezed them, causing Rias to raise her head and release a powerful and strong moan. Rias. Issei, my Issei, don't be so looking for me. At that moment Rias lets go. While Issei, with only a few drops of blood coming from his mouth and some strands of hair covering his face and a blush that showed he had become aroused, only said. Issei. Someone kill me. At that moment, Rias gets up and hugs him tightly, saying with tears in her eyes. Rias. Issei, calm down, don't be afraid of me. I wouldn't hurt you because I adore you, Issei. I adore you, I want you all to myself. Upon hearing this, Issei remembers something that makes his blood run cold. I remember, Issei. Girl without N. Issei would never hurt you anymore, sadistic and perverted face. Issei. Nanny-san, don't hit me anymore, don't hit me anymore. I'll be good. At that moment, the girl without the N pulls out a cigarette and says. Issei, this is a gift so you'll always remember me. At that moment, this girl lights the cigarette. And she puts it on Issei's eye and lowers it to his cheek while the brunette just kept saying. Issei, screaming and crying. Stop, Nanny-san, stop, 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 please stop. Just as Issei is about to look at his executioner's face, he awakens from his trance. When Issei wakes up from his trance, the only word he manages to utter is. Issei. Nanny-san, no no no. Upon seeing this, Rias says, Issei-chan, what happened to you? Issei, upon hearing this, said in a very cold and tearful voice, while tears and drops of blood came out of his mouth. Issei. You're not interested, crying in cold voice. As he left with some strands of hair covering his face. He was seen going into a bathroom to shower, leaving Rias with a sad expression. Rias. Oh, Issei-chan, I know everything you've been through, so please don't be afraid of me. Rias looks up and sees Issei's entire room, then says. Rias. Ah, Issei, you have such a cute and innocent room. It felt so good to sleep here. At that moment Rias sees the room Issei entered, which had a small sign that said bathroom. Upon seeing this, Rias, with a perverted expression, says. Rias me Issei-chan, my Issei-chan, let's play shark and sailor, perverted face. Rias enters the bathroom where Issei is. And says to him. Cute face Issei-chan, can I come in? To which Issei replies, in a trembling tone. Issei. No, 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 it's just that men and women can't bathe together, innocent and trembling voice. To which Rias replies in a perverted tone that he was trying to hide. Rias. But Issei, I don't bite, slightly perverted tone and face. To which Issei says. Issei. I have my reasons. At that moment Rias says playfully. Issei, relax, I wouldn't hurt you. At that moment, without paying attention to what the young brunette was trying to stutter. Rias removes the blanket she was covering herself with, revealing what many men would consider heaven. If that was indeed Rias' naked, ample-breasted body. Issei, seeing this, tries to leave, but Rias jumps up and grabs him with her long, slender hands as he tries to get out of the large bathtub. Rias gets in and says to him in a subtly perverted tone. Rias. Disguise perverted tone. Issei, let me wash your back. The which Issei replies in a fearful tone. Issei. Don't hurt me, senpai. The which Rias replies in a tender tone. Rias. Issei, calm down, I would never hit you. What Issei thinks. Senpai is very nice, but because of what happened in my past, I'm not able to. I can't stand it when a girl looks me in the eyes, and I can't stand it when they get too close. But at that moment, Issei began to review more or less what had happened. Issei. I fainted during PE, they took me to the nurse's office and then. Issei remembers when he treated me so badly. Pequeño senpai decides to go and apologize. Issei also thought. I hope the petition my parents left will help me integrate more easily into society. The request left by Issei's parents was that he be allowed to enter the recently co-ed Kuoh Academy when he entered junior high, which Issei achieved very quickly since he skipped a year due to his immense intelligence. Issei's parents' idea was to help him socialize with women more easily. While Issei was thinking about that, she was also thinking about how to apologize to Pequeño senpai. But at that moment something soft and delicate was placed on the chestnut-haired man's back, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Indeed, you can probably imagine what. At 7W7 yes, it was Ria's breasts which were gently placed on the back of the brunette. Upon seeing this, he was stunned and tried to break free, but Rias quickly grabbed him with her long, slender hands. And he tells her. Rias. Oh, calm down, I won't hurt you. To which I replied fearfully, don't hurt me and take that away from me. To which Rias replies. Ice ni lasi empezado a mover, disguised perverted tone. Ice, you were lively last night and this morning. To which I says. I know what happened last night. And today it wasn't because I wanted to, but because I had to. To which Rias replies in a tender tone. Rias. Don't worry and let me wash your back. When he found himself cornered. He accepted in a nervous tone. Ice, nervous tone. Okay. But please be gentle. She laughed very calmly, trying to hide her suspicious desires. Then begin very calmly. She places her large breasts on the worn back of the chestnut-haired man. Rias looks at the chestnut-haired boy's back and is shocked to see it covered in scars from blows. And cuts. The surprise was so great that you laughed with a sad face, he thought. Rias. Poor Ice, who could have done that to your precious little body? And with a rather psychotic face, and in her beautiful blue eyes like water, you can see no emotion at all. While whispering in a voice as cold as ice. Rias, I swear I will find the one who hurt you like this, I swear I will kill him. In the worst way possible. Ria's psychotic thoughts were interrupted by the trembling, frightened voice of the chestnut-haired boy who said. Ice Rias, get out of here, you're hurting my back. Rias, seeing this, abruptly pulls away from the bloodied back of the chestnut-haired man. In her mouth and some strands covering her face. He said a few very cold words as he left. "Don't ever touch me like that again, you stupid girl." As he walked out with difficulty. Leaving Rias with a rather sad and confused face. Which only said. "Rias, please forgive me, please forgive me." But Ice didn't pay attention and left in a very cold manner. As you laugh, look at her breasts. You can see they were red and lacerated from the force with which she pinched them. While the chestnut tree recalled a painful and blurry memory. I remember. Seeing a small boy being beaten by a woman almost the same age as Rias. All the child said, too scared. "No nanny, no, no more." To which the woman, in an excited and deep voice, said. "You've been bad, you've been very bad. You deserve punishment." And she put her breasts on the child's back and pinched them with such force that they lacerated him. Ice kept remembering. But gentle hands pulled him out of that hell. Hands that spoke to him with a cry. "Ice, forgive me, forgive me, forgive me." At which point Ice turned around and looked at Rias, who was crying incessantly. Ice felt sorry for her, even though he wasn't able to look her in the eyes. Or face her. With great fear and trembling hands, she gives him a fearful but tender hug. While saying in a fearful tone. "Senpai, I'm sorry, don't feel bad. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have treated you like that." Upon seeing this, Rias blushed so deeply that her red hair seemed colorless compared to her face. Ai sees this and tells him. Senpai, I'm sorry." Rias says, now very calmly and with hardly any blush. "Rias, don't worry." They were still hugging each other. Rias tells Ice with great affection. And great calm. Rias said, "Don't be afraid of me, I won't hurt you. I can tell you've suffered a lot, but let me help you heal your pain." Ice blushed. And he says, with embarrassment but a little calm, something that wouldn't be very common in him. The words I said almost shocked Rias. Ice's words were. 0. Senpai, I know we haven't known each other for very long, but you've helped me express myself more calmly and confidently with certain types of people, and you've also helped me cope with a difficult past. I don't know how to thank you. So, to get to the point, would you like us to be friends? Senpai bud no if you want, obviously. Rias hugs him even tighter because of the emotion and happily replies. Rias. Yes, yes. Rias hugs him so tightly, pulling him deeper into her breasts, that out of fear his mouth bleeds. Rias sees her breasts covered in blood. He jumps and suddenly lets go of Ice. He grabs him and looks at him with a face of fear and worry. Ice felt that same memory. But I didn't want to hurt her. Issei, he said, as another strand of hair covered his other eye. Ice, calm down senpai, it's just a minor medical issue, don't worry, it's nothing serious. She coughed up blood. Rias, now very worried, tells Ice. Rias, are you okay? Ice says, trying to hide it while coughing up blood. Ice, relax senpai, it's just a small problem, it's nothing serious. Rias was somewhat skilled at detecting lies, and also. Being a demon, she could easily sense the emotions of human beings. And ISD was no exception. But before the Redeed could say a word. I says a phrase that pulls him from his thoughts. Senpai, please come out of my bathroom, it's getting late for school. At which point Rias looked at the small clock nearby and said. Rias completely forgot about it. I says very calmly. Ice, don't worry, that can happen to anyone. You'd better get dressed, we'll be late. Rias tells him. Rias okay. And she left the bathroom. I'm just like Ice, who was already getting ready, I'm still got her bangs covering both eyes. While getting dressed, she grabbed a mirror she had lying around and looked at herself in the mirror. And he said in a melancholic tone. Ice, this reminds me of the old days. While he was getting ready, he came across something that frightened him. If so, Rias was found dressing very calmly behind the chestnut tree. She was. Seen in black underwear. Arias and he was. Stunned. Ice couldn't say anything. He froze. I couldn't say anything, I just stuttered. Until Rias said something that snapped him out of his thoughts. Rias, wake up, could you help me with something? What did I do? He said, a little scared. Ice okay KS. Rias replies in a tender voice. Rias, could you fasten my bra for me? Rias had a wicked idea in mind. She wanted to feel Issei's hands on her body again. So I thought I would make it so that their hands would slip, causing me to touch their large breasts. And so it began. I said yes, swallowed hard, and proceeded to do it. When Ice put her hands on the bra clasp and was about to fasten it, Rias made a sudden movement, causing Ice's hands to slip onto Rias' breasts, who thought with a perverted expression. Rias yes I did it finally. So Rias just said. Rias, Emito's voice. Don't be rough, touch them gently. Upon hearing this, with blood coming out of his mouth, he abruptly and fearfully moved away from the deed. Even with his bangs hiding his eyes. He said nervously. Issei Rias, I didn't see anything, I didn't mean to touch them, my hand slipped out of my hand, I'm sorry, but don't hurt me, I didn't mean to. But Rias, with a tender face, says. Very calmly and with a smile. She says. Rias, calm down, it's okay, it was my fault. Don't worry, don't be afraid of me, I won't hurt you. So just trust me more, I just want to be your friend. Then he said. In his cold voice. So, you ask if we can be friends. Rias obviously said yes. And then the two of them left the chestnut tree house. Av Rias hey I sieras tan lindo cuando si blusho que lindo si via cum quisiera duchum con. El mi puid lamer a pedofilo o loca enfermo o lo que si mi no cuidado lo elos a man la cura par mi use amor. They ate at a cafeteria. Note, I don't want to specify what they did so the chapter is shorter. Before arriving at Kuoh Academy. Ice and Rias passed by a flower shop. Then Ice remembered when he treated Akeno-senpai badly and thought. Ice how could I apologize to Akeno-senpai? Until he had his epiphany lol. Ice, I'll buy her some roses, I said to Rias, a little nervously. Ice Rias I'm going to the flower shop next door. Wait for me outside. Rias just said okay. Ice came in and asked for a bunch of beautiful black roses. And another of beautiful red roses, almost as red as Rias' hair. Ice left the flower shop with the bunches of roses. But he found something that made his blood boil. Some guys were flirting with Arias. Type 1 Hey beautiful, don't you want to have a good time? Type 2 Hey beautiful, I'll make sure you have an unforgettable time. Ice didn't want them to do that to her friend, but the two guys said something that awakened the very wrath of the legendary red dragon in Ice. Type 1 and 2, Hey beautiful, you have great tits, let me touch them. Ice heard that and her brown eyes turned a deep green. She threw the roses to the ground and went towards where Rias was. And she said, while Rias looked on coldly. Ice, cold voice, if you touch even one hair on her head, I'll kick your asses. The two of them said to him in a mocking voice. Type 1 and 2. Ah, this dwarf thinks he can intimidate us. The two roughly touched Ria's face to kiss her in front of many who paid no attention, except for the girls who were attentively watching the typical shoujo manga scene. At that moment, when Guy 1 was approaching Rias to kiss her, then with uncontrollable rage, he punched Guy 1 in the stomach with his right hand, knocking him to the ground. The punch was so hard that the man coughed up a mouthful of blood, leaving him writhing on the floor. In pain, spitting blood. At that moment, Guy number 2 said and lunged at him with a knife in his hand. Type 2, you damn dwarf, I'm going to kill you. He manages to make a large cut on her face, making her bleed. Rias stares in astonishment, and in that instant Ria's pretty face becomes expressionless, with only one thought. To kill. Rias runs and with great force punches the guy number 2 who lunged at her to try to assault her. While smiling, she displayed obvious fear. Rias punches him in the stomach. Also by making it bleed. But Ice tells him very coldly and angrily. Ice Rias sal stas mi batala sal no quiero que te hurten. Rias came to her senses and only said, but I did hurt you. Ice only said. Ice, that doesn't matter. Those guys tried to do something to you, and I kicked their asses for touching you. At that moment, Guy 1 hears that, stands up, lunges at Rias to kiss her, but Rias moves quickly, and the guy licks her cheek. Ice sees this, and something in him awakens because of it. Uncontrollable rage. I managed to awaken the sacred greatness of the red dragon. Rias sees this and is surprised. And? Rias says, so that's her sacred greatness. The red dragon. Ice, with uncontrollable rage, manages to recharge. Ice was something special, as he managed to awaken the sacred in its second phase. Hovering him up to his elbow. Then the first reload sounds. Boast. Ice runs at full speed while his gauntlet glows and strikes. But the full force of the reload to Type 1. Knocking him to the ground as jets of blood gushed from his mouth. Rias just stared in astonishment and thought. Rias, so Ice has such power. I never thought her sacred gear's power was so great. Ice did 2 reloads and ran towards the guy who was trying to flee. Crying like a child. Saying. The IP2 no dwarf don't kill me, I won't bother your girlfriend anymore, dwarf don't kill me. But he ignored him and punched him twice in the stomach. They left him unconscious and bleeding like crazy. Ice ran at full speed to where Rias was and said fearfully. Ice Rias tsras bien no te hisarin de no verted. Rias, even more frightened, said through tears. Rias, Ice, my little Ice, look at your pretty little face. Ice, I'm sorry you had to go through all this because of me. And instinctively she grabs him and puts him between her breasts while saying, don't be afraid, I will take care of you. Ice just stuttered. Ice gently pulls away from the hug and says calmly. I said, let's go, we'll be late, but at that moment Ice felt something on her arm, and there it was. I also extended my arm and said when I saw that thing, what the hell? I know this thing looks like some kind of cosplay gadget. Rias was stunned. And all I could say was. Rias, that's sacred gear like Longinus. Is the Red Dragoon. Ice asks him what he said. Let's go, we'll be late. The Kuoh Academy. Rias just said okay. While saying a spell to stun nearby people, it worked but. As they were leaving, Ice picked the 2 roses and fainted. At that moment, Rias ran towards him and hugged him. And he knew instantly that his sacred gear had consumed too much energy. Rias puts it between her breasts again. She opens a magic circle and transports herself to the hidden club. I'm Jump Club of the Hidden. 9 o'clock. Hop Rias. I me ice yo no kt pacer not a gracious poor prodigerm. She thought as she cleaned the wound on her cheek. And she bandaged it. Rias looked at the chestnut-haired man's face. While wondering. Rias that opens under the lock of my ice. Rias slowly began to lift her left lock of hair until a cold hand stopped her attempt. Rias jumped and looked. It was the chestnut-haired boy who, half asleep, said. Ice, half asleep, never made a promise to an Issei and never to remove his bangs, never to remove his bangs. While gently removing Ria's hand, he continued sleeping peacefully on Ria's lap. Rias, with a loving expression. She watched the chestnut-haired boy and stroked him until she noticed him moving. Calmly on her legs. While innocently touching them. Rias noticed and blushed, saying in a soft, embarrassed voice. Rias said. Issei, don't touch so much, But that blush of shame turned into a blush of pleasure and. With a perverted face, she said tenderly. Rias me ice toka total okay. You want? Rias noticed how Ice was affectionately hugging her legs. And innocent. He said half asleep something that left Rias stunned. Ice casein I love you very much. Rias initially thought it was cute. But then he gripped tighter. Ria's legs twitched and she began to cry. Saying. Issei, crying voice. Akasan Odasan, why did you abandon me? If only I had been strong. I wouldn't have lost them, Akasan, forgive me, Odasan. Everything has been bad. This school scares me. A redeed girl She's the only reliable person I've been able to find. But I swear, one day I'll find that damn woman. Bitch, and I will avenge her death, I swear. Ice continued crying while Rias watched, blushing. And in a tender voice she said. Rias, I'm calm, I'll take care of you. But that tender voice became. In a Yandere whisper. Rias said. In a Yandere voice. I'm fine, I swear I'll kill. The bitch who hurt you. Because nobody messes with what's mine. Wait, bitch, I'll be here and I'll destroy you. Rias continued whispering as she inserted. I placed it between her legs, I will specify how she had it. Rias placed him on one leg, then lifted the other so that her legs were wrapped around the brunette's face. Ice moved. Her face showed a slight blush. Rias got bored of having it between her legs and decided to put it between her breasts. Rias moved it slowly. Until a familiar voice answered. Familiar voice. It was Akeno, the queen of Rias, who. He said in his typical tone. Akeno ara Rias-chan. That's not fair. Because you're the only one who can play with Ice-chan too, let me enjoy it. Rias said in a Yandere tone. Rias, hey Akeno, don't mess with me. He's mine and nobody else's. I won't let anyone take him from me, you hear? Akeno, somewhat uncomfortable, answered. Akeno okay Rias, but remember that you won't have it easy. Since he, along with Kiba-kun, is the most popular in the academy. Oh, I forgot, the teachers are asking if I've done it yet. Conscious. Rias answered calmly. Rias, my little pawn hasn't woken up yet, but he will soon. And this time you laugh. He did something that shocked Akeno. Which was. Rias roughly grabs the sleeping man. Chestnut taking it out of her breasts. And placing his hands on her cheeks. And opening the chestnut-haired man's mouth with his fingers and putting his tongue in his mouth, then kissing him passionately. While Akeno glared at Rias with a hateful expression. Rias continued kissing him with a huge look of pleasure on her face. Until he felt that Issei was. Waking up. Rias quickly stuck out her tongue. I cleansed myself of his saliva. While Akeno watched. With a face full of hatred towards Rias. Rias cleans up Issei and pretends otherwise. His face showed extreme ecstasy. Something didn't quite add up for Rias. Who was that bitch I mentioned? Asleep, but it doesn't matter. She would search until she found her. And kill her if necessary. Akeno asks Rias. Concealing his anger. Akeno hey Rias, don't you think it's time to reincarnate Ice? Rias answered. Rias Akeno, I agree with you. I've already seen his sacred gear. And it's very powerful. And if I reincarnate him, it would save me even more work. So I'll do it, but I won't say anything and I'll just let things flow. And the process began. Rias asked Akeno to pass it to her. A beautiful folding chessboard-shaped box with a Gremory clan logo in the center. Rias opens the box and takes out a beautiful pawn. Red in color. Rias asked Akeno to unbutton Issei's uniform. And a big surprise. They were taken away when they saw a very defined abdomen. But on his chest was the mark of an X-shaped scar. That worried Aquino and Rias. Since they both knew instantly what that scar was. The two looked at each other. And they said at the same time. Rias Akeno. The weapon of a fallen angel. Rias said for the moment. Rias, I bathed with him too. He had scars on his back. Could they also have been caused by that weapon? Akeno said seriously. Akeno probably. We'll have to keep an eye on him. I propose that I be the one to watch him. But Rias said. Seriously and in a fierce voice. Rias, I will be myself. I will not let anyone hurt him and I swear I will kill the one who hurt him. Rias continued with the ritual. After a long time, I was retaking. Completely. Rias was surprised. And? Rias said, oh, I never imagined that so many pawns were needed. We had to use both rows of pawns. But it was worth it. Now my Issei is only for me. But Akeno replied jealously. Akeno can be your servant and all. But you don't control his heart, so if I manage to win him over, that Linjurita will be mine, only mine. Rias became jealous and said. Rias, listen, you silly girl, he's already seen me naked and he likes me, and he's touched my breasts. And besides. I've slept with him. Akeno calmly replied. Akeno, yes, but I once confessed that he likes how you treat him. Rias said between stutters. Said. Rias, yes, 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 I see smiles when I sleep on my breasts. But Rias was shocked by what Akeno was doing. If Akeno was undressing. And when she was unhooking her bra. Rias says in a Yandere voice. Rias, listen you bitch, I swear if you touch a hair on his head I swear I'll kill you. Nobody touches what's mine. She laughed as she undressed. Akeno, surprised, asked. Akeno, hey Rias, why are you undressing? Rias said calmly, but in a Yandere tone she said. Rias, I think I understand why you're doing it. It would be weird if I woke up and found us and he was shirtless. It was strange, so to make the atmosphere more relaxed, I also took off my clothes. Akeno only said. The disguise. Akeno, yes, yes, Rias-chan, but I want to play with him a little. Rias angrily. I refute him. Rias, listen, I'll be the only one who plays with him. But before Rias could say anything. Akeno already had Issei in her large breasts. Akeno continued to hug him. While Rias' blood boiled. Rias pounced on Akeno. Who said with a tone of pleasure. Akeno pleasant tone. Don't bother Arias, look, I'm comfortable here, more comfortable than with you. Rias, now very frustrated, replied while trying to pull ice out from between Akeno's bare breasts. Rias, hey you bitch, give me back my ice. And Akeno, calm but excited, replied. Akeno ara Rias share don't be rude. She said as she hugged him. He said this while squeezing the unconscious brunette even harder. Akeno was still very comfortable with ice on her breasts. Meanwhile, Rias, now very angry, lunges at him. Akeno. And by the momentum, I managed to take ice away from her. And she puts it in her breasts. Akeno, now very frustrated, took ice away. And Rias did the same. And so they continued for quite a while. Rias did the same and they continued like this for a long time. Until they both got tired. The two of them were left with the seed between their breasts. They were burning up. They looked at each other with faces of mutual hatred. The atmosphere was tense, very tense. Until they noticed that ice moved. Their little heads looked at ice. And that's when their argument began. Rias said. Rias looks at Akeno and ice, she likes my breasts. But I was still very comfortable. While I was analyzing everything. That happened. Fate with an unexpected ending, part 2. Issei Nara. Let's see what happened, I fought with some guys who were bothering senpai. Win. And that strange glove appeared on my hand. That helped me win. But I fainted and then I couldn't remember anything, but before I could finish thinking, something stunned him. That was a great red dragoon who with a powerful voice. The blow. Dragoon, wails. Hey mate. Look this way. And don't act like you didn't see me. I've seen. Issei, oh yeah, I remember now. Okay. My name is Drag. According to my calculations, you are my most powerful partner to date. Your recharges are more powerful than normal. What are recharges? Drag or the boosts that sounded. Issei if you como dos y porque son más poderosas. Greg, you can do a maximum of 7 recharges, but your recharges are special. Your 7 recharges are equivalent to 100 recharges for a normal carrier. And that number will increase every time you train more. Greg, that's what you think, there are more powers inside you, but let things flow. Ice was stunned. And Drake very mysteriously vanished. This caused Ice to wake up. Suddenly, Rias and Akeno were startled and neither knew how to explain the situation. They just looked at each other. And let everything flow. But let's move on to the brunette. Issei pulled his hands and innocently touched one of Akeno and Ria's breasts. Which? Himran. Ria's Akeno. I. That sound woke me up even more. Issei, upon observing roughly where he was horrified. And inside his head. Issei thought. What I did. And he was even more traumatized when he saw Akeno-senpai. Ice didn't know what to do. Ice thought about insulting them but didn't want to hurt them. So he did something that left Rias and Akeno stunned. Ice with a very. Irosa said. Stuttering. Issei po please don't hurt me anymore. I'll give you anything, but please don't hurt me. Upon seeing this, Rias hugged a fearful Issei. And with an Issei between her breasts, she said very calmly. Rias, calm down, we didn't hurt you, we took care of you. Ice, but why are you both half naked? Rias didn't know what to do. But Akeno saved his skin v. Akeno, in her typical voice, said. Ara, calm down, cutie. When you fainted you were next to. So Rias and I decided to give you warmth. It's natural, so calm down. But smoke was coming out of Ice's ears. And it stayed in Skok, excuse the spelling, making. Durando spurts of blood and. Akeno realize. And he went to assist him. Rias was also there. But the silly girl V didn't realize the most important thing. So Akeno said very seriously. Akeno, serious voice. Rias, are you so stupid? Haven't you realized? You laugh at what V? Something strange happened to Akeno and I-san when I went to help him and I made it so that the poor guy couldn't answer. And look how it is, and just by getting closer I noticed it instantly. What did you notice? Akeno, it's not obvious, Issei has repressed memories. You laughed at me in a sarcastic and imposing tone. Rias, obviously I know that V. But Akeno said something that left Rias speechless and stuttering. Akeno, good for you. But didn't you notice that Issei has repressed memories? Rias quickly replied that she did. But Akeno only told her this and left her stuttering. Akeno, I discovered something you couldn't. Ice's memories, or rather his trauma in short, are about women because when I helped him and tried to understand him, he always avoided me. Maybe a really bad girl did something to him. Changed drastically. Rias only stuttered 9. And in his mind was. Rias, now everything fits, it's not. That he doesn't love me, but that he fears me, but I will make him love me at any cost. Akeno laughed and the conversation ended. They began to get dressed. They checked the time. And it was quite late. They got dressed and went to see Ice. And they almost fainted when they saw Ice. Unconscious and with blood in his mouth. Rias quickly grabs him, Akeno looks on with a Yandere face. And he touches her back. And with that face he says. Akeno, hey but you, what are you doing to him? I-san. Yandere face, Rias like that to I-san. Who gave you permission to call him that? Akeno, well, me. And besides, I have something to say. Ice was on my breasts before he was on yours. So in theory we have a deeper bond. The atmosphere became tense. The two looked at each other until Rias said. With an arrogant Yandere voice, she replied. Rias. Novice, I've bathed with him, I've kissed him, I've hugged him, I've put him on my thighs and on my breasts too. Akeno okay but you had a permission, you fourth-rate rapist. Rias, very angry, is already yelling at. Rias, she yelled. Damn donkey-haired bitch. Just as they were about to grab each other. Ice was already very nervous and scared with. An innocent voice tells him. Issei, innocent voice, please don't fight. The two of them stopped. And looked at a frightened chestnut tree. Which, in a cold but tender voice, said. Don't be silly, don't fight over stupid things. They looked at each other and Rias tenderly approached the chestnut-haired boy, knelt down, grabbed him and hugged him and said. Ice was lying on the floor. Rias. Calm down, I didn't do anything to you. I'll take care of you, you have nothing to worry about. And she puts it between her bare breasts since she had taken off her blouse. Ice felt strange, he was calm. Ice began to submit to Ria's voluptuous and soft breasts. Rias knew that and with a face of extreme pleasure and a blush. He also started throwing himself on the ground. Putting her breasts in his face. She does too when I look down. I already know that. If you don't know I'll tell you, well. A little bulge in his pants, but when Rias was going to touch it with a perverted look on his face. Someone opened the door, everyone got worried, dun dun dun, the door creaked. I almost forgot, give me ideas. Oh, I almost forgot, I want to start new projects, but I want you readers to tell me which ones you'd like to see. I like it more. The projects will be like My Little Pawn. So, an older girl with a younger boy. Harem. Older girls, younger boy. Young girl, i.e., yanderism with minors. The projects will be, in other words, the anime that people want to see adapted to my very particular style 7W7. Good anime. 1 Mirai Nikki. 2 Boku no Hero. 3 Sekirei. 4 Monster Musume. 5 Blade Dance. 6 Gotoban no Hanayam. 7 Date Alive. 8 Spindle and Shoujo Machiavellinus. 9 Sajaku Muhai no Bahamut. Okay, how do you do it? How do you decide? Easy, just comment on the image of the anime you'd most like to see adapted to my particular style. 7W7 and the most voted or the most voted. They will be adapted to my very particular style 7W7. Okay, now that that's cleared up, vote. I really want to see what story I come up with. Oh, and I almost forgot, they also decided whether the stories are the story. Will it be narrated as I usually do, or do you want it to be in another way, like from the protagonist's perspective? Okay, moving on to My Little Pawn. The photo of the problem. The door opened and everyone looked. And this was all that was heard. FBI opened the door, dogs. No eyes, which upon seeing this. He just said. Kaneko ah what a VRG what's happening here. Rias, who was about to play. Issei's little bundle was no longer a bundle, but a freaking 5-meter mountain. Rias, very calmly, says. Rias, don't worry, nothing's wrong, it was just very cold. So I decided to warm him up with my body. But Kaneko silenced her. Kaneko, but couldn't you? Warm it up with hot cloths. Rias didn't know what to say. And why did you come, Kaneko? Akeno asked. Kaneko answered seriously. Kaneko, the teachers sent me for you. Arias, already surprised, said frightened. Rias, scared. I almost forgot about the institute. They quickly tried to get up. But she was greatly surprised to see. I hugged her and left her on the ground. Rias was very surprised. He tells her this is not the moment. Upon hearing that voice, I snaps out of her trance. And he lifted himself up a little from the ground. And her face remained on a chest of rivers. He screamed. I see Kuka KKK. And he knelt down. I told him, almost crying. Senpai, I didn't mean to hurt you, I'm sorry, thank you for healing me. Thank you. I'm sorry if I bothered you, I'll do whatever it takes to make it up to you. Ria's very calm. He told her. Rias Issei, you have nothing to thank me for. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Thank you for protecting me. She said that last part while hugging him. Suddenly, he stood up, put on his shirt and said to Rias in a cold voice. I see, cold voice, thank you, senpai, but please. Don't do that again. Everyone stared at him, like a different person. Everyone was staring at an ice who was spitting blood from his mouth. Akeno stared in astonishment, remembering what had happened in the infirmary. Hughes picked up the roses. And her cold demeanor changes to a slightly saddened one. First, she went to where a woman was standing, adjusting her blouse. And she proceeded to hand over that lovely bouquet of pink roses that was lying on the floor. And he hands it to him and says, red as a tomato. And while blood was coming out of his mouth. He said. CCCCC senpai tutu toma. This bouquet of roses, because I want. Thank you for being my friend. And also thank you for taking care of me. When I fainted. Rias was blushing deeply. On the outside, but. On the inside it was. Rias, inside. Ice yes. My cute use I swear I'll protect my roses. Ice you earned it today I'll let you play with my breasts and rest on them peacefully Ice I'll reward you and very well. Ice. What do you think, senpai? Rias. They're beautiful, I love them. I will take good care of them. Ice. That makes me happy and smiles childishly. Rias smiles. Then go to Akeno and pick the black roses. And he hands them over and says. Ice. Akeno senpai, I'll give them to you for offering my apology since I treated you badly and now that this is cleared up, do you want to be my friend? Akeno. Oh, they're beautiful, I love them. I will take care of them. And Akeno instinctively hugs him. And she puts it in her breasts. Ice tries to break free, but Akeno tries to break free too. But Akeno says to him in a seductive voice. Akeno, seductive voice. Issei, calm down, don't be afraid and relax. Ice was as red as a tomato. But it was all coldly calculated. Ikeno. Which I thought would make him not fear me, would make him love me. And those roses are beautiful and I must be rewarded. Ice was nervous. And blood was coming out of his mouth. Ice thought. Now that I've analyzed it, the girls aren't so bad. I think I understand that I can trust other women. And not just her. Well, at least this school isn't as scary as I thought it would be. Thank you parents, I am grateful to you from wherever you are. Maybe now I can make friends besides her. Well, I still feel scared, but. Not much, but I think this is wrong. Ice wanted to leave but the tranquility. The Viceno's breasts wouldn't let him and Ikeno herself. Neither. Until Rias, with a voice from beyond the grave, pulled Ice from her trance. Ice left and Rias calmed down. Ice thanked them both and left the occult club. But the thought in my head. Ice thought. I hope I can get over it at least. Now. Maybe I can lead a normal life. Thank you senpai and Ikeno senpai. But something tells me I shouldn't trust you. But I don't remember ever being here. I think it's the old building, but anyway, I'm hungry. He looked at his watch and damn, it was already late, very late. He arrived at the halls very quickly. Well, as quickly as he could. And he almost had a heart attack when he saw the Kaneko. Was already sitting down. The teacher gave him a lecture. Ice got it easily. Since he showed her an excuse. And a signature from the director who let it go. Sat down, didn't greet anyone, and started writing. But let's move on to what the white-haired Kaneko was thinking. Ice-san is a bit strange. When I saw him I thought he was a pervert. But because of her attitude while being on Butchu and Ikeno-senpai's chests. He seemed scared, even though he was comfortable and everything. But he wasn't at ease. And I found that innocent face cute. And his cold eyes captivate me, but why will I act this way when I see him? Could it be love? End of POV. The normal Sigio class. It ended and it was the same thing again. Everyone was eating with their friends. Narrator's note. The break came late today. There were teachers' meetings for that reason. Kaneko saw this and decided to accompany him. Ice is surprised and greets. Kaneko greets us with her typical extremely cold voice. Ice tried to get away, but Kaneko kept approaching him. Until Ice had to give in, Kaneko spoke to him. Ice, what do you think? He said this while putting his dog on. Hot in his mouth. Ice said no thanks to Taoju-chan. With a certain nervousness. All the girls envied the loli. From the academy. Besides being super gifted, she was dating the cutest boy in the academy. She was cold, but with Ice she would open up a little. Ice was starting to feel very good about Kaneko. So he decided to eat in peace. Kaneko barely opened her vento when she was stunned. To see how little food she had. Kaneko felt like a glutton. And she blushed. Ice. Taoju-chan, are you okay? Kaneko had a great idea and put it into practice. Kaneko no, and I won't be until you bite into my food. Ice. Okay, doubtful. He proceeded to bite. When he was approaching. The voice stopped him. That was Rias, who with a Yandere smile said to Ice. Rias. Yandere voice. Ice, what are you doing? If you want, I'll feed you. Ice. She said she felt unwell. And that if she took a bite of her food she would feel better. Rias, thinking, oh, Ice, your innocence is such that it almost seems like idiocy, but I won't let Kaneko take advantage of me. I already have a plan for that. And he put it into action. Rias. I'm angry with you. Because you say we're friends and you hardly ever spend time with me, only. Ice. I'm embarrassed and I don't want to. That's why it bothers you. Rias continued in her role. Rias. Yes, well, but you still owe me for the treatment I gave your face. Ice. I'll do whatever you ask. Rias. Well, come here. Ice. Ice went where Rias. She sat down and said, put your head on my thighs. 7W7. Ice. Blushing, senpai, are you sure? It's kind of weird. Rias. Yes. With a slightly perverted face and tone. Ice proceeded to put his head on Ria's thighs. He was as red as a tomato. Because he felt like everyone was watching him. And indeed. All the girls looked at Rias with envy, and the men too. But Rias whispered to her. Rias, whispering. Calm down, Ice. Just relax and don't think about them. It shouldn't matter to them. Ria's words calmed him down. He was a little tired, so even though Ice wanted to get up, Rias wouldn't let him, so Ice just relaxed. The memory returns that terrified him. The memory of Ice. You can see a very small and kawaii chestnut tree. But the ugly part was that he was being beaten by a woman. But not just any way. She was strangling him with her legs. Ice. Nanny, no, no, no. I promise to behave, I swear. Nanny. Don't use it yet, it's not over. He puts it on his lap. Ice already thought it was all over. But just as he was falling asleep on her lap, the nanny slaps her, but not just any slap. This girl had a knife tied to her hand with rubber bands. And just as he slapped her, she woke up. Very agitated and with blood in his mouth. Rias, worried. What happened to you? Are you okay? Ice replies in a cold voice. Ice. Yes, senpai, nothing's wrong, don't worry. He said that last part while coughing. Rias, oh yes, she was worried. Rias, worried. If you want, I'll take you to the infirmary. Ice, no. The last thing I said to Rias was, senpai, I'm going to the bathroom, I won't be long. Rias found this strange. Why did Kaneko suddenly go to the bathroom? She was like, WTF. So Rias said to Kaneko. Kaneko to follow him. Kaneko okay. She started following him to the bathroom. But the speed with which Ice started made something come out of her pocket that left her astonished. That was a photo, but not just any photo. It was a picture of a small Ice. Rias blushed because she had never seen. Rias saw this and blushed. Rias. How cute my Ice was as a child, but he was indignant. When he saw a girl next to him smiling. Rias. Who is that bitch? Who's with my Ice? Who could she be? I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Okay, let's move on to Kaneko. Kaneko slipped around the sides of the men's bathroom. And he saw Ice enter. But much was their surprise when they found I was vomiting in the bathroom and not just anything but blood. Kaneko was horrified. Kaneko. Worried. Ice will be sick. I don't want him to do this wrong. But she was even more frightened when she heard. Ice Lorado, I have cried. Ice, crying. Because those memories came back. And just when I had made so much progress, I'm sorry parents, I'm sorry. I swear I'll kill that bitch, I'll kill her myself. Kaneko was speechless when she heard that. And all I could think about was. Kaneko, what's wrong with Ice, what secret is she hiding? This needs to be told to the president. She was so surprised. That he tripped and fell from the bathroom where he was. And it's a lot of noise. Ice was startled. Ice. What was that? Kaneko, seeing the commotion she made. She shot out. Ice came out of the bathroom and must have thought. It was her imagination, since she didn't see anything. And I walked down the corridors towards where Rias is. But she was very surprised not to find it there. Ice felt sad. And the joyful face turned into one of disappointment. Ice. That's too bad. And I thought I'd already made friends. Oh well, that's how things are. And I thought I could trust her. I expected Kaneko to do this. But I didn't expect it from Rias. And making a cute pout. He kicked a little stone and sat down in a meadow under a tree. He was eating peacefully until a voice made him raise his head. And that voice was Ika Karayu. S. Ika. Hey little dwarf, are you sad? Because Rias senpai replaced you with someone else. Ice doesn't respond. But Ika sits down next to him. And he strikes up a conversation with her. Ika. Hey little dwarf, are you a virgin? Ice. That's not a question and I don't even know who you are. Ika. Sorry, I hadn't introduced myself. I'm Ika Karayu. And you're Issei Hyoudou? Right? Ice. Yes, Karayu-san. Ika. Just call me Ika. Ice. Okay. They kept talking. And Ika asked him a question that left Ice speechless. Ika. Excuse me, what's your relationship with Rias senpai? Ice. Thought. Oh, what do I say? Ice coldly told him. Ice. Classmates. And nothing more. Ika. But I heard her say. That they were friends and I even saw her put you on her lap. Ice froze. Ika. That's fine if you don't want to explain. Ice got up to go to the living room. But Ika followed him. And he said. Ika. Do you want to be my friend? Ice. Since it's okay. And Ika did something that left the chestnut-haired boy stunned. Ika hugs him. Ice is left like WTF. But he didn't care. And it broke free. Ika said something silly. I said okay. They were walking. But let's move on to Rias now, Kaneko. They were in the club of the hidden. Putting together the pieces of the trauma they had discovered about him. Pequeño also arrived and joined. She also shared her opinion during the conversation. Until Pequeño said something that made them remember. Pequeño, worried. They've seen Ice. Rias. I remember now, I stood him up. I'm such a stupid fool, I stood my boyfriend up. Pequeño. Stupid. Kaneko, sadly, me too. Pequeño. Duo of idiots. Pequeño. Let's go find him. Oh yes. And they came out, but they were greatly surprised. Upon seeing Ice with Karayu-chan. Rias, what is that bitch doing with my ice? All. With your ice. They were all going to see what was up with Castano. They were all so focused. They didn't realize that a dark-haired woman was watching them from afar and said. Girl without an N. Damn bitch Gregory. Just wait, I'll kill your boy because it's a threat to your species. 8 with an unexpected ending, final part. We see the 3 girls desperately searching for a chestnut-haired boy. Pequeño shouted. You stupid duo. How dare you stand up my ice, my cute ice. Rias. What do you mean, stupid? Stupid you, not me. While the chestnut-haired boy was having a good time with Aika, he got along well with her. Since Ice felt that Aika, along with her, was the only woman besides her. That he wasn't looking at him with the face of someone who wanted to grape him. Aika and Ice continued talking. And it was the first time I did it too. I would say this phrase to him. Ice, blushing. Hey Aika-chan, would you like me to buy you an ice cream as a thank you for helping and keeping me company? Aika blushed. Aika, blushing. Okay, cute. Ice blushes. And they went to a cafe. From the academy. At that moment, the 3 of them felt a twinge in their little hearts. Pequeño Rias Pequeño. I felt something strange. Rias, Yandere your voice. Someone is with my ice. And what they saw almost gave them a heart attack. The Issei con Aika. The 2 of them with ice cream in their hands and smiling. Author's note. Imagine it with guttural heavy metal vocals and distorted guitars and fire in the background. Rias, thinking. Damn bitch, what's she doing with my Issei? He's mine and nobody else's. Nobody else's. I'm the one who should be eating that ice cream, not that 4-eyed bitch. Pequeño almost fainted. He just stared with hatred. The Hineko is stunned. Ice turns around and sees those 3. Ice, scared and stuttering. CC senpai. Rias, Yandere your voice. Issei, what are you doing? Aika. He's with me, Rias senpai. What's wrong with that? Rias, Yandere your voice. What are you doing with my ice? Aika said something that left her speechless. Aika, arrogant voice. You say he's your friend, but you leave him lying around anywhere like he's an old toy. I only helped him, that's all. And besides, I did something you couldn't. I made him smile. Rias. Well. Pequeño. Who do you choose, us or her? Ice, but just as Ice was about to speak, a bald man punches him in the face and knocks him down. Rias burned at that moment. That was Mitsuda. He yelled at her. Mitsuda. You damn dwarf, stop taking our girls away. We barely have enough of them, we want breasts too, don't steal them. Ice was getting up with a cold stare. I arrive and speak to him. Rias, Yandere your voice. Hey you, shut up and deal with it now because nobody hits me when I'm around. Mitsuda, with a perverted face, makes a gesture. But he wants to touch her breasts. Rias got angry and, calling for a slap, Mitsuda approached. The hand to touch his chest. When Rias slapped him. And Mitsuda brought his hand closer. The sound of ice was heard. The slap, Mitsuda, was where Ice and right on the cut I had. Mitsuda's hand was on Ice's chest and I saw him grab her with such force that he even tore off her shirt and left a scratch. Rias removed the. She saw her hand and the bandage she herself had put on it. Hineko also made a mistake and the blow meant for Mitsuda's stomach ended up hitting Ice's instead. Osrosio blood. Hineko also looked at Ice's face and saw him. Hineko raised her fist. Rias also saw a slap used by the Pequeño and Kiryu. Stop. Rias looked at her hand and almost cried. His hand had blood on it. Hineko had it in her white hair. Rias ran to assist a battered chestnut-haired boy who was struggling to his feet. And she smiled halfway, still covered in blood. Hineko quickly went to apologize to him. I stood up and Rias hugged him carefully. Rias. Crying. I'm sorry, you shouldn't have interfered. Look at what happened to your face because of me. I'm sorry Ice, I'm sorry. Half asleep. Ice, half asleep. Senpai, get me out of here. It's bad, don't worry, at least you didn't get your hands dirty with that pig skin. At that moment Aika spoke. Aika. Rias, let it go, don't you think? Pequeño. I want to too. Rias. Ice, you don't need to rest. Ice. Senpai, but. They were all fighting until the bell rang, everyone went into class and healed Ice. And they entered. Classes continued as normal. And the day ended. Ice was walking. And Rias watched him from afar. Rias was talking to Pequeño. Rias. Pequeño, according to my calculations, Ice's power will awaken tonight. Pequeño. Finally I can play with Ice. 7W7. Rias, Yandere your voice. Like, playing with him. The only one who will play with him will be me. They entered the occult club. And their actions began. Rias told Kaneko to keep an eye on him. Rias pav. Ah, finally you'll be mine, but I'm so sorry for what happened. But first, I want to say that I'll make it up to you. Oh my little pawn. Vin pav Rias. Ice walked without knowing that a movie. Blanca watched him from afar. Kaneko. Senpai is very cute and sweet. Ice Camino until a first. From another academy. The dark-haired girl spoke to him. Hi Ice-kun, I've been watching you. Would you like to go out with me, Ice? Kaneko was in shock. Kaneko. What? Ice thought. Could it be that she accepted? Mama, give me a sign. And at that moment Kaneko fell out of a tree in surprise. Ice Volshoen took it as a sign. And sadly accepted. Little did they know that this would be their downfall. Kaneko. This needs to be told to the president. She opened a magic circle and appeared. Note. I'm going to make a change here. The appointment won't be the next day, but the same day, since they left that day at 2 p.m. Now that this is cleared up, let's begin. Black-haired girl. Okay, my name is Yuma. Here's my number. Ice. Okay, here's mine. The club hit it. Ria, Yandere voice. What do you mean, date? That bitch will pay for this. The only one who gets a date with Ice is me. Ego Akeno. Masochistic Yandere. Damn bitch, what's with my Ice? While I was smashing the head of a mini plushie from Ice. Kaneko. And the appointment is at 3 o'clock. All. Cave Raga. Rias. It's almost time. Akeno. That's right. At that moment Rias shot out and only said in a cold voice. Cold voice, Akeno Kaneko, watch the club, I have to go. Akeno. President. Rias, cold voice. I only raised an order. That girl doesn't sit right with me. Akeno. Okay. Akeno understood what was happening. And Rias went to a room in the club. And from a wardrobe she took out a long, black hooded jacket that could cover his eyes. The white sweater. Black trousers. And some black Converse sneakers shaped like boots, and out came the eye with her hood up and bangs covering her sea blue eyes. Meanwhile, Ice was already ready and dressed all in black. With a black blazer. XD. Rias watched from afar as Ice was dressed. Rias, perverted tone and face. Ice looks gorgeous to me, he looks like a high-class demon, too bad it's not me. The time for the appointment has arrived. Os waited until Yuma-chan arrived. She looked beautiful. Ice blushed. Ice, blushing. Hi. Yuma, blushing. Hi, cute Ice-kun. Rias, whispering. You stupid bitch. They entered a cafe. And Rias entered and sat down in the distance. And he only listened. Yuma. Thinking, Ice has been very nice to me, I don't want to kill him, but I don't know where to get the strength. I'll see what to do. Ice. Yuma-chan, are you okay? Rias. What? I didn't hear. Afterwards they went to a clothing store. Rias came in and started looking around. Ice was uneasy. He felt like they were being watched. Rias noticed and walked away. They tried on clothes. And Ice took off his shirt to try one on and almost had a heart attack. Upon seeing Ice's abdomen. Yuma. Thinking. Uff, that's delicious 7W7 I don't want to kill him anymore, besides being cute he's super ripped, plus I'd like to lie down on those chocolate bars. But when I look at the pecs. He saw that X-shaped scar. Yuma. Thinking. So that's it. What my sister did. She did that to that little body. I don't want to kill him. Rias was also looking at his abdomen. Rias, thinking and perverted. Uff. That's so good, book for my collection. And she took out her cell phone and took the picture. That bitch isn't going to take my Ice away, because those balls are for me. Ice felt it but didn't pay any attention to it. Other girls watched with passion and the men with envy. Then Ice put on his shirt. And the feast was over for Rias and Yuma. Yuma smiled on the outside, but inside she was very sad. Since I didn't want to kill the chestnut tree. They left at 6 p.m. And they went for a park. Yuma was having a great time with Castano. And I didn't want to kill him, but they were orders, and with a tearful voice I whispered to him. Yuma whispered. Ice, would you be willing to die for me? Tenderly, Ice. Yes, Yuma, I would give my life for you and even more, since you showed me that I can trust you, Yuma-chan. Rias was moving. To analyze. And at that moment Yuma transforms and Ice is stunned. Ice, scared. What's wrong, Yuma-chan? Rias started running. To save him. Ice woke up out of fear. His dragoon instincts. And out comes the glove. And he speaks. Greg. Partner, here's a recharge. You summoned me during the tense moment. Ice. Okay, so what do I do? Concentrate. And shoot. Ice concentrated. Rias quickly summons a burst of energy and launches it. Ice turns around and sees Rias. He is stunned. Yuma walks with a face of intense pain. Yuma, crying. I'm sorry, but I have no choice. Please forgive me. It's just that with Scred jeered Longinus, you're dangerous to me. I'm sorry. Ice, already sad and resigned. Ice. Okay, if I'm dangerous, just kill me. That way they won't hurt you. I'm sorry if Ice waste time. But at least you'll carry out an order properly. Yuma. I won't. You're good. You're the only one who's shown me affection. Rias watched the glove go in and kept running to catch up with her. Rias arrived and yelled at him. Rias, Rabia. You damn stupid bitch. Get out of the way if you don't want me to kill you. Senpai. Yuma. Okay, but don't kill me. But before Rias could say a word, Ice shouted. Yuma-chan, watch out, Yuma. Yuma. Ice, don't be ridiculous, he ran away. Ice pushed Yuma away. What Ice saw horrified him. It was his nanny, and fueled by the rage of those memories, he fired his weapon. The nanny dodged it. And only said. Nanny. You were lucky your own prey saved you, how pathetic. He buries the spear in Ice. Yuma was shocked. Rias runs and grabs Ice lying on the bloody floor. Rias, whispered angrily. Fallen angel, run now if you don't want me to kill you. Yuma ran. Everything turns red and Rias looks. And he shouts to the other one, Fallen angel. Rias. Hey, aren't you going to get your little sister? Nanny. She's not my sister anymore. Rias, cold voice. That's good, now I have no reason to avoid killing. Nanny. By the way, I was the one who took care of Ice when he was little. I was the one who gave him the scars. Rias got angry. And in a fit of rage, he throws an energy ball at him. While he was shouting. Rias. You damn bore. Today you die. And the blast hit her, and only a pool of blood remained. And Rias is seen disappearing in a magic circle. But the destroyed Ice. Meanwhile, Yuma gazed into the distance through her tears. Special 6 and 7,000 readers. Note. This special takes place while Ice is unconscious from the pain of the fallen angel's light date. Now that this is cleared up, let's begin. Note. This special is a Issei. The magic circle would open. Red in color. Pequeño was sitting with Kaneko drinking coffee at the occult club. What they saw horrified them so much. They threw away the coffee. Pequeño, scared. I know what happened. Kaneko, scared. Senpai. Rias, very seriously, told Kaneko. While holding Ice. Rias, serious voice. Kaneko, prepare a bed and a room. Kaneko, take out the potions. Bloody rivers. Rias shouted quickly, Ice, we just have to heal him since I reincarnated him. The red dragon gauntlet was still outside. Greg. Hey, take good care of him, because my partner is special. Very special. Rias. I know that, Red Emperor. So let me heal him. The gauntlet disappeared. Pequeño, would be. President, everything ready. Bring Ice. Honeko would be. But you everything ready. The room is ready. Note. Rias was still wearing those blood-covered black clothes. I entered the room. And there I was, lying in bed. I closed the door. Pequeño wasn't calm. She had a Yandere face. Kaneko was sitting in a chair eating some chips. With a very kawaii jealous face. Pequeño thought. Rias, you damn thing. Woe to you if you touch my Ice too much. Only I touch my cutie. Meanwhile, in the fourth room, Rias had a pot or cauldron, however you imagine it. Rias had already made the potions to cure him. Rias gently unbuttons Ice's torn clothes. While a face of perversion. It was noticeable in the estuaries. The hole was big, very big. Rias looked at it and almost cried. But Rias was looking at that beautiful abdomen with a hole in the middle. Rias began to place the potions in their hands. And she began to place them in her hands. And she placed them on her abdomen. Isimio on Poco. Rias blushed. But while I did. Ice Espav. Melancholic voice. So this is what dying feels like, and I, who could never love anyone, what would my parents think of this, wherever they are? And I died a virgin, without a happy family, and without ever seeing her again. What I would give to see her again. What would she think if she saw me like this? She'd probably scold me. Killed by the woman I swore to destroy. How ironic life is. End of POV. While Ice was still thinking this, that dragon appeared. And he recognized it. Ice. Are you a dragon? Greg. Yes, and by the way, my name is Dreg. Ice remembered everything. Greg explains everything to him. Ice asks him how he can control his powers. And Dreg only limits himself. Greg said. Comrade, just wait until you wake up and you'll see. Ice, confused. What? Wait, I can barely process everything that's happening. Ice, her senpai, is a demon and Yuma was a fallen angel. Confusing cute face. Ice. How confusing. Well, I'll just let things flow naturally. While at the club he hid it. Rias smeared the potions on Ice. With her skilled hands. But she didn't feel comfortable. So she decided to do it the way she felt most comfortable. I mean, with her big breasts. Then she started to undress. He took off his jacket. He just had a perverted look on his face. She took off her shirt. So abruptly that her bra even broke. Ria's breasts were exposed. They were very big and with their hands. Ria started rubbing it on them. Thinking. Now I'll make it up to you for the roses, so I hope to leave you very comfortable. And she was left without a bra and in her panties. He got into bed and began gently rubbing them on Ice's abdomen. Rias calmly increased the speed. And he began to jeer. Rias. I saw. Pequeño heard. And he was about to open the door. But don't worry, I'll talk to you. Pequeño that you need. Pequeño. Nothing. Rias opens the door and everyone is surprised to see how she is dressed. She was only wearing panties and had potions all over her body. Pequeño, evil voice. I want Rias to buy one. Rias, Yandere voice. No way, I'm the only one who'll be with him. Rias. And by the way, I'm going out. Pequeño, take care of Ice since I left a potion behind. Pequeño. Okay. Pequeño, thought. Hahaha, I'll be sorry. I want to play too. So hopefully you'll take your time so I can enjoy it too. Rias cleaned herself up and went to look for the potion. She opened a magic circle and a Keno. I entered the room. But Kaneko stopped her. And she speaks to him seriously. Kaneko. Akeno senpai Sal. The president told me not to let you in. Akeno, flirtatious voice. Kaneko, hey. What snack would you like? Kaneko Akeno-sen I listen to you. Akeno. If you let me pass, I'll give you any snack you want. Kaneko. Okay, but there will be 3 big potatoes. Akeno okay I'm coming. I close the door. And I look at Ice. And she blushed and whispered to him. Akeno, whispered. Sweetie, I'll heal you. And from a magic circle I pulled out a flask with a missing potion. And she was so excited that she tore her shirt. And ripped her bra. And he pounced on the bed like a lion. And he began to heal Ice. But she had him in her arms. And was moving her breasts. I was healing the wound. I finally cured her. While you laugh in your apartment. I was searching like crazy. The potion. While Akeno played with a sleeping chestnut tree. She was hugging Ice. Akeno whispered. Have fun today, I'll pay for the roses. While I was inside another dimension. Oh, now I'm very confused. I'm unconscious. Out there. And they are healing me. Out there and here I am aware. But anyway, when I wake up I'll ask senpai for an explanation. But I'll try to move something. And so I began to concentrate. Cute concentration face. Come on, concentrate. And the only thing he managed to move was a hand. And guess where it ended up? If I end up on Akeno's butt. Akeno blushed. Akeno, blushing. Ice. Akeno, wicked voice okay, touch whatever you want. And with great speed, the panties tore. I mean, the underwear. While I was in the other dimension. I know this is very soft, what will the mattress be like? Ice began to move his hand. Akeno stood behind the chestnut-haired man. So that he could play comfortably. And by that right he should cure him. Ice played and played Akeno gently. While you laugh in the apartment. He felt a sharp pain. Rias, Yandere whisper. Someone is doing something bad to my Issei. After much searching, he found his chest of potions. While Akeno was like a madwoman. Ice in the other dimension. I will raise my hand. She concentrates and starts to lift it. Akeno looks with a perverted expression. Akeno knew what Ice was going to do. She lowers her hand and accidentally slaps her buttocks. Akeno himio like crazy. And she let herself go. Akeno screamed and moaned. Yes, 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 I want it harder, 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 spank me more, cutie. I stopped and continued rubbing, leaving her bottom red. I know what hit me. It was very soft and comfortable. Akeno, already aroused and blushing. Lets herself go and grabs Ice. And I opened his mouth and kissed him. And all I could think about was. Akeno, thinking. Ice, you're so cute. I'm sorry, but I can't stand your mouth. It feels amazing. I appreciate you so much. You've always treated me well. I swear I'll win your heart. Ice, in another dimension, tried to move both hands and succeeded. And without meaning to, I hug Akeno. Akeno then returns the hug. She continued to heal him. Rias finally found the potion and opened it like a bullet. The magic circle and I arrive at the club hit it. And when he arrived he almost had a heart attack. Rias, Yandere scream. What's going on here? Kaneko, embarrassed. I'm sorry, senpai, I was bribed. He said this while eating some large potatoes with sauce. Rias. That Akeno is going to hear from me. He kicked the door open. Akeno rolls one eye and glares at Rias. Apologies. Current time 12 p.m. Rainer was crying behind a tree. Rainer, crying. Damn Gremory bitch, my sister. But I couldn't stop thinking. About Ice. Rainer, thought. Why do I keep thinking about Ice-chan? He saved me. How could a human save me when all I had to do was kill him? And yet I was saved from death. I didn't even thank him. And that Gremory bitch took him away. Rainer, Yandere voice. Now I've made a decision. I will find Ice, apologize to him, and take care of him again and be happy. With him. He got up and went to his house. I mean, the one Ice had. While at the club, Rias hit it. She had a killer look on her face. Rias, Yandere scream. Akeno, you bitch, I'm going to kill you, you damn boar. What are you doing with my Ice? Let him go now, or else you can say goodbye to your life. Akeno, in an arrogant voice. Ha, I don't think so. He preferred a real body. Well, I did. Ice. I feel pressured, very pressured. But anyway, I still can't wake up. Rias, Yandere voice. Let it go. Bitch. Akeno. Calm down, I'll just heal you. Rias. So how do you explain that Ice was touching your butt very comfortably? Your ass is ugly, mine is softer and better. Akeno. Well, this is better, she doesn't have the wound anymore, we just need to give her the energy. Rias, Yandere voice. Well then, let him go, he's only mine. Akeno, excited. I don't want to. He's comfortable, so I'm going to prevent him from being comfortable. Rias, Yandere voice. Damn it. Meanwhile, with Rainer. Rainer, confused. How the hell did she get in? She couldn't make magic circles. Because I would attract a lot of attention. So I used Mirai Nikki's technique. And that was entering through the window. Note. Rainer was already in the courtyard of the house. So he put his plan into action. Of Rainer. Ha 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 ha, I'm a genius. That way I can get in. Okay, I'll begin. First I will cook for the. So that after he eats peacefully. He can sleep peacefully. On my body is a pillow. I will wrap him in my wings. And so we will finally become one. Haha. Pin Pav I would reign. She held magic with a fingernail, and with that magic that lay in her finger, she managed to break the glass without making a single sound. She entered. She opened the refrigerator, took out some things, and started cooking. Meanwhile, both in the rapist's club. I'm talking about what she hid XD. Akeno and Rias glare at each other. With hatred. Rias with a spell. Akeno's bed tomb. Release Ice because of the fall. Akeno, damn menstrual hairs. Rias tore her clothes. And he threw himself onto the bed. And she hugged him and started kissing him, pampering him. Rias kissed him, she just kissed him. And he put it in her breasts. Well, I did. I'm safe in my bed in my house. And asleep in my bed, I'm sure of it. Sita, it was a dream and I'm sure I'm asleep, and this red dragon thing must be some kind of hallucination, besides everything else that happened. With Yuma, well, but I'll do a test now that I can move my hands. And he put his plan to the test. I also put my hands on her and hugged her as if she were a pillow. Rias blushed and tenderly. She returned the hug tenderly. Issei, I'm in my bed because my pillow is this soft. Author's note. This Issei's innocence sometimes makes him inept XD. Rias puts it on top of him. She gets on the bottom and leaves Ice hugging her from above, using her large bust as a pillow. Today my bed was more comfortable than usual, and the pillow is very soft. And I don't know why. Ice fell completely asleep while I was hot. And he didn't think anymore. He just moved as if he were. While Rias slept, energy flowed through his body. Akeno was furious. And I act. She threw herself onto the bed, still naked. Akeno, excited voice. I want to play too. Rias is tired. Akeno tries to take it off. But before Rias could do anything, Ice clung on. And Rias was surprised and smiled. And I hug him tighter. Akeno, child's voice. Lucky. But I won't get off. Rias. Do whatever you want, but I won't take away Ice's comfort, especially now that he's weak and I'm healing my little pawn. Like cute little pawn. Rias began to doze off. So Akeno said, I'm leaving. Akeno. Where are you going? Rias. To my house. So that she is more comfortable. And also. But before that, Akeno asked him something. Pequeño, serious. Hey Rias, do you still have the picture of Ice as a little kid? With the girl with pigtails. Rias, serious. If I find that little bitch, I'll buck her up. Because nobody's going to take Ice away from me. Pequeño, would be. Hey, didn't we consider that she was his sister? Rias, would be. No, in all the time I investigated Ice, I never saw that Issei had any siblings. He's an only child, he lives alone. Well, Rainer waited. Rainer said. When will you come? Well, I'm leaving, Rias said. Pequeño accompanied her since I didn't want Rias to play with her cutie. Haneko heard everything. And she shot off. Since she didn't want to let them do bad things to a defenseless child. Already at Issei's house. Rainer was in the room. I hear the magic circle. Their instincts sharpen. Rainer, Yandere voice. I sense their presence. Those damn bitches have arrived. I already feel their presence. Rias, serious. Did you feel it? Pequeño, serious. If. Rias, serious. Take care of his. She couldn't finish speaking because. Someone opened the door. That was Rainer. Rias, Yandere voice. Damn it, I told you not to mess with me, now I'll kill you. Pequeño, serious. What do you want? Rainer apologized to my Ice-chan. Rias, Yandere scream. What do you mean, with your Ice? Pequeño was only looking after Ice. Ice got up out of nowhere. And half asleep he said. Ice, sleepy, cute voice. If Yuma accepted your apology. Rainer. Yes. Rias, Yandere screamed. Now I'll kill you. Rainer, shouted Yandere. Come here, you menstrual hair bore. Rias, Yandere voice. Now then, bitch. She said this while holding a ball of destruction. From the Veiled clan in her hand. Rainer had a spear of light. And they threw them away. But Ice jumped out of bed and threw himself down. Pequeño tries to grab him but. He couldn't. Ice, voice while spitting blood. Senpai, don't kill her. Rainer, Yuma or whatever, I forgive you, you've never done anything to me. Rias, Ice. Ice falls to the floor. Everyone rushes to help the weakened Ice. The arrival of my old friend. Ice was badly hurt on the floor. And Rias screamed in a Yandere tone. Ambors, I'm going to kill you. Pequeño. President, now. Is not the time, we just need to heal him and. Stop fighting, you stupid duo. The two remained silent. Then Rias would speak to them. Rias, Yandere voice. Get out of here if you don't want me to kill you. They understood and left because from the look on Ria's face, they knew she wasn't messing around. Rias was left alone with an injured and unconscious Issei. F for Issei. They'll probably choose him, this is my little pawn, the DxD universe where anything can happen, no matter how sick or weird it seems. Rias began to undress. Well, more accurately, his academy uniform started to tear. F for uniform. And so Rias goes up to bed. And he whispers. Rias whispered. Get ready, because you're going to enjoy this a lot. And he threw himself onto the bed like a hungry wolf that wanted meat. She healed Issei and put him. And Sima then began to pass on the energy she needed. Rias was calm. Since she had Ice in her arms and her breasts were against Issei's back. Rias falls asleep and also hugs him with her legs, or rather, she holds him with them. Rias gently bites his ear. Rias had a spasm. And blushed. Rias whispered. Don't worry, if you like it I'll keep doing it. Ice moved, Rias was surprised, turned around. And hugged her like a pillow. Rias blushed. But that blush turned. In a face of supreme perversion. Rias, wicked whisper. How lovely, hold me close, use my body as your pillow. She hugged him too and put her leg over him. Then she also grabbed him with her legs. Meanwhile, downstairs. There was a tense atmosphere because. Pequeño was there. And the two looked at each other. With hatred. Pequeño, serious. Hey, what is this food? Rainer, serious. Hey, it's for Ice, don't touch it. Pequeño, serious. She has fallen angel poison. Rainer, Syria. No, I would never kill Ice. Pequeño, serious. Oh yeah, as if I were so stupid, Cress, that I wouldn't notice. Of everything that happened. Reinare Syria. Yes, I know, but for me. Ice is sacred. But let's move on to a city that is quite far from Kuoh City. Oh, we see a tall girl. Of slender build with a sculpted body that rivaled the body of Rias herself. So just imagine 7W7. And that girl was. Well, if you are genuine. Fans of My Little Pawn should already know who I'm narrating about. If you're not such a big fan but have a good memory, you should already know. Exact. That was Yuno Gasai, but she's here. It changes a little from the original. Okay, here's some information about Yuno from my fanfic. Personal data. 1. This Yuno is 1.80 meters tall. 2 has a better body than the original. 3 has almost the same personality as the original. 4 is 16 years old. 5 has approximate measurements. Bust. 97 centimeters. Hips. 60. Rear. 95. 7W7 I put high measurements on it Yuwu. Okay, let's move on to the narration. We see Yuno leaving his house. It was approximately 1 a.m. And we see Yuno in his usual clothes. Except for a black hooded jacket that covered his face. Her beautiful pink hair. It contrasted with the darkness, giving it a delicate yet very spooky style. And he came out of a small house. With a black backpack and 2 large bags which are full of weapons. In case you already know what Yuno is like XD. He goes outside and quickly pulls out his phone. And look at the time. And it says. Yuno whispered. Oh my, I finally found you. And now I won't let you go. It's been a while, so get ready. Volko Ice. Ice was still hugging Rias unconsciously. And Rias was happy because she had her Issei all to herself. Rias smiled and began to notice. As Ice moved innocently. He placed his small head on her large bare breasts. Rias had them very soft and warm. That's why Ice likes them. Okay, let's go downstairs. Rainer and Akeno looked at each other tensely. And Akeno did something that almost killed her. He takes a spoon. And prepares to taste. The food that Rainer had so painstakingly made for Issei. Rainer, Yandere. Drop that spoon. And don't put it in my Issei's food. Akeno, serious. No. Rainer carries a spear of light. And Akeno, a thunderbolt in his hand. The two were ready to start throwing punches. But then someone opened the door. That was Kaneko, who, with her typical serious expression, asked where her senpai was. The two of them told him that he was with Rias and that she was healing him. Kaneko said that if they were stupid they knew that Ice was asleep and vulnerable and that Rias was a depraved person in progress. So without saying a word, she runs towards Ice's room. Where they had told him Issei was. They also followed Kaneko. And they opened the door and to their surprise the scene was not as grotesque as they had imagined. She was clinging to a weak man. Rias, seriously. What do they want? Kaneko, would be. It was to see if you hadn't raped Ice, pedophilia. Rainer Akeno. Yes, what she said. Well with Yuno's Pav. Oh, I finally found you. Now I won't let you go. My sweetie. Thanks to some Yakuza associates, I was able to find your city and your school, even though you thought I couldn't find you. My lovely chestnut-haired boy. And it was very easy, I just had to kill some mobsters, and that's how I managed to get a professional contact to extract information. Well, I also went to a witch who gave me this special phone which predicts everything my cute Ice does. Every 10 seconds. Thank you, witch, in addition to giving me a device that allows me to open portals anywhere in the world and I only had to kill a few people to get that thing. Cheapest price. Okay, let's open the portal. Yuno's Pav. The magic circle would open. And Yuno entered. But not before checking my phone. And Yuno's face changed from calm to rage. Because what she read left her stunned. And this was. Diary of the Future. Ice is unconscious in her room. But several girls taking care of him. Yandere tone. Now I'll really have to use my tools. Like. Other girls. Now, the only one who can be. With Ice I am. And he entered the magic circle. I arrive in the city of Kuoh. It was already 2 a.m. And the Yandere began to walk with a serious face. At first I enter a Yakuza neighborhood. I go into a little shop as she called them and buy what she called supplies. I don't buy firearms. Since I already had quite a few, I'll just buy a few more knives. But her most prized purchase was a 35cm katana. I paid with the black handle and left. It would be like always. I only had one thought on my mind. Yandere thoughts. If what the diary says is true. I'll have to be prepared because you never know what I might encounter. Prevention is better than cure. And it continued. While. But the clan of rapists, I mean Gremory XD. Rias, serious. You can leave. Kaneko, serious. No, President, we must prevent you from raping him at all costs. Akeno, yes President. Rainer. If not, you might rape him. When he is completely defenseless. Rias. I would never do that. Rias, thought. This was my plan. Since I won't be able to play anymore. Bam. They were all talking. Until Ice woke up suddenly. And he shouted. Ice shouted nervously. One-chan One-chan. At that moment Yuno opens the door and proceeds to enter. Trouble begins. Note. This chapter will only feature a fight between Yuno and Rias. Ice just kept saying Onachin. Entered. Cold voice. It smells like a woman in here. I continued walking and looking at everything. This guy is already dead, they just haven't told him yet. Well, upstairs. Rias got dressed in seconds and said to the others in a serious tone. I feel a horrible presence. All. Me too. They all stayed to take care of Ice. Well, you were under serious and with the Yandere face, not without first being taken out of a magic circle. A very long and sharp katana. And he left the room with the katana in his hand. And so the two greatest Yanderes from the DxD universe were seen. For the first time in the hallway. Author. The Yandere brawls are going to start with a Fedalobo voice. Yandere voice. Hey you, who are you and what are you doing in my house? Rias, Yandere voice. I'm telling you the same thing. Get out of here if you don't want me to kill you. Yandere voice. You should be the one saying that. The two of them draw their katanas from their sheaths. And let the bucking fights begin. And Rias rushed forward. One against the other. The katanas clashed. The sparks were barely visible. From the Kuoh. So powerful. They were separated by the impact. Note. Here, the two are very similar in skill levels. In combat. But Rias has a slight advantage. Since she is a demon, she has better night vision. But is not far behind. Since she is taller, standing at 1.80 meters and has more strength. But Rias is more agile and has better reflexes. Okay, let's move on to the fight and leave the technicalities aside and get to the combat. They launched themselves again. Another blow. They wrestled, the katanas threw sparks. Lots. They kept lunging at each other. Once starts to get stressed. And he swings a katana to try and slit his throat. Rias easily dodges it. And he throws a precise blow which dodges, but it cuts him on the face. Yandere scream. Damned. He throws a katana strike. Rias dodges it and cuts him on the face as well. Rias, Yandere voice. You damn bore. Yandere voice. Who are you calling a bore? You're even more of a slut for messing with my Ice-chan. Rias, Yandere voice. Shut up, he's not your Ice. He is mine. Yandere voice. Shut up. The two continued hitting each other. The blows were so strong they were barely visible. Until there was a blow that sent their katanas to the ground. They found out on the floor. And far away, so they moved on to fist fights. Sent a blow. Rias dodges it. And I sent him a punch. He almost knocked out one of his teeth. Delivered a kick that almost knocked the wind out of him. The two of them grabbed each other by the hair. And they growled like dogs. They were all looking. But I stopped. Everyone was surprised. The Keno. Don't stop. Ice, cold voice. Could kill senpai. All. But. Ice Kamino. Rias and had knives in their hands and were going to find out, but Ice intervened and you can imagine what happened. If they told him about the knives. Ice. She screamed and they went into shock. And there we see them pulling out knives. Is this the end? And Rias recover from the shock. And Issei comes with some knives. Combat wounds embedded in both sides of his collarbone. Rias was paralyzed. Too. At that moment Rainer comes. Running out, shouting. ICE. My IC. Reacts quickly and launches herself at Ice. But Rias stopped her by shouting at her. And grabbing her arm. But stopped her. And I push her, Akeno grabs her and tells them both. And stupid screams they quit. They don't understand that Ice is badly hurt. But stops her, he avoids her. He was going to fatally stab Akeno, but something happened that you can't imagine. And Pun buried the knife in Ice Wichimio. Only. Everyone was stunned. Kaneko without thinking. He lunged to hit Rias too, rather all of them. I break them all easily. Until once again only they remained. 2. They started fighting again. Yandere scream. Look what they did to me and what they made me do to them, you damn bores. And with that face he said. I will kill you all. And take Ice with me so we can live happily ever after. Rias, Yandere voice. No, rather you'll be the one who leaves here dead and I'll be the one who's happy with him. No, and he lunges to stab her this time with a katana he managed to grab when she wasn't looking. From Rias. Watch as throws the katana strike. Rias had her katana far away and had no weapons left, so she would wait for the final blow. And someone took it away with a shove. And that was Ice and what did to him, now that was horrible, the Katanazo. Making him scream. I cut Ice's stomach. I vomited blood. Finally let her most psychotic side out. And I scream in a Yandere voice. Ice, because you protect the only one. What you must protect is me. Crazy laughter. But since I see you didn't understand, you must die along with menstrual hair. Ice, voice finished. Onichan. You know, sick voice. I'm not your one-chan anymore, now you just have to die. Author's note. This is more dangerous than normal, because when she goes crazy, there's no one who can stop her, or so it seems. Rainer throws a spear. I've lied at him, dodges it. And so they all continued attacking in vain. And arrived where a devil. Ice. Cold voice. Goodbye, you never mattered to me. Ice crumbled. Rias knew that if she survived she was going to kill that damn bitch. And without Rias being able to do it. They all saw something that left them stunned. Beheaded Ice, who began to drown in his own blood. They all watched as Akeno launched herself forward like a madwoman. But it was all in vain. And Ice was lying on the floor. Drowning in his own blood and with knives buried in vital parts. Laughed and laughed like a madwoman, she wouldn't stop. That's how she laughed. Rias was now going for Rias. But Ice protected her by letting herself be struck with a katana that disfigured him. Ice pushed Rias saw everything. He saw a disfigured Ice. His pain was so intense that he froze. They were all like that and just laughed. But before it faded away. He said something to her. Onichan, what did I do to you? For you to do to me? I thought you loved me, I thought we were friends, I gave you my heart. Snapped out of her trance. And what she saw horrified her. Ice yo. Ice, with his last breath, said. Gasai death. Started crying and ran away. Rias scratches him on the leg. Ran. They all tried to follow her, but Rias stopped them, arguing that everything would happen in its own time. Ran and ran. Once outside, I reached an alley. And she began to cry. Crying. Ice. Ice, what did Ice see? She said the last part shouting. Like crazy. And we see it in Ice's house. Disfigured with cuts and bleeding profusely. And thinking, One-chan, what did I do to you? And we see Rias arriving to heal him. Emergency. Ice was drowning in his blood. And suffering terrible pains. Rias and the others went to comfort him and they all started to cry. Rias, crying. Ice, I swear I won't let you die and I'll kill that bitch. Who hurt you like that? Oh my precious Ice, oh my little pawn, oh my cute and adored pawn. Akeno, stressed. Quick, we have to heal him now. Rainer, crying. Yes, we have to heal him. Kaneko, worried. Yes, senpai. Rias, serious. We have to take Ice to the underworld, he won't last long here. Well with Yun. Was too depressed. And immersed in terrible crying. Because he saw her hands and they were covered in her blood and also. She was bathed in his blood. Crying. Ice, forgive me, I'm a bore, why did I hurt the only being I've ever loved like this? But little by little that crying turned into a Yandere voice that said. He deserved to die. He hurt me by protecting those. Boars, he didn't accept that they had to die and he took them away. Hi. But Ice always protected people. And he's still chaste, and besides, I went crazy and he never hurt me, I'm a fool. He still needs me, he needs me to save him. Got up with her suitcases and continued walking like a zombie. And he said. Ice, I must save Ice, I must save. My Ice. Let's move on to Ice. Ice is dying in a hallway. Rias grabs it. And screams from the immense frustration she felt in that instant. Rias, hysterical Yandere scream. Damned. I swear I'm going to kill you, Gasai. Akeno, scared. What will we do? We have no more potions. Rias, I already said I'll take him to the underworld. Let's all go now. The magic circle opened and they arrived in the underworld. Already in the Gremory clan. Lord Gremory received them. And Akeno spoke, he explained. All. Lord Gregory explained everything to her, since Rias had Ice in her arms. Lord Gremory was stunned by all that he had suffered. His daughter's little pawn. Quickly, Rias, take your pawn. To the Gremory Territory Hospital. Rias, that's what I'm getting at, and besides being my pawn, he will be my future couple. Lord Gremory. Well, Rias, but he's of the lower class. And don't you think you should marry him? But the high-class one that protects you better. Rias glared at him with hatred. Lord Gremory was horrified. And I listened nervously. Rias, proud voice. He's not just anyone, he's the legendary Red Emperor Dragoon. Lord Gremory was astonished. Lord Gremory, thinking. This boy is the legendary Red Dragoon, the dragon of infinite power. The Red Dragoon has already appeared. At least this one's on our side. It would be a good match for Rias. I'll think about it. End of thought. They were all silent. Rias was the one speaking with Ice in her hands. Rias was covered in blood. Quickly, Lord Gremory, the Gia. Well, I asked Rias how her little pawn ended up so hurt. She also said that she was partly to blame because she accidentally stabbed him. Her father reprimanded her and took her to the operating room. They arrived at the hospital. The emergency room nurses put Ice on a stretcher and took him into the operating room. I want to go all the way. Lord Gremory, serious. It can't be done now. They'll operate to try and save him. Rias, crying. She will be saved. Lord Gremory, serious. I don't know, the operations are done with magic, but the wounds are very large and serious. We have to wait. They were paralyzed. And they sat down in the waiting room. The Ice low paraben. Despite being lengthy, the operations all took only 2 hours, thanks to the technology of the underworld. The nurse comes out. They all stared at Rias. Her clothes were still bloody, but she didn't care. Nurse. I survived but is in critical condition. All? Yes. Rias, crying with happiness. I knew my Ice would be saved. Pequeño, crying. Yes. Brainer, crying. Yes. Kaneko, cheerful voice. Yes, I knew Senpai was safe. And there we see Rias entering the intensive care unit since only one visitor per patient was allowed. Pain and planning. Note. This chapter is dedicated solely to Yuno. We see a devastated Yuno. Walking through the alleys. Destroyed, overcome with tears. Yuno, crying. Issei, please forgive me. What will I do without you? I couldn't. Continue. In the midst of her sadness. An old man came and said. Hey boar, how much are you selling yourself for? And if you don't let me, or else. I'll kill you. He said that while showing her a Kuoh. The man lunged at her to try to grape her. But you can imagine what happened. True. F for the man who was left with a katana wound. On his stomach and lying on the floor. The guy saw Yuno's face and exclaimed, dying. And that's you. Think death, the legendary Yakuza assassin Yuno Gasai. Yuno, coldly. Yes. And I'll be the one to kill you for what you tried to do to me. The man looked horrified. And she said to him in a frightened voice. You're going to kill me. Yuno, coldly. That it's not obvious. The guy told him. Please don't put your trademark on me. Don't disfigure me. Yuno played dumb and disfigured him. And he leaves. Leaving the disfigured corpse of the man. Yuno takes out her cell phone which predicts the future. And what she saw made her angry. Diary. Ice is coming out of surgery and she's in love with Rias and hates you for what you did to her. Yuno, crying. I did because. Yuno's pav. I'm sorry, I let my anger get the better of me. Forgive me for disfiguring your beautiful face. For having slit your throat and stabbed you. Ice, forgive me. I swear I'll take care of you. And I swear we'll become one. Being doesn't matter how long it takes, but I swear. That I will be the first time. Author. High depraved V. It doesn't matter if I have to grape you. But I'll be the first, not that damn red-haired bitch. But I know what I did to you was wrong. Pareko, I hope you forgive me. So I'll buy you some little things. At least. I know. You're recovering, my chestnut-haired one. I swear I'll come back for you. I know I can't stop by your house. Because those bitches have probably already shut it down. I won't be able to get near the academy either. I'll have to watch from the shadows. My baby. But I'll buy her something she'll like. Maybe a guitar. Yuno's pav. Bimoza Yuno, head towards a music store. You might wonder why there's a music store open at that hour of the morning. Well, we're all ready. Because I don't know either XD. I'm in. The guy greeted her and asked her what she needed. Yuno, serious. Give me the best electric guitar and the best amplifier you have. Man. Here's this Les Paul. It's worth $3,000. Send me the money. Buy an amplifier. He leaves with his guitar and amp. Yuno was full of suitcases. He arrives at a hotel, checks in, and starts planning. Resting time. Rias enters with a hateful expression. That she tried to hide. Accompanied by a nurse. Rias was rambling. I only had one idea in my head. Find and kill. That Yuno woman. Because she wanted to do the same or worse to that boar. The nurse brings her out of her mental wandering. And he tells her. Miss Gremory. We've arrived. Rias broke down when she saw Ice. She could barely contain her urge to. The nurse let her cry. And she left as soon as the nurse left. Rias burst into tears. Rias, crying. My little pawn, look what happened to you for protecting yourself. Forgive me. You might be wondering how this is. Well, I'll tell you, but don't be scared XD. We see a small brown-haired boy with almost his entire face bandaged and wearing a respirator. And with a bunch of needles stuck in him. And a lot of bandages. And it was connected to a monitor. Rias entered the room crying. And sobbing. And he sat down to wait, he waited until 7 in the morning. Meanwhile with Ice. Ice was talking to Dreg. Dreg. Dude, so the girl who said she loved you almost killed you? Damn your luck. Issei, smiling. Yes, but well, now I am scared. Dreg says a few words of encouragement to him. Buddy, remember what we talked about? You're the Sekiryuutei, please tell me in the comments how to spell it correctly. The legendary red dragon. So don't let anything get you down and remember that you are special. Issei, confused. About the recharges, right? Dreg, smiling. No, partner, something more. Ice, in a confused but cute voice. What is it? Can you please tell me, Dreg? Dreg, smiling. Everything in its own time. Issei, sufferable kawaii voice. Oh well, with everything you've explained to me now, everything is much clearer. Dreg. Well, see you when you manage to wake up. You'll find some pleasant surprises. He said it with a wicked laugh. Issei doesn't understand this but doesn't care. A few minutes later I woke up. And the first thing he saw. Well, if you are true fans of My Little Pawn. You already know what's up, right? 7W7. Well, he went into Rias on his stretcher. Note. Rias was not naked. She was wearing the same uniform covered in blood. Laughter and tears. Ice, my cute Ice, you're badly hurt but alive. Author. High wake up call, right? I wouldn't wake up with that last sentence XD. Ice, devil voice. Senpai, I'm sorry, look. Your clothes are stained with my horrible blood. Rias, crying. Don't say that. Don't be so silly. What matters is that you're okay. Ice, with a broken voice. Thank you, I'll pay your hospital expenses, I swear. Rias. That doesn't matter for now. Rias thoughts. You'll pay for that. But otherwise he. End of thought. Ice. Okay, but senpai, I have a question. Is it true that I have the red dragon booster gear? Rias, serious. Yeah, I bet you already knew. Because of the dragon inside you. Well, look, I'm not human, and you. I am not a demon, heir to the Gremory clan, and you are one of my pieces. Ice. Okay, and what do I think I am? I already know that. Dreg explained to me more or less what the 3 factions were. Rias, voice of disguise perversion. A little pawn. Ice. Okay, the weakest in a chess game, but hey, what matters are my skills, right? But anyway, in a game of chess there are 2 lines of pawns. So I have allies, right? Rias. The truth is, you are my only pawn and also my strongest pawn, since to reincarnate you, I had to use both of my ranks. They only give us 1 row. Upper class, but I made another one as a precaution and you need both. And even if you hadn't needed them, I would have given them to you because I want you to be strong. Ice. Thank you, senpai. You've been very good to me. How can I repay you? Rias. Well, being a good pawn. Issei. Blushing. See senpai, I'll repay you by being your pawn. Strong. Rias blushes and shyly hugs him. Ice lets out a small groan. Rias lets it out. Are you okay? Ice. Yes. From the outside I would say that. But inside she was crying like a child from the pain. The nurse arrived and told Rias to leave since Ice needed to be left alone. As soon as those 2 left, I went. Ice started to cry. It hurt so much, it hurt so much, it hurt so much, it hurt so much. Nobody loves me anymore, you know Onichan wants to kill me and besides, I'm just a damn vegetable. I can't do anything and I'm a problem for senpai. Rias entered. The eyes quickly stopped crying. Or I'll hide it. But don't worry, I'll talk to you. Don't hide it if it hurts. Take it out, don't keep it to yourself. And besides, I should be in your place. But. Ice. But. Rias hugs him. And he whispers. Let it all out, I won't make fun of you. Just let it out. Besides, I owe you that because it's my fault. You're like this too. Ice, saddened. But senpai. Rias hugs him, burying her almost bandaged face in his soft breasts. Rias, soft voice. If you cry here, no one will hear you. Ice, saddened, but senpai. Rias, soft voice. We're friends, and besides, I'm your mistress and you're my cutie. Pawn. Ice can no longer hold back the urge to cry. And it begins. Ice, crying. CC senpai, it hurt so much, it hurt so much. I'm good for nothing. I'm just a problem for you. Why don't you kill me? It hurt so much. Rias holds back her sobs. But she couldn't either, and she started to cry. They were both crying. Ice because of the pain and helplessness. And laugh because of the sadness it gave him. Seeing him like this. Because of him. Rias felt sick in that blood-soaked uniform. It wasn't because it looked ugly. If not, why couldn't I? He took it off to leave his breasts exposed and to make himself more comfortable. She watched me as I cried. He moved his head unconsciously. Why couldn't I get it right because of the discomfort caused by the bra and the shirt buttons? So I can't take it anymore. And pawn is typical of these Rias. She tears her shirt and rips her bra with her hands. Issei looked and asked. Senpai, I know I'm a bit awkward, you just had to tell me that. I made you uncomfortable and I would have opened up. It wasn't meant to make me lie down. Rias looked at a devil lying on the bed, forced down by the. That Rias tore her bloodied clothes. Rias, sadly. I didn't do it, that's why I'm sorry if I hurt you more. But that's so you're more comfortable. Ice got up with the help of Rias. But what he saw almost made him faint. They were Ria's big bare breasts 7W7. Ice, scared. PP breasts. The Ice la sangra un poco la boca. Ice, saddened. Senpai, cover yourself. Rias, calmly. Why would I do that? Ice, blushing and in a cute sad voice. Because a boy should never look at a girl's breasts if he doesn't have a very close relationship with her, and besides, that's bad for you since a girl should never show her breasts so easily. Rias calmly said. Nope, it's normal for me to show them to you. You've already seen them, remember? Ice remembered everything. Even when she washed his back with her breasts. Rias. And besides, we have a very close relationship. And the only boy I'd show them to is you. And well, I think you should rest in a more comfortable place, in fact very comfortable 7W7 she said that last part. But the wicked voice that she tried to hide, accompanied by a blush also wicked. Ice freezes. But Rias hugged him and placed him on her large, bare breasts. Ice started to cry. Ice, crying. Senpai, you have done so much for me. Stop put my horrible face on his chest, I swear I'll pay him back by being the best pawn. He said that before falling peacefully asleep on Ria's bare breasts. Rias looked up and grabbed a blanket from the stretcher with her hands. And she covers him with her shirt to let him rest happily. And there we see Ice sleeping peacefully. And something else. Rias had seen how Ice looked at his nipple when he was awake. And think. Rias thought. I love you so much my Ice, you have defended me so much. I think you should enjoy it, he. So, since I saw you looking at my nipple, I think you want to suck it, he. And I'm not the one to stop you. So suck it all you want. My little pawn. End of thought Rias. And there we see Rias squaring up Ice so she would start sucking 7W7. But when was it going to start? Someone opened the door. That was the nurse accompanied by Pequeño Reiner and Kaneko. The nurse was like WTF. And the other girls screamed. Rias, you damn bitch. They all throw themselves onto the bed. The nurse is going to stop her. Plans. Note. This chapter is dedicated solely to Yuno. And the plans he makes to try to steal Ice. Okay, let's begin. Yuno's pav. Damn you, you took my baby. Now I'm going to kill you, you damn retarded bitch. But first I must be ready, for I see that you are a worthy opponent. Even if she brought helpers. She would kill them in seconds. But I guess I'll have to get ready. Yuno's pav. That's what Yuno said before getting in the shower and taking a shower. When she took off her clothes, she fell apart. Yuno, crying. I'm sorry. I bet the wounds I caused you hurt a lot, please forgive me. Yuno kept remembering. And she cried like crazy. She remembered the terrible cut he had made on her face and how he had horribly sliced her throat. She wanted to kill herself but decided to keep going to find her Ice. And ask for forgiveness. So she begins to work out a plan. She gets out of the shower. She gets dressed, sits on the bed and takes out a large white poster board. Like the ones they asked for at school. But you almost always forget and only remember when you go to sleep And he began to write. Yuno's pav. That damn retard probably went with my girlfriend to a hospital. They must be healing him, but anyway, I have to plan how I'm going to get my Issei there. Okay, I'll begin. I have to pretend to be normal. I probably made this devil, so I need to get medicine. And good quality food, since I'll have to feed Ice well, but not too much. To have some privacy, I'll have to take Ice somewhere that Redeed can't find. I'll have to observe and look for a good place. Then I'll think about how to handle it. I need to find a moment when my husband isn't with those boars. And take it with me. Well. I'll take a look first when I find it. Then to attack. Hey, take care because soon you'll be mine and nobody else's, and we'll be happy. My little Issei. Yuno's pav. Yuno, sick but happy voice. I have to get food for my little Issei. She closes the door and leaves dressed. In her typical clothes. Surprise V. Meanwhile, at that moment. In that hospital room. All. Rias, you damn bore, let Issei go. Rias, calmly. I'm not resting. Pequeño, serious. Let him go. We know you want to grape him when he's defenseless, very defenseless. Rias, calmly. No, I would never do that to him. Rias, thinking. These stupid girls ruined the moment for me. I was so relaxed until they arrived. End of thought. Rias. Rias was lying down. With ice on top. The nurse told him to get off. So she could feed the chestnut tree. Rias said it couldn't be done. Stop now, because Ice was weak and tired. And needed to rest. Reiner lunges at Rias and pulls the blanket off her. She sees a small brown-haired boy comfortably lying on Rias' body. She undresses him. Reiner lunged to take Ice away from him. Hineko and Akeno watched everything together with the nurse, who almost dropped her tray upon seeing such a scene. Reiner ela Ice en las bandages. Ice aimed a dollar. But he was still asleep. Rias threatens her with a knife she had hidden. Reiner didn't back down and was going to remove it. Rias was about to raise her hand to stab. But Ice, asleep, squeezes Rias tightly. Rias blushed. But that blush turned into a tremendous look of perversion. Rias, wicked whisper. He. So that's how you like to sleep. Then we'll rest every night. Like that, my little pawn. Reiner was watching. They all watched as Ice lay comfortably in bed. Ice woke up suddenly and well. She almost fainted when she saw how he was. Rias explains everything and I do. He calms down. The nurse speaks to him. They told her to remove the bandages from her face and she agreed. Everyone stares. And the nurse begins. Rias disguises her mess like everyone else. And when Ice looked in the mirror. Ice guy looked like some kind of badly done the killer. Ice was the same, only with a scar that ran from the corner of his lip to his cheek. Rias. Relax, I did that, it doesn't matter. But Ice let go of the mirror and began to cry. They all went to assist him. Rias hugs him. But Ice doesn't stop. Did I find you? We see a small devastated chestnut tree on the ground crying. And Aridid hugging him. And pampering him. Rias, worried. Don't worry, it's not very noticeable. Ice, sadly. It's not because of that, it's just that nobody loves me. The one who said she loved me left me bedridden and with a horrible scar. Rias hugs him, burying her head in his bare breasts. And he whispered in her ear. Ice cries calmly, knowing that no one here. He's going to judge you, just vent. Ice, embarrassed. Senpai but. Rias, calmly. I am your mistress and it is my duty to comfort you when you are sad. Ice. But. Rias hugged him and said, take it out. Ice gives up and takes it out. She began to cry on his chest. Sadly. Rias tells the others to leave. They all leave with angry faces because they wanted to comfort Ice. Ice was crying and I hugged her tightly. Rias touched his head. After crying, Ice began to fall asleep. Rias noticed this and began to stroke it. While I was thinking. I hope you're comfortable, my little pawn. This is the least I can do, although I wanted to repay you in another way. But I'll do it soon. End of thought. Ice was very comfortable. And his stomach growled. Rias heard that and quickly stood up. But Ice still hugged her. Rias lets him go and puts him on the bed. With a wicked but sad face. Says. My little pawn, forgive me for leaving you, but I'll start it for you. At night. My little pawn. And she went to buy some food. He found them outside. Akeno. Hey Rias, why are you leaving Ice? Rias. No, my little pawn needs to be fed. Reiner hears this and runs away. They were all like WTF. Rias, thought. My little pawn needs food and there we go to Rias. Telling the nurse that Issei needs to eat. The nurse told him with a tray that that was what she was going to do. Rias accompanied her. The hallway to Issei's room. Note that the distance from reception to your room is very long. Well Irene. Reiner had teleported to Ice's house when she arrived. The horrible sadness overwhelmed her, along with a somewhat strange presence. She goes on guard. And you can probably guess who was hanging around Issei's house. None other than. You know. Note. Just imagine her taller and with a better body 7W7. Had already left the hotel and had made Ice's house her home. She herself had said she wouldn't go there, but she thought about it and saw that the Redeed and her friends weren't there and she knows her Issei well and knows he'll come even if the Redeed tries to stop him. Author. Poor Reiner, if she doesn't take care they'll get her. Quickly senses footsteps and becomes alert as she pulls out a very sharp butcher knife. And Reiner walks, also alert, and draws a spear of light. With great care. And keep the food, but someone. Throw a knife. Reiner dodges it. And she was there. Was standing in front of him. He says in a cold voice. Hey bitch, where's my cute ice? Rainer, cold voice. I won't tell you, and you'd better leave. You've already heard Issei a lot. And I won't let you find him, you damned bitch. Author, in a surprised voice. Wow, I've never seen anyone with more guts than Rainer. Even if I were the god of this world, I wouldn't be able to call you a bitch. Well, let's see what happens. XD. Shouted hysterically. What do you mean, bitch? Where is my Issei? Tell me or I'll kill you, bitch. Rainer, serious. I'll never tell you. Lunged. Rainer barely managed to dodge it. She was running. To avoid being caught by She quickly draws a circle and teleports away. Lunges but doesn't reach. What he didn't know was that a small woman with hair as white as snow was watching. Felt strange. She had the feeling that someone was staring at her and slitting her throat with their gaze. She turns around and sees a small girl with white hair. Attacks. Sees her riding in the neighbor's house. But she quickly disappeared. Lunged forward, but it was in vain. To tell that the air was taken out because of not having the fence that was there. Separating the houses. You damn bitch. I swear I'll hunt them down. Takes out her cell phone that predicts what Issei does. And read. Diary of the future. Issei is being healed in the underworld. Issei is no longer human. Issei possesses a celestial dragon. Doesn't understand. And he's left thinking. Yandere voice. So my Issei is no longer human. This diary is malfunctioning. What a stupid thing to do, but I'll keep it. Takes out the device that allows her to teleport. And he writes underworld as a joke. Since she doesn't really believe in the supernatural. She thought that he wouldn't send her anywhere. And Cap'n. Ended up in a beautiful place. It was a very beautiful and large meadow. Surprised voice. What the hell, where the buck am I? Looks up and sees a beautiful green sky. And she says, surprised. So this is where my little Issei is, my little Issei. I feel your presence, your scent, I feel it close by. Very close. My instinct tells me I should be cautious, very cautious. You can probably guess where it fell, my dear reader, in the Gremory clan. But meanwhile in Issei's room. We see a black woman with a sculpted body. About to start toying with a little IC7W7. She was watching. Pequeño whispered tenderly. Oh, poor little cutie, you're here too because of me, but don't worry, you'll rest in my body. There we see her going to bed. Something happened that almost made her faint from tenderness. I watched as Ice moved sideways. And unconsciously grabs a pillow. And grabs a big pillow. And I hugged her and with her mouth she began to calmly suck. And half asleep he said. I see, half asleep. Senpai. And finally, he buried his head deeper into the pillow. Pequeño quickly understood that Issei was sticking his head in, thinking they were Ria's breasts. And he sat down on the bed. And Pequeño whispered to him, she whispered tenderly. Oh Issei, don't dream about that bad body of yours, because mine is better and I'll prove it to you. We delicately watched the dark-haired woman remove the pillow. In a tender way, putting herself in the place of the pillow. Issei, asleep, hugged her. She blushed and hugged him very sweetly. Rias was with the nurse. He feels a slight twinge in the chest. The nurse took him and asked if he was okay. She said yes. But inside I was on alert. Rias, thinking. Someone's doing something to my little pawn. End of thought. Rias heard Kaneko and Rainer going towards her. Rainer explains everything to Rias in her ear. Rias made a face that horrified everyone. And he says in a cold voice. Damn bitch. I swear I will kill you. Rias arrives at Issei's room. And she screams. Rias. You bucking bore. Pequeño. Don't worry, Ice is asleep. Don't make noise. Issei was still asleep. Lying peacefully in his bed, not caring about anything. Was through the conduits of ventilation. And she looked at Ice's face and cried like crazy. But he gets angry when he sees those bitches. She wanted to attack but held back because she knew. The boars knew the terrain better and would humiliate her. As never before. So I look. Rias was about to lunge but something stopped her and Rias spoke seriously. Rias. I feel that bucking bitch nearby. Pequeño. Me too. Issei wakes up with a start, screaming. Onichan. Training. Note. I have a question. Do you want me to keep posting? I've noticed my little pawn isn't getting any views anymore. Anyway, to the point, comment here if you want me to keep posting. Note. Do you want me to do a chapter dedicated solely to the Infernal Night or as it unfolds over time? Comment here. And if you'd also like me to narrate it. Put it in the comment. Okay, let's begin. Hears this and her heart breaks, but she walks away until her presence disappears. Rias calmed down, but that calm turned into a Yandere voice. Rias. Pequeño, let go of my pawn. Or I'll kill you. Pequeño, calm voice. Ara no, he's calm, let him sleep. But everyone was very surprised to see Issei stand up. Dead off the stretcher. And he dresses in clothes that had been left for him and speaks to her. Pequeño. Hey, thank you for coming to help me, Himejima-san. Please forgive me for getting too comfortable. Right there, 2 drops of blood appear. Everyone is worried. But he says it's nothing. Rias, worried. Are you okay? Where are you going? Issei. Cold but tender voice. Senpai, I have to go fulfill the promise I made to you, senpai. That's what I'm going to train for. Rias, worried. But Ice, it's not the time, you're too weak. Issei, no, I'm fine now. Nurse, could you please remove the remaining bandages? Nurse. That's what I came for. And the nurse begins to remove the bandages from her abdomen. Rias looked at his toned abdomen full of scars. Rias and everyone else held back their tears. But I calmed them down with a smile. Saying they were just marks. And it doesn't matter. Rias hugs him. Ice let go, embarrassed. Everyone was looking at Rias with jealous faces. Issei got dressed and looked at everything in the distance. And he said in a cold voice. That look is the same as it was 7 years ago. Poor Issei, he's probably remembering that hell they put us through. My stomach still turns just remembering it, damn it. Or the harm I did to him. There we see Ice come out behind her. President and her entourage with a downcast look. Issei, thought. Because during the time I was asleep I could only remember those days, especially the night of 1,000 demons. I will never forget that moment, that damned night. Ice snaps out of his thoughts as Rias shows him a huge field and tells him. Issei. Was surprised. Senpai, will I train here? Rias. Yes, this place belongs to my family. I am the heir to the Gremory clan. Issei, okay. Rias. Hey, do you know how to summon the red dragon? Ice. I'll try. Ice concentrates. And out comes the gauntlet. Rias. Thinking. It's more powerful than the last time I took it out. Looks from afar. And she was startled, for a memory came to her that made her stomach churn. That damn night. And he vomited blood. Cold voice. That damned night makes my stomach churn just remembering it. Issei sees it and says in amazement. Issei, surprised. Whoa, so that's what you look like, Drake. I think I took you out once, but I don't remember well. J. Rias. Issei, I'll teach you how to shoot. Issei, no senpai, I have an idea, I'll try it. Issei focuses. And then you hear a boot and another and another and another. Lord Gremory watched with interest as he did not believe in the power of the chestnut-haired man. But he almost peed his pants. Upon seeing. Rias. Are you ready? Ice, cold voice. Yes, senpai. So. Issei shoots. The boost is heard. And pun. Everyone sees the smoke. And they are astonished. But Rias looks at her body. And she was naked except for her arm covering her private parts. They all quickly covered themselves. They covered. I emerged from the smoke and almost faint upon seeing. Ice covered his face with the gauntlet. He knelt down. And covering themselves. He told her. Senpai, I'm sorry. And I'm sorry too. Don't kill me. Haneko was going to hit him, but she saw that Ice was more embarrassed than she. She covers herself and goes to join the others, but Ice, feeling embarrassed, offers her his red shirt. Haneko blushed. And she receives it with sorrow. Haneko, blush and cold voice. Thank you, Ice. Senpai. Ice, embarrassed. Just call me Issei. Rias appears. And with a Yandere voice. Says. Hey Haneko, it's not fair. Haneko got scared and backed away because she knew that if she got any closer. Rias kills her. Ice, embarrassed. Senpai, please forgive me, I didn't hit myself. And he offered her his jacket. Rias, calmly. I would never hit you. My cute pawn is normal because you unleashed too much magic and the fabric couldn't handle it. And he hugs him. Ice tries to remove herself with fear. Rias hugged him and whispered. Rias, whispered. Little pawn, don't be afraid of me. I won't hurt you. Thank you for helping me. Rias takes Issei's jacket. She smells it. And he literally enters into extreme ecstasy. Rias, perverted voice. It smells like my little pawn. Pequeño, Yandere voice. Hey, you, let it go. I have a better body. She takes Rias away and the two look at each other. With a killer face. Haneko arrives. Rainer was covering herself with her large wings. Rias puts on her jacket. Ice hands another shirt to Pequeño. Rainer no longer had. Ice no longer had a shirt. And saddened, he said to Rainer. Ice, sadly. Yuma-chan, I'm so sorry, I don't have any more. Rainer, tender voice. Calm down, at least you care. And she hugged him and put him in her arms. Then to wrap it in her wings. Rias and everyone else are going to take it away from Rainer. Lord Gremory watched everything, accompanied by his wife Venelana Vale. Please comment with your last name, I don't remember it well. And she tells her husband. Venelana. Hey, what a cute boy. Rias is lucky. I never saw a pawn with such beastly power. He looks back and sees his room completely messed up and with the pictures lying on their sides. Hey Zeoticus, that guy will be my daughter's partner, period. Zeoticus, serious. I won't let that boy suffer the same as I suffered. So long ago. Flashback. We see a little retreat in his room. Until her mother goes up to her room. And he tells her. Mother. Hey Zeoticus, come down, your fiancé has arrived. Zeoticus. I don't want to. The mother threatens him with the flying sandal, in this case the flying heel. Zeoticus Bejo Khan designa. And go to the leaders of the Vale clan. He greets. But she was a younger Venelana, I know, she's the same because demons don't age. She's just shorter. Venelana walked by and greeted him. Zeoticus sadly greets. And Venelana sees it and licks her lips. With a wicked face. The parents leave, leaving them alone in a room. F by Zeoticus Shota. The parents said they would become one being. Everyone was laughing. Meanwhile, in the room, Venelana looks at him and says in a tender voice to him. Don't worry, I love you and you like it. In fact, I was the one who got engaged. Do you? Zeoticus Kun. Zeoticus, nervously. Okay, but what will we do, Venelana-san? Venelana, nurse voice. We're going to enjoy it and stay warm. Zeoticus, nervous. Okay. Venelana put Zeoticus to bed. You undressed her, she undressed too. And he tells her. I won't tie you up. But I won't let you escape, my cute Zeoticus. Like father, like son XD. Zeoticus. Scared. What are you going to do to me, Venelana-san? Venelana, relax, you like it. My lovely Zeoticus. My little Zeoticus. And he kissed her, he froze. And he let himself go and you can hear an aya, one aya after another. Meanwhile, the parents were in the next room. Venelana. How lovely, they're already creating offspring, what a moment. Zeoticus. How wonderful, my son must be enjoying himself. The parents just laughed. You already know what happened, right? 7W7. We see Zeoticus lying on his back in bed. But the chestnut tree clinging to his arm. Which she said wearily. Venelana, tired voice. Hey Zeoticus, do you like my Zeoticus, my cute Zeoticus? If it was like this today, imagine the honeymoon. Zeoticus, nervous. If Venelana-san. Zeoticus stared at the ceiling with a lost look and tears in his eyes. Their beautiful blue eyes welled up with tears. End of flashback. Venelana, laughing voice. Don't act like a saint, you just fell asleep afterwards. You hugged me and started sucking on my breast. Zeoticus, laughing voice. Your breasts were very soft and I can't deny that. Venelana. I see you adore him and you know how he gets when he doesn't do something, remember last time? She said that last part nervously. Zeoticus. I don't want to remember it. My stomach turns just remembering it. Zeoticus, serious. I see that if Ria's pawn is careless, Ria's or one of them will do the same or worse to him than what you did to me, Venelana. Venelana. Yes, but she's already made her decision and we have to respect that, Zeoticus. Thinking about the past. Time skip 6 p.m. We see a small chestnut-haired boy with worn clothes and a red glove. With red and green rays covering it. Ice, tired voice. Senpai, I did it. Greg. It's been a long time since I've seen such a powerful teammate as you. I see. Thanks Dreg. Rias. Do you want to have dinner? I see. I don't see why not. And we see a small chestnut-haired boy walking beside a comrade and touching her head. They enter the mansion and are greeted. Note. Just imagine eyes smaller and with bangs covering one eye. Venelana, hello I-san. Rias. Hello mother. Rias, thinking. What is she doing greeting my little pawn like that? My little pawn is all mine. Ice, embarrassed. Hello, senpai's sister. Venelana, laughing voice. No, I am your mother. Icy froze. Icy, thinking. I can't believe it, he looks just as young as senpai. This woman who eats. Venelana. I see you've recovered. Theon Rias. Rias, cheerful voice. Yes, and it's stronger than ever. My little pawn. Ice blushed upon hearing that phrase. Venelana leads them to a huge dining room where everyone was. Everyone was seated and Lord Gremory greeted him. Lord Gremory. Hello Issei, right. I see you've fully recovered. Issei, embarrassed. Thank you, Ria's brother. Lord Gremory, laughing voice. No, I'm not your father. Ice, thought. This type who eats. Issei, cold voice. Ria's mother, Ria's father, why do you know my name? Lord Gremory. The hospital where you were. Was our property and that's how we know. Ice, cold voice. Okay, so how much do I owe you for my expenses? Venelana. Nothing, because you're a member of the Gremory clan by belonging to my daughter's entourage. Ice, saddened. He understood then, I will repay him by being a great pawn. Ice was sitting next to Rias and the other girls were looking at Issei. Issei could barely manage to eat a few bites. And there was also a brunette woman. Looking at him from his seat. Just imagine that Venelana is on the other side and that they don't talk, they only eat, and that Kiba and Jasper aren't there. Venelana, thought. I have an idea to make me note 7W7. Venelana moves, making her breasts move. And he calmly raises his arms. Nobody noticed it alone. Rias, whose Yandere instincts are activated to the fullest XD. Rias, thinking. I know what you want, Mom, but I won't let you. But I will observe. Issei ate peacefully, although. This food tasted bland and seemed. Ice also felt that they were looking at him, especially his scar. Ice didn't feel comfortable. Venelana stretched and began to move. Issei raises his head. And she blushed when she saw those large, seemingly braless breasts moving. Issei felt strange because he was afraid to look, but he wanted to because he thought it was beautiful to see breasts reappear, but he wouldn't accept it. Issei. Raise his head. They eat Venelana, you notice it. And she moves them so fast that you can see a little bit of her nipple. Rias notices it. And he makes a face like he's from beyond the grave. Venelana puts on a defiant face. Issei sees it, sees the pink, erect, and soft nipple, very soft. Ice blushed. Lower your head but Venelana attacks. She stretches out, letting her already very erect nipple rub against her. It looked more. Issei was having strange emotions. I felt like sucking it, but I didn't know why. Issei started to feel something strange down there 7W7. Issei sees it and suddenly begins to notice how. His little thing 7W7 was stretching. He didn't know what was happening and he was scared. Rias was by his side and saw him. And it caught fire. Rias, thinking. That's great 7W7 he's so manly I wanted. I can already imagine it in the sheet 7W7. But because his little friend got ready for work 7W7 I remember seeing him once, but he wasn't that big, he's grown a lot tonight we're going to play a really fun game, but. Could it be that he had some fantasy? About me 7W7. If that's the case, who am I to stop him from fulfilling it? But she raises her head and sees her mother eating hunched over and in her dress. Practically showing her breasts. Rias, thinking. My poor little pawn doesn't know the spasms he's having, but I'll help him. Rias 2020. I don't know how to make the sound of the character coughing, write it in the comments. XD. Okay, let's continue with this story. Venelana disguises. Zeodicus knew everything that was happening. But he said nothing to hide his feelings. They all finish eating and get up, but Ice had a small problem, you can probably guess what it is. Rias sees and helps him with a spell that put his little soldier to sleep. Ice stands up confused. Venelana guides them to their rooms. They all noticed how Venelana was watching Issei in a sickening way. Rias, thinking. Mother, I won't let you hurt my little pawn. Issei only had blurry memories. Issei's memory. Note. This will be narrated from Issei's perspective. Imagine a cold but innocent voice. I remember that night we were divided into groups of 6 people. I was on a plane with one each hand. My companions and I smelled of oil. We jumped and fell into a forest. We had barely fallen when we found. We were all armed and calm. But shouted, watch out. Just imagine it very noisy. We were walking and we came across the first group hand. We started shooting, I couldn't feel anything anymore. Nothing, I just wanted. When within seconds of leaving the airport. That forest exploded. We saw a pool of blood and severed heads flying. It was horrible. But we continue. We came across a squad. The boy my age lunged at me and I coldly slit his throat, I feel it. We thought there was no one left and then someone threw a dryer grenade. And I fell. Ice returned to reality. Issei and Issei were walking towards their rooms. They said goodbye. And they went into their rooms, but I did. He climbed out the window and. He headed into a forest. In Gremory territory. She took refuge and began to cry. Was nearby and whispered to him. Issei, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to hurt you, please forgive me. Issei sensed it and looked for it. But hid. In his haste, he dropped a box of cigarettes and a lighter. Issei takes them and says melancholically. This brand is one Ichan's favorite. I wish I could talk to her and ask her why she did that to me. Listened but did not act because he sensed another presence. Issei lit one and started smoking. Issei, melancholic. It's been a while since I smoked one, it really feels good. Issei, smoking, threw himself to the floor in a fetal position and began to cry. But Kaneko arrives and asks her. Senpai is fine. Issei, cold and worn voice. No, nothing's wrong. But Kaneko grabs him by the jacket and says. Senpai, since when have you been smoking? Issei, cold voice. Taoju-san, personal things. Kaneko, cold but calm voice. We are partners. You can vent to me. Issei, cold voice. Don't worry, nothing's wrong with me. Issei smiles to hide his feelings. But Kaneko does something that is not typical of her. Pulls him in and kisses him. At that moment Rias arrives and screams. Damned. Also appears. And Rias and see each other and rush at each other with bare fists. All Kaneko was enjoying. Apologies. Kaneko kissed Issei. Issei tried to pull away, but Kaneko grabbed him. And Rias were hitting each other. And they grabbed each other by the hair in a destructive way. Rias and Rias, Yandere voice. I'm going to kill you, you damn bore. Because of what you did to me, Issei. I will tear you to pieces with my hands. Bitch. We'll see about that, you damn thing. I only came for my Issei. No to your blows, bitch. Rias attacks and with a kick strikes. And the grave on the ground. Was very weak because she hadn't eaten well. She said with her last bit of strength. Issei, I beg your forgiveness, but don't leave me. I want to be with you forever, my little Issei. Issei tries to break free, but Kaneko. He grabs it. And he tells her. Kaneko, I'll talk to you. Kaneko, thinking. Issei, I'm so sorry, please forgive me for kissing you, but I know that if I excite you. You'll talk. I don't like doing this to you. But I know you have to sort this out. I see you have some hidden secret and I'll uncover it. But Issei's mouth feels so good, it's so warm and soft. I want to keep doing it and I'm sure my mating season is coming. Issei wanted to break free and he succeeded. A thread of saliva connected Kaneko and Ice. Kaneko, blushing and with a cold voice. Issei, tell me what happened or I'll do it again. Issei, cold voice. Taoju-san, please don't do it. I promised I would take it to my grave. Rias charged a ball of energy and was about to launch it towards But then there's a boost and the ball disintegrates. Rias, Yandere voice. Issei, no, I have to kill her for what she did to you. And he slams his hand. Issei stops her and says coldly. Senpai. I'm the one who decides if he dies. Looked weak. Rias remains silent and accepts. They were all already there. Issei grabs and expects the worst. And says Issei. Will you kill me? Ice, cold voice. I forgive you for what happened, but please don't kill anyone else. And don't hurt anyone. And Issei takes and they walk away to the Gremory house. First mission. They want the leader of the fallen angels or another character to be a woman. Comment, we already know Vali will be a woman. Okay, let's move on to the chapter. Issei tries to break free. Rias arrives and says in a cold voice. Hey you, why are you kissing him? He's mine, you damn bitch. Yandere voice. Because it's mine. Then all of Lord Gremory arrive. You were the one who attacked the Rias pawn. Yandere voice. Yes, but I regret it and don't touch him or I'll kill you. He is my Issei. Pequeño, Yandere voice. And what about you, Issei? Yandere voice. Yes, I did win the. I have the right to call him that because I raised him. And cared for him. For years. Rias, Yandere voice. Well, I saved him from you and a fallen angel. Yandere voice. Explain everything to me or I'll kill you. She tries to lunge. But Issei grabs her and you can imagine where he squeezed. If in her breast 7W7 big breasts. Himio. I Issei, don't do it so hard, it hurt. Issei was about to let go of her breasts, but calmly said, no, Issei, touch them and do whatever you want to me. Consider it my gift so you'll forgive me. Issei is shocked. Clutches her hands. She places Issei's hands on her breasts. Had very soft breasts 7W7. Issei wanted to get rid of. Rias lunged, but dodged her. And he manages to knock down and immobilize Issei. Issei is about letting go. But says in a weak voice. Please forgive me. Issei was very scared. And I couldn't speak. Calm voice. Issei, I know you and I know you're being taken care of badly. I see you haven't eaten well and you're not resting well. But don't worry, rest easy. Issei tries to break free. But her breasts 7W7 were very comfortable and were putting him to sleep. They all rushed at him, but none could take it from him. Rias saw her running to take it off. Issei wanted to leave, but suddenly he vanished. And he settled down peacefully. Calm voice. We'll finally rest, my little Issei. Also began to close his eyes. And she began to unhook her bra with her hands. I threw the bra around. Her breasts were so soft. And so big. Issei unconsciously grabbed by her hips. Was surprised. But he let himself go. She started moving her breast 7W7. What she called lulling Issei to sleep. Rias, running like a madwoman, shouted in a cold voice. Damn bitch, let go of my little pawn. He's only mine, you stupid bitch. I am the only woman who can fit it in her breasts. Cold voice. You say you want him. But you're feeding him wrong. I broke up with him, but I really do care about him. You'll forget about him eventually. Rias, shouted Yandere. You damn bitch, that's not true, I truly love him. Yandere voice. Maybe so, but only because of his looks and not because of what he has to offer. Maybe I'd like to. I'm fine, but I'm leaving peacefully because I know my Issei still cares about me. Rias is in shock. But what neither of them knew was that they were thinking the same thing. Rias and thinking. I'll gain this bitch's trust and then I'll kill her. And Rias. I think we can. Get along well. Issei started to move and quickly understood what he wanted. Began to take off his shirt. She took it off, revealing her toned abs and large bare breasts. Issei, asleep, settled down. Rias, thinking. This chick has a more toned body than mine, she's so hot. I didn't know Ice liked them like that. But I'm not far behind. And so Rias rushes to embrace. Issei tries to take it away. But Rias grabs him and says, he's mine. You bucking bitch. He only likes mine and they are also bigger and much softer. Yandere voice. I know Issei and I know that he doesn't rest comfortably and that's because you move around a lot and don't let Issei get comfortable the way he likes. Rias, Yandere voice. You're wrong, Ice moves around a lot while she sleeps. And it's hard for me to control it, but obviously I can control it. Yandere voice. You don't know how to handle it, Issei always moves. From left to right. And she always raises her leg. And you're always still and you have to move at the same time as Issei. And I'll show you. Issei began to move. And as if synchronized with the chestnut tree. You could move and know which way you were moving. But laugh. He doesn't hold back and shows her his breast 7W7. And she says, look what you know about boob 7W7, you're flat as a board compared to me. In an arrogant voice. But at least I have techniques. Rias, in an arrogant voice. I knew it, I knew you were a damn bitch who hung around on street corners. I won't let any cheap bitch get away with it. Take the treasure from my little Issei. You already know what he means by treasure. Since I'm the one who's going to take it. Yandere voice. Who are you calling a cheap bitch? I am still chaste. And I will be the only woman who can satisfy Issei. In that area. Rias, Yandere voice. I won't be the one to do it. Do you hear? The two stare at each other intently. But speaks. Look bitch, I'll show you that Ice and I have a very strong bond 7W7. Rias, Yandere voice. I don't believe you. And what will you do? I have a deeper bond. Yandere voice. Just look. Moves Issei. From between her breasts. Rias watches intently. Calm voice. Take Issei away from me. Rias, in an arrogant voice. Oh, well, you've already lost. Rias tries to take it away from him, but Issei clings even more to cold voice. You know about ties, don't you? Note that the two of them are alone, as the others are searching for them in the forest. Walked away after hitting them, and the only woman who followed her was Rias. The two of them were looking at each other. Tenaciously. But Issei talks in his sleep. Mom, Dad, I miss you. So much. I swear I'll find that damn bitch and kill her to avenge the nervous voice. The nanny. Rias, whispered. The fallen angel I killed. Yandere voice. Tell me everything or I'll kill you, you damn bitch. Rias, Yandere voice. Same to you, bitch. They looked at each other. But Issei hugged even tighter. They looked at each other. Tenaciously. But then they all arrive and see those two. Almost shirtless and braless, taking one off the other. Rainer, Yandere voice. Hey, that's not fair. Pequeño, Yandere voice. Hey, I want to play with Issei too. Venelana, thought. I also want to play with that hot body, but they won't let me. Rainer is going to take away Issei, Rias, and But suddenly gets up to attack. Causing Issei to wake up with a start. Issei, surprised. But what happened? Where am I? Rias puts it on her lap in seconds. The first thing he saw were Ria's bare breasts. Issei was horrified. Issei, scared. Senpai, please cover yourself. Rias, calmly. Because we're friends, and besides, I'm your mistress and you're my servant. Issei, scared voice. But senpai, I'm seeing her. Rias, calm voice. You don't have to get used to it. Every night you'll rest. Using my body as your pillow. You heard, Issei, so get used to it. Issei, tender voice. If that suits me, and it's your order, and my current goal or dream is to be the best pawn for you, senpai. Rias, blushing. How cute. Hugs to Issei. Putting it in her breast 7W7. Issei was scared, but he complied since they were his mistress's orders and it was his duty. Hi submissive, don't you think Rias is the luckiest pedophile in the world? Don't you think so? XD. Yandere voice. Hey bitch. The only woman who lets him rest on her breast 7W7 is me. Pequeño, masochistic voice. Rias, share that, it's not fair. Rainer, Yandere voice. No, I'm the one dating him. Venelana, thought. And I am his mother-in-law and the mother of his mistress, so I am the one who has the most right to play with him. All the girls were fighting over Issei. They were laughing and were calm, getting ready to leave, until Lord Gremory shouted, watch out. And an explosion, everyone moves aside, Rias squares up in seconds, too, and they see a tremendous dinosaur. Rias, serious voice. Issei, welcome to your debut as the Red Dragon. Issei understands they begin to dodge attacks. Issei. And this thing that is. Pequeño. She's a rogue demon. She must have snuck into Gremory territory. Issei. Oh, and what exactly is a rogue demon? Pequeño. Is a demon who rebelled against her master and entered a trance. Issei, okay. Rias, serious. Pequeño and I will capture him, and Issei, Pequeño, and Rainer will deliver the final blow. And that dyed hair idiot too. Angry. Since when do you give me orders, bitch? Rias, serious. I am Issei's master, and that's why. Shouted angrily. I'll do it for Issei, but as far as I'm concerned, you can all be killed. So I'll keep Issei all to myself. And they began. Issei takes out the gauntlet and does 7 charges since, due to the arduous training, he had broken his limit of 4. And remember that 4 recharges of this Issei are equivalent to 100 of the normal ones, that is, of the normal Issei. Everyone was amazed to see that tremendous power. Rias and Pequeño take out some magic circles and grab it. And then the others would come in. Pequeño knocked him down with a kick, Rainer immobilized him with another spear, and with a katana that was passed to her, made several fatal cuts. And then it was Issei's turn. Issei, Drag, do you think what I told you will be useful? Drag. I think the attack will be more powerful. Issei, then I will do it. Issei lunges at the monster. A gunshot is heard. And a red light covers the entire site. And a lot of smoke and dust. And drops of blood falling. Tired, Issei walked through the smoke of a tremendous giant crater. Issei, tired. Senpai, how was I? Did I complete the mission well? Rias was about to answer. But he couldn't speak because he was successful. Like all those present. Issei's clothes had all been torn off, meaning she was naked. The smoke covered Issei, the little soldier, you know what it is. Rias was drooling. Yuno's nose started bleeding. And run to help him. Issei. Wani-chan, what's wrong? Did you hurt your nose? Whispers everything in his ear. And Issei screams like a girl. I'm practically naked, how embarrassing. Calmly. Don't worry, I won't let anyone see you. Thinking. That way I can enjoy that anaconda more. But Rias and the others run like crazy women. Issei, calm down. Begins to take off her blouse. Pretends and then grabs the toy soldier. Issei, slightly excited voice. Onnichan, please don't touch me there, it feels weird. But played dumb and Pun stroked her little tip. Issei, excited voice. Wani-chan, please not there. And then I noticed something was sticking out of the tip and that wasn't it. Tender voice. Isn't it cute that you had a spasm? Rias arrives like a demon. Rias, Yandere voice. Hey, don't touch it there, you filthy degenerate. And then we see Rias and looking at each other as everyone arrives. How they would like several things to be. Well, the first thing is the most important, I mean the special, well. First, I'll give you my idea. Well, I want to make all the Isseis and Rias from my high school DxD fix. They get together in a room and try to escape like in Saw. With me as the controller. Well, not me, but a character I created called the controller. It will be a chibi doll. Very kawaii. I mean, I'd like to see it in the special. How the Issei and the Rias will take place. So, how will the Issei and Rias try to work together? Imagine the duo of the wolf Issei. So, all resentful, trying to work with a group seeking forgiveness. And so on. Share your idea or what you want to improve in this section. Or if they want the controller to be female. Okay, next. This is how Volley Woman 1 will look. Okay, just comment which one you want it to be. And the one with the most comments will be the one. And so they want the parents of the chestnut-haired boy to be. Meliodas and Elizabeth, comment if you want that. Do you want Rias to have a sister? Comment. If you want it. Also comment if you want Issei to have an older sister who is looking for him. 3 want Alvio to be a girl. 4 want a fight between Yuno and the nanny, that is, the woman. Who mistreated Issei when he was little. 5 want Issei to have Meliodas' black flames. 6 I know this isn't from My Little Pawn. But they want me to write a fanfic where Issei becomes a knight of Athena. Comment. 7 want the leader of the fallen angels to be a woman. The nun and the red dragon are seen. Issei woke up with a start. But then a familiar voice. It was Yuno. Who got into bed. And spoke to him sheepishly. Yuno, sad voice. Issei, I'm sorry and I want to give you this. Maybe it won't fix the damage I caused you. Then he handed her a black face mask. Issei doesn't give a damn about the camera virus. Dogs. Issei Onachin and what is this for? Yuno, sadly. It's so you can cover your cut until the scar heals. Issei, saddened. Okay. Issei tried it on and it fit him well. Yuno, serious voice. You haven't taken your sleeping pills, have you? You know you have trouble sleeping if you don't take them. You don't get enough rest. Issei, child's voice. Onachin, if my have taken. Yuno, serious voice. When you lie, you bite your lip and sweat a lot. Issei, childish voice. Don't take them. Because now I can sleep well. Yuno, would be. If you could sleep well. You wouldn't wake up with a start. YUNO would be. You dreamed about that hellish night again, didn't you? Issei. I can't lie to you. Then Yuno says in a seductive voice. Yuno, you say it tastes bad. Then I'll make it taste better. Then Yuno puts the money in her cleavage 7W7. Then she started moving her breast 7W7. Then she took it out. Yuno. You like it even more now. Issei. No, Yuno, that's going to taste really strange to me. Yuno, when have I ever lied to you? Issei. That I can't deny. Issei was about to take the pill, but Yuno puts it in her cleavage. And then says. Yuno. Eat it, it'll taste better that way. Issei, blushing. Onachin, but it's on her chest. Yu doesn't put the pill in Issei's mouth. Issei began to fall asleep. And out of nowhere, Issei falls asleep. And Yuno, almost by instinct. She started moving and undressing 7W7. Meanwhile, in other rooms. Rias, Yandere voice. Some bitches. Sleeping with my Issei and it's not me. At that moment, Rias stands like an emotionless zombie. Rias. Issei, I'm coming Issei. In the hallway he encounters a certain dark-haired woman. Pequeño. Rias, where are you going? Rias. With my Issei. Pequeño. Well, you read my mind. Out of nowhere, the two of them end up clinging to the door handle. Rias, Yandere laugh. Well, shouldn't you be sleeping? Pequeño, masochistic voice. Well, no, I want to play. Rias, Yandere voice. Over my dead body, bitch. The two open the handle and see Yuno naked and covering her body. With a blanket, with Issei asleep on top of her. Rias, shouted Yandere. You damn bore, I'm going to kill you. Yuno didn't even flinch. And continued lying comfortably. The only thing she did was cover Issei's ears in seconds. Pequeño, masochistic voice. That's not fair Gasai. Yuno, Yandere voice. If any of you scream, I'll kill you. Rias, Yandere scream. You stupid bitch, I'm going to scream so you leave my pawn alone. Yuno throws a knife in seconds. Rias barely dodges it, even managing a small cut on her, and it cuts off 3 of Pequeño's hairs. If they weren't demons. They wouldn't have dodged Yuno's tremendous aim. Yuno, Yandere voice. Go away, I made a promise to Issei. Which was not to kill anyone, if they don't attack me I tell them nicely and don't shout, Issei is in a very delicate state. Pequeño, doubtful. Why? Rias. What she said. Yuno, cold voice. I gave Issei some sleeping pills. Rias, Yandere voice. You poisoned him, bitch. I'm going to kill you. Pequeño, serious. Every time you do something, you have a reason. Tell me, or I'll kill you. Yandere voice. Okay, damn it. Look, you claim to know Issei, but you don't even know the diseases he has. The doctor prescribed that pill because, due to things from his past, Issei can't sleep peacefully. The attacks disappear for a while, but then reappear with great force. Which doesn't leave Issei in peace. But the pill has a very strong effect that makes Issei's heartbeat much faster than normal. If Issei is suddenly awakened by a scream or frightened by the adrenaline rush, it could cause him to have a heart attack. Rias, serious. That's clear to me, but why is he resting like that with Issei Gasai? Pequeño, serious. What she said, why do you sleep like that with him? Would be to feel him well and be able to hear his heartbeat. I'm naked to give him more warmth. And not make him uncomfortable with my clothes. And I won't let any of you hurt him, especially now that he's more defenseless. Rias, Yandere voice. That prevented me. Pequeño, Yandere. Me too. The fight was about to break out. But then Venelana and Sirzechs arrive. Venelana, smiling voice. Share. Sirzechs, hey, don't grape the soda. B. Kaneko, serious. Don't do perverted things to senpai. Serious voice. No, I just took care of him. The pill explanation later. Everyone goes to their respective rooms and morning arrives. Everyone wakes up, has breakfast. Peacefully. And leaves the Gremory house. Had already received the academy uniform and it looked great on her. Struggled to understand everything about demons and that Issei was now one, but she eventually accepted it since at least Issei was by her side. But she didn't want to let any red-haired bitch get near her brunette. They hurt him. They arrive at the academy. And is introduced in the second year, the same year as Issei and Kaneko. Everyone was stunned by Yuno's beauty, but also by her chaotic and somber aura. Mitsuda. Wow, what big breasts this one has. Matoma. I agree. But they almost fainted from anger when they saw hugging a certain brunette. Very happy, classes were going peacefully, very peacefully. Classes end. Peacefully. But certain perverts start messing around. and Issei were leaving the classroom. Peacefully. Until the boy with glasses attacked until the brunette fell to the ground, numb to the pain. Comment if you got the reference. At that moment, seeing this, her bloodthirsty side came out. Issei was standing up. Lithoma. That's what you get for taking our girls, dwarf. Mitsuda. If you want more, dwarf. But before they could say any more stupid things. The blow sent Mitsuda to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Lithoma was stunned and horrified. To see with a huge knife. He said in a Yandere voice. You bastards. I'm going to kill you for what you did to my Issei. You damn wankers, you sons of bitches. You're going to die today. Those perverts begged for their lives. But it seemed in vain. Just kept moving forward like a machine without emotions. Was about to bury the knife, but someone immobilized her and knocked her to the ground. Issei, why are you stopping me? I just wanted to protect you. Issei. But please don't hurt them. I don't want you to hurt people anymore, please. Issei, if you say so. And she hugged him, and Issei let her. Unbeknownst to him, Aridid was watching everything while scratching a picture of with her long nails. Rias, Yandere voice. You damn bitch. Time skip, occult club, 1 p.m. Rias. I see, I've called you to the club to explain some things about your power and the factions. Observes the entire room. I see. Okay. Rias. Look, Issei, I'll teach you how to draw magic circles and your current duty is to sign contracts for the Gremory clan. Issei. Hi Yuma, I didn't see you there. Yuma. Hi, well, yes, the Gremory clan helped me and tomorrow I'm starting a Kuoh academy. Issei. I understand correctly. Issei is taught how to draw the magic circles, he mastered them. And they gave him a mission, which was to patrol a cemetery that was near the Gremory clan. This news made Issei very happy since his parents were buried there. Accompanies him and everything was normal. Issei cleans his parents' graves and goes on patrol with that is, to check if everything was alright. The beautiful woman with hair as bright and yellowish as the sun and deep green eyes. They were both mesmerized by each other's gaze. It was as if they already knew that from that day forward they would never be apart. A mental struggle. They continued staring at each other in awe. Until gave Issei a slight push. And Issei returns to the real world. But this nun speaks. Hello, good afternoon, my name is Asia Argento. And excuse me for doing here. I don't mean to bother you, but hardly anyone comes around here anymore. Issei explained that it was to clean his parents' grave. Asia. Okay. Sorry for the inconvenience. He walked away, but he only had one thing on his mind. Asia. What a cute boy, I feel something strange and I don't know what it is. Issei thought. What beautiful hair, it shines like the sun. They separated. They arrive at the club, Issei hides it. And informs Rias. And Rias calmly tells him to sit next to her on the couch. Issei, embarrassed. Agrees. And Rias does something that makes Yuno's blood boil. Rias embraces Issei, trapping him between her breasts 7w7. Issei wanted to pull away, but Rias held him tight and said. Rias. Calmly. Issei, calm down, you need to rest and you look tired. You should sleep. Besides, I like being by your side. But Yuno throws himself at him. Issei was already asleep. And that's why he resisted, since he was very comfortable. But Yuno pulled it out from between Ria's breasts. Issei woke up but was still drowsy so he didn't know what was happening. Issei was sitting on the couch. Next to Rias. But Yuno sits next to Issei. Then Yuma, Kaneko, and Akeno arrive. And the atmosphere becomes tense. Very tense. Kaneko. What's happening? Akeno. Share. Rainer. Hey, they won't do anything bad to her. Yuno. I'm not her. Everyone was laughing to hide it. But inside Yuno was falling apart, consumed by the desire to kill those inept girls and go with her Issei. Suddenly, Yuno was in a dark place. And then he heard a mysterious voice saying. Kill 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 kill. That made Yuno's head spin. But Yuno, I went out to a Yuno. But bangs covering her eyes. And a worn and blood-stained black dress. Yuno. Who are you? Black Yuno, cold voice. I am your. Yuno. Explain yourself. I am your true personality, the one you're trying to forget in order to follow the whims of what you control. Killing is part of you, and no matter how much you try to suppress me, your killer instinct will come out. Yuno. Shut up. Because of you I almost killed the only thing that kept me wanting to live. I left him with a horrible trauma and a horrible scar. Black Yuno. Shut up, this is the real you, and you won't be able to forget me. Then Yuno pulls Yuno. But they start fighting. With their fists. Both were exhausted. But Black Yuno pulls out a katana. Black and buries her. Then Yuno, she tries to get it out. But everything goes black. And you hear. You will not forget me. A day with a nun. Where we can talk and do various activities and that way the greetings could be easier. I'm also thinking of creating an account on fanfiction.net. So my fics can reach a wider audience. I'm also showing you that if you follow me on Instagram. There will be lots of activities. Let's begin with the chapter. Yuno returns, exasperated. Because she sees herself consumed. Issei. Yuno Nechin, are you alright? Yuno. Yes, Issei, yes. Rias coughs to hide it. The two of them look at each other. Then Akeno and Kaneko arrive. Akeno. Hello Issei. Kaneko. Hello Issei senpai. Issei. Hello. Everything was calm. Until Issei said. Senpai, can I go out? Rias. Issei, where are you going? Yuno. Yes, Issei, where are you going? Issei. Cold voice. I want to go for a walk. That's bad. Yuno. Can I come with you? Issei, cold voice. I want to go alone. Rias, confused. Issei, why are you wearing that face mask? Issei. Personal things. Rias. Issei couldn't finish speaking because Issei had already left. Akeno, serious. Is it just me, or is Issei acting really strange? Ris serious E. They all look at Yuno and ask her. All. What do you know? Yuno, cold voice. You are nobody to interrogate me, and I'm leaving. And he left without saying a word. Rias, whispered Yandere. Confess, you dyed hair bitch. Meanwhile, Issei. Issei's pav. Everything in my life ends badly. The truth is, I'm afraid of Yuno. Nechin, but I'm not afraid of her. Anymore. Lately, my sister and my classmates won't leave me alone. The only thing that would truly satisfy me. Issei started crying instinctively. Issei walked until he bumped into someone. Issei. I'm so sorry. Excuse me. But when they raise their faces they can see. And they both say. It's you. They both laugh and suddenly say to each other. I'm sorry, do you want me to give you something? They both laugh out of nowhere. They were in a coffee maker. Asia. Issei, you like it, right? Issei. Nothing special. They both laugh. Well, everything that happened in the anime happens. Anyway. When they left the center. Issei saw her as a very beautiful girl with an angelic body. Very similar to Rainer. And with a more revealing outfit. It hers and tells him. "Oh my Issei, it's been so long, you're huge." Issei said as blood trickled from his mouth, "You? I swear I'll kill you. Nanny, prove it to me." Issei draws drag. And lunges. But the nanny shouts. "Lock." And Issei falls unconscious. Asia was terrified. But the nanny said, "Wherever you go, you'll be mine." Then Rias, Akeno, and Kaneko come out and attack him. Versus the nanny. Before we begin, this week's greetings go to Marconte. And by the way, read his story, he has talent. Here are some pictures of his profile, support him, he's talented, he just needs support XD. MAHOU 545. Publiux Garcia. I recommend their fanfics. If I forgot a greeting, add it. XD. Okay, let's begin. They rush towards the nanny, but she, as if they were nobody, dodges them. Saying in a cold manner. "Nanny. You don't even come close to me, you pathetic bitches." Kaneko. Angry, what did you do to Issei? Akeno. What she said made them rush forward. Rias, Yandere voice. "I killed you myself, so why the hell are you still alive, bitch?" Nanny, mocking. "Ha ha ha ha, you think that preschooler's tantrum would kill me, stupid. You need more than that to finish me off." Yandere scream. "So you're the bitch who abused Issei when he was little. You're not getting out of here alive today, bitch." Rias, Yandere voice. "Don't interfere, this is my battle, Kaneko Akeno. Put up a barrier. I don't want the humans to notice the destruction." Akeno Kaneko, yes president. The seal is put on, and let the fighting begin with the seal in place. Rias, and the others were about to attack. But Issei coldly said. "Senpai Onichan, don't interfere, this is my fight." Rias. "But." Issei shouted. "But nothing. This is my fight, just back off, understand?" Rias was about to go, but in a Yandere voice, held a knife to her neck and said. "Look, bitch, don't move. Issei is decided. We'll only move if he requires it. If you move one more step, I'll kill you." Rias, resigned. "Okay." Issei summons drag. 10 reloads are heard. Issei's rage was bestial. And she screams. Issei shouted. "I'll kill you, bitch." Nanny, smiling. "Look, you've grown, but not enough." Issei didn't listen, he was going to hit her. But the nanny said. Lock 3. Issei's reload disappears. And Drag and Issei scream. Drag. "Partner, someone put a seal on Issei," he falls, the nanny catches him and says. Well, he grabbed her neck. Nanny, cold voice. "You lack hatred, Issei." Issei was already very weak and had no strength. But someone struck him with a katana. He lets go. That was which ran. And I hit her and says. Yandere scream. "Come here, bitch." Rias, Akeno and Kaneko also rush forward, but screams. "Bitches, grab Issei, I'll take care of it." All. Okay. Let the fight begin XD. Before we start, I'll list the advantages of both XD. Is very strong. She is very skilled with bladed weapons. When she enters a trance, no one can stop her. Nanny. She has a lot of experience with magic. She is very fast. She has great stamina. Okay, I won't bore you any longer, let's begin. Unsheathes her katana. And says. Mentally. "The only way I can win is if you come out, do you hear me?" Like you already said. Then started laughing maniacally, causing everyone to be terrified. Unsheathes a katana. And the nanny a light spear and let the bucking beatings begin. The two lunged like missiles. The first blow was so powerful. That sparks flew from the weapons. Cold voice. "Bitch, don't move anymore." Nanny, cold voice. "You too, your little sword holds up well, but it won't be enough to kill me." Cold voice. "We'll see about that." They rush forward again. This time the katana manages to cut the nanny's cheek a little, the same with The nanny got angry and attacked at great speed. Barely dodged. But the nanny takes out a magic circle and one gets ready, chains grab her. Some magic circles. Shouted. "You cheating bitch, you can't beat me, that's why you grab me." Nanny. "I won't kill you, I'll just show you this." A screen appears. Only could see her, no one else could see her. Rias and the others tried to wake Issei up by all means. Sees the only thing that could ever scare her. On that screen, she saw young Issei being beaten by the nanny in multiple ways. The nanny didn't know that she had dug her own grave. The nanny approaches and takes face in her hands. And he says to her in an imposing manner. Nanny, in an arrogant voice. "Look at him. Look at everything you fought for, it's gone to hell. look how he hit him. What a beautiful sight, don't you think? Shouted. You damned bitch, I'll kill you. I swear. The nanny approaches her. But headbutts her so hard that she screams. Nanny. Bitch. Yandere laugh, haha. The nanny felt fear for the first time. Because this time she really was cornered. Draws his katana in seconds. And buries it in the nanny's heart. The nanny lets out a scream of pain. And nanny, stressed, says. You bitch, you don't even know why I did it. But pretends not to hear and buries her as if nothing happened. A heart-rending scream is heard. And a maniacal laugh echoes in the place. Everyone was astonished. With immense power, covered in blood, draws her katana in seconds. And goes to Issei, saying one last phrase. Yandere voice. Job done. 20k and 28k Readers Special Part 1. Note. In this special, all my fics will be combined as alternate universes. Okay. Well, I won't give you any more surprises, and let's begin. It was a very normal day at Kuoh Academy while in Universe 1. I mean, that of My Little Pawn. We see Rias and Issei on the sofa of the Occult Research Club. Rias was pampering him, She had him hugged between her breasts 7w7. Issei wanted to get off. But Rias put him to sleep. Rias was very calm, and so was Issei. Rias lay down, and Issei, already asleep, touched her breast in a very cute way. Rias was surprised, but that surprise turned into a wicked face. Rias, wicked. It plays so nicely. I hope you like it. But out of nowhere, Rias felt a prick and fell asleep. In Universe 2, not the one with the rescue of the Gremory clan, since that was cancelled. That would be the one with the devil's pianist. Well. Issei was playing with Rias by his side when suddenly everything goes dark. Universe 2. Universe 3. Issei was playing the electric guitar peacefully. And Rias was very depressed at home and everything turned black for both of them. Universe 4. We see Issei the wolf in the snow with Shiro. And Rias at home crying because Issei was forgetting her. Suddenly, everything went black. Universe 5. We see Issei the sick one, the one with the reasons, in a hospital and Rias at home crying. Another writer. Do they think everything is solved by crying? Everything goes black. Universe 6. We see Issei talking to Drake, female. And his future best friend, Rias. And then, for both of them, everything goes black. Universe 6. We see Issei from Grisei no Kijitsu version. Calmly getting up. And Rias sharpening her knife. Everything goes black. Universe 7. We see Issei from I'll Seek You and Find You very sad, sitting in the park, and Rias, also very sad, following his trail. Everything goes black. Universe 8. We see Rias the maid. Very calmly making breakfast. And Chibi Issei with his little hands raised, waiting for breakfast. Everything goes black. Universe 9. We see Issei from A New Beginning. Training with Rias and Rias cutting her wrists. So emo v. Everything goes black. Universe 10. We see Issei the proxy fighting Slenderman to make him let go and Rias helping him. And everything goes black. Several hours later. Issei awakens My Little Pawn. In the breasts of Rias v. Issei, in pain. There, where am I? And he almost fainted when he saw that he was on Rias' chest. Rias, dizzy. Issei, where are we? Issei, dizzy. Senpai no see. Issei, embarrassed. Senpai, I'm so sorry, I'm between your breasts 7w7. I'll move now. Rias, embarrassed. No, Issei, stay a little longer. Issei and Rias stopped to analyze the place. Rias and Issei, My Little Pawn's Issei, walked hand in hand, Rias with a spell to illuminate and Issei with the gauntlet. They walked calmly, looking at that worn dark corridor. Rias of My Little Pawn, cold voice. Issei, this smells bad, we have to be on the lookout. Issei of My Little Pawn, cold kawaii voice. Yes, senpai. They kept walking. Until they saw another light. They go on alert, Issei reloads, Rias charges a wave of destruction, and they see each other. The first reaction of the two women was. Rias, My Little Pawn, shouted. I'm a maid. Rias, maid, shouted. My me from last year. Rias, My Little Pawn, confused. Wait, what happened? Rias, maid. So you're not me? Rias, my pawn. I don't think so. What's your name? Rias, maid, and Rias of My Little Pawn. Rias. Rias M, pawn, Rias, maid, what's your name like me? Well, the two Issei. They looked at each other like idiots. Issei, Shikido. Hey, you're me, right? Issei, My Little Pawn. Well, I think so. Issei, Shikido. We have to check it. Issei, My Little Pawn. Well, how? I see, Shikido. Let's see, what's my favorite food? I see, my little pawn. I see, Shikido. Waffles and sweets. Ice, my little pawn and tiny one. It's already been proven, he is me. Rias, pawn. We should get out of here, don't you think? Rias, maid. Okay. My little pawn's Rias almost died from the heat she got from seeing Chibi Issei, and the same with maid Rias when she saw my little pawn's Issei. They start to change. Calmly. But then they start to hear moans. They blush. And see a thinner Issei. Going at it hard with a tough-looking Rias. Those were Issei the proxy's moans. Rias from my little pawn, blushing. Hey, stop making a full-blown porn out of yourselves. Rias from Issei the proxy, excited angry. Don't interfere. You don't know what we've been through, so let us enjoy. Rias, maid. But not that hard. Then the other Issei and the other Rias arrive. To be continued. Well, this special will be long, so it will be divided into several parts. I hope you like it XD. Vote and comment on what you thought XD. Juan Kun says goodbye for now. The next part comes out next week XD. Juan Kun says goodbye XD. Comment and vote on what you thought XD. Remembering things that were thought to be forgotten. We see a pink-haired girl walking. Asked a brunette taking it from a retard and a black-haired girl. Rias, Yandere voice. Hey bitch, don't take it from me, can't you see it's tired? You know, Yandere voice. Shut up. I'm going to wake him up and if you don't want to end up like that bitch, don't touch him. Rias and Yuno were about to hit each other. But Kaneko separates them and says. Duo of idiots who don't see that we first have to arrest that angel Yuno senpai, where is she? Yuno. It's there. She points with her finger. Everyone looks, but when they see, they are stunned. There was only a bloodstain and nothing more. Rias, angry. That bitch escaped again, but next time I'll hunt her down and kill her. Issei wakes up and says, dazed. One-chan, where is Yuno? Issei calm down, I'm done now. And he puts it in his bust and bam Issei was already in another world. Issei's pav. I still remember when that damn bitch arrived. I was 4 years old and lived with my parents. They owned a big company. So they didn't have much time to pay attention to me and I felt sad but I understood because that way I could live well. Then. That bitch arrived. She came one afternoon. I was playing in my room. When my parents came in with that damn bitch. She quickly greeted me and I smiled at her. How I regret that. But everything seemed normal until one night when she told me we would play a nice little game. I went, not suspecting a thing. She tied me to the bed and told me that if I told my parents, I would lose the game. I agreed, but that bitch, at that moment, began the worst punishment I could have ever received. She takes a knife and starts cutting. The pain I felt was so intense that I couldn't make a sound, only cry. She catches my tears and says in maniacal laughter. Oh, how delicious Issei nectar. How it makes me so angry to remember that. Then she pulled out a kind of spear like Rainer's and cut my chest with it. I couldn't scream, I only felt pain. Then she injected a liquid into my neck. The torture continued, then she cut me and put lemon juice on the wounds, supposedly to heal them. Then with a hammer she broke my fingers one by one and then she did something that marked me forever. Read this while crying. She started pulling down my pants and underwear. Then she started taking off her own clothes, getting closer and closer, saying. You're going to love this, Issei, you're going to love it. Right then, Issei woke up sweating and crying. Everyone stared at him. Rescuing and unleashing a great power. Issei woke up with a start and Rias hugged him and said. There, Issei, it's okay, rest. And she gently tucked him into her bosom. But Yuno, Rainer, and Akeno pounced. After arguing for a while, they let go of Issei and Issei said. What happened to Asia? Rias replies. We brought that girl too. She was in a bed and before you woke up, she left and thanked us for everything. Issei understood. And remained calm. Everything was quiet, night fell with utmost calm. But Rainer asked Issei. In a serious voice. Issei, you were remembering what my sister did to you, weren't you? Issei replies seriously. Yes, and in other personal matters. Rainer. Ah, I see. I'll tell you something about my sister. Issei froze and listened in astonishment. My sister has been watching you all these years and you never knew. She said you were special and that she had big plans for you. Everyone froze. Issei swallowed hard. And said nervously, trying. Unsuccessfully to hide his fear. What kind of plans does Rainer-san have? Rainer said, looking down. She never specified them. She was very serious about what her superiors said. The only clue she gave was that her experiment would have grand purposes. Rias Akeno Yuno Kaneko, serious. What kind of experiment are you talking about? Rainer, serious. I don't know, she didn't say so. Everyone looked at Rainer because they believed she was lying. There was a deathly silence that would make even the bravest person uncomfortable. They would have stayed like that for a while if it hadn't been for a phone call. Everyone stares and Rias speaks seriously. We'll sort this out later. We have a mission. Pequeño replies hesitantly. Rias, what is it? Rias replies seriously. Finally they found the madman who was experimenting with demons. Everyone is stunned. And Rias says, less talk, more action. And they all jump into the magic circle, we see them in an abandoned church. Walking calmly. Rias says seriously. Don't make any sudden movements, he'll attack at any moment. Just as Rias finishes speaking. Issei jumps up, yelling, watch out. The bullet hits his knee, and everyone sees Issei pulls out Dragon Pun. Then that damned madman appears. Disguised as a father saying. Hello demon sons of 1,000 boars amen. Everyone takes positions and the guy lunges at him and Issei attacks. With a single blow to the chest he broke it and his heart was shattered. The blow was so strong that it knocked down the windows and the dome of the church. Rias says in a voice like it's from beyond the grave. Your last words, you asshole father. He ran and said, almost peeing himself with fear. If they kill me, she dies. Then he brings out a nun who left Issei and with ice cream. Issei shock SSL. Bad dad. I see you already know each other. Then this will be better. He pulls out his gun and shoots her on the ground, knocking her down. He then sealed his tomb. Everyone is looking at ice cream. But then they hear a dragon's roar echoing throughout the place. And Drake speaks seriously. Get out of here, there will be blood. That activates the balance breaker, but differently. Now he looked more like a dragon. And Issei attacked. Remember that this Issei is more powerful than the original, so imagine the strength he possesses. In this state. Issei lunges forward. The guy tries to stop him with his magic bullets, but it seemed that with each impact he gained more and more power. And from the first blow, a crater opened up in that church. And the guy was left without arms. And dying, but Issei, with a voice from beyond the grave, says. Liberate yourself, Sasquiel. And magic circles appear. And shotguns begin to fire. With each shot, an earthquake occurs in the city. Rias says hysterically. We have to stop this. If this keeps up, the whole thing is going to collapse and the city will be destroyed. Heal the girl so she'll calm down. They all go. And heal her, and. Issei says, I'll end this once. And for all. Then, with his claws, he destroys her heart even more and pulls it out while she's still alive. He says. I'll see you in hell, you son of a bitch. And with one bite, he tears off half her face and kills her. At that moment Rias shouts. Issei, calm down, the girl is alright now. Issei sees it and then he loses consciousness and falls. Everyone looks at him. His gauntlet was extremely damaged, as was his body, and they go to where he is. A new ally and a day at the academy. They all grab Issei and Asia and take them away. Chaos ensues at the club. Rias. How the hell do we wake Issei up and why did I put a token in this? How am I going to wake Issei up? Spoke seriously. I know how to wake him up. This happened a long time ago and I managed to wake him up. Rias Kaneko Akeno Rainer. As doesn't say. And walks to where Issei. And then starts to stalk him. Like a beast. Rias Akeno Kaneko Rainer, Yandere voice. Stop bitch. Said while kissing him. I'm warming him up. This will wake Issei up. I did it once and he woke up. Rias said in a Yandere tone. Ambor, the only one who can give him warmth is me. And. She took it off. At that moment, Asia woke up and asked what had happened to Issei. Rias explains everything to her. And Asia says. Let me thank you President. Note. This Asia is more serious since I don't really like the original's personality. Asia goes to Issei. And uses magic to heal him. Everyone is surprised by this incredible power. Issei is healed. Rias. That's a booster gear. Now I see you're useful to me. Now you're a demon, got it? Asia. Yes, okay, but I won't be able to pray, that will be hard since I was a nun. Pequeño. But how did you get that booster gear? Asia tells a story that you'll understand if you've seen High School DxD. Asia. I see, so what I have is a booster gear, yeah. And changing the subject, Issei is fine. He would wake up soon. At that moment, Issei woke up. And Asia goes to him and, crying, tells him. Issei, you are very brave. Thank you for saving me from that bad man. I will be forever grateful. Issei laughs weakly. They tell him what happened and now he had another goal. To be able to control him. It was already late, so everyone went home. But Asia had to go with Issei. And which made. Angry since she shared a house with Rias and so on. Back at Issei's house. Issei was taking a peaceful bath. Until someone entered. It was Asia. Asia and Issei turned as red as tomatoes. Asia said nervously. "Ai-san, calm down, I won't hurt you. Calm down, and besides, bathing together is an Asian custom. Calm down." Issei said nervously. "No, but, you're naked and that's bad." But Asia paid no attention. And tenderly sat him down and with her breasts began to clean his back. Ice felt embarrassed but let her. Then opens the door. And shouts in a Yandere voice. "I'm going to kill you, bitch." But Asia calmly says, "I'm just helping my housemate." Was about to attack, but Issei spoke to her. "Don't hurt her. She's only helping me, and besides, you made me a promise." Remembered and walked away without saying anything. Everyone went to sleep and went to sleep with Issei. Marking their territory, they're like dogs. The next morning, was sleeping peacefully and naked with ice on her chest 7W7. She felt someone open the door and in seconds threw the knife. Asia barely dodged it. And said, "Good morning, san, I-san. We're late to the academy and that's it." Well, Ice was stunned. And then, halfway up. Chest landed on his head. Issei was stunned and took it off in embarrassment. He dressed in seconds like Asia already had the uniform and explained that since he was now part of the Gremory clan, they let him into the academy. They had already arrived at Issei's house. Everyone was walking calmly. The girls were calm, but Issei wasn't since the boys were looking at him with murderous expressions. Issei, without realizing it because of his fear, grabbed Ria's sleeve with his small fragile hand. Ria sees it and with a tender look thinks. "How cute, he's already giving me confidence. From now on I won't wash this shirt." Author, disgusted. "What a crazy woman, don't you think? XD Issei is in danger." They arrive at school and Rias gives them their locker keys. They put their shoes away. Put them on. And go inside. Everyone was happy except Issei. Since the other boys wanted to kill him because he was with beautiful women. Even more so when they saw Rias and Akeno. Senpai saying goodbye to him and especially when Rias kissed his cheek, hugged him and bit his ear. Saying, "See you later, pawn." Issei was nervous. And as always, they were introduced. Class continued normally. But recess arrived and all hell broke loose. Issei walked calmly. Since the lazy girls hadn't finished their work. Issei was walking along peacefully. When a guy cornered him. But you know how it ended, right? The guy ended up on the ground and missing 2 teeth. XD that Issei doesn't mess around. But Issei just kept saying. "I want to go home already, this is the 3rd person who's bothered me today and I don't want to bother anyone else. As soon as I finish club activities. I'm going another way." But his conscience spoke. Angel Issei. Not where something might happen to them. Demon Issei. You're free, do what you want. Normal Issei. Silence, I'm hungry and I want to eat. And we see a Shoda on a stick near the field. He was peacefully eating his J until he saw a Eat in a PE uniform running like crazy while saying. "Issei, you came for me, my Issei, I'm coming." Issei looks up and also sees a dark-haired woman in the same situation. And the guys were watching as their boobs bounced lol. And those two arrive, sit next to Issei, and, gasping for breath, say at the same time. "I got here first, you idiot." But Rias grabs him and says, "Issei, do you want me to come with you?" Issei replies. "Okay." Akeno says while taking his hand. "Issei, I'll accompany you." Issei, "Okay, senpai." He couldn't finish speaking because a ball smashed into his face. And knocked him to the ground. And the sandwich too. "Sandwich-kun, you'll always be in our hearts." Rias was in shock, especially when she saw her blouse covered in blood. Akeno hysterically exclaimed, blood running down her legs. Rias, "Issei, don't wake up." Rias stands up and says in a voice that frightens everyone. "Who was it?" Everyone points to a small group of bullies who laughed and said. "That's what you get for taking what's ours, and that's just the beginning." Just then the other readers arrive. In the next chapter, there will be some real neighborhood brawls, like something out of a brawl. The fight and in the punishment room. We see Rias watching with a murderous look on her face. With a killer look on his face, sharpening some knives. Kaneko watching. And cracking her fists. Akeno stretching her fingers, Rainer pulling out a box cutter. And let the fighting begin. Lunges to beat the crap out of him like an animal. The others rush in. Like animals. And the leader of the leaders says. "The big-breasted ones are coming to me, what a joy." That made them seethe. Asia tried to wake Issei up by all means, since she couldn't use the booster gear. The fight was brutal. But something happened. The bully grabbed Ria's boob. And said, so she's soft. At that moment, Issei stands up like an animal, grabs a glass bottle. Breaks it open and pulls a sharp military knife from his jacket and says. I want to kill. And the guy lets go of Rias. He pulls out a knife and says, come on if you dare. Issei says nothing. And then he jumps. The guy says to Rias. Hey beautiful, I hope you like it because when I'm done with the dwarf, I'm coming for you. Was about to get involved in the drama, but Issei spoke up. Coldly. Recalls the promise and says, let me work. Accepted, but a blurry memory invaded her. Asia said nervously. President, take him out, they'll kill him. But spoke Entrance. I give the guy 5 seconds. Ice will be fine. Issei jumps and everyone yells. Fight, fight. The bully says. Music to my ears. Issei said nothing, he looked like a doll. The guy looked at him and saw in his eye, not covered by a fringe, the wrath of a dragon. He lunged. But Issei, with his knife, dented the guy's as if it were paper. The guy kicked him in the face. But Issei, with one blow, knocked out 2 of his teeth and dislocated his jaw. And what was most frightening was that Issei had no expression on his face. He looked like a doll. The guy wouldn't give up. And Issei took him, put him in a hold, and spoke in an emotionless voice. Time to finish it. And it dislocates his hand as if it were made of paper, he screams and Issei was about to bury the knife. But shouts. Issei, stop. You promised it wouldn't happen again. Issei returns to reality. And gets off, but the guy hits him on the head, taking advantage of the blow. It was so hard that it broke his skull, making him bleed. Jumps down and says. I'll finish what Issei started. And he cuts one of his cheeks and knocks him to the ground. The guy curls up in a fetal position and starts crying, humiliated. Then the principal arrives and shouts, what's going on here? And Rias thinks. Oh shit, this is already worthless. They quickly take Issei to the infirmary and bandage his head. And Issei is already bandaged. He tells when I'm busy, please don't interfere. Nodded and said. It was so you wouldn't kill him. And Issei asks what would happen to them. Rias says. Relax, Issei, everything is under control. Everything will be alright. Calm down. Then she pulls him close to her chest. And she hugs him and says. Thank you for protecting me, Issei. I'll repay you. She gently bites his ear. They all look at each other. But then the headmistress arrives. And catches them. Issei turns as red as a tomato, and so does Rias. Director. Ms. Gremory, please detach yourself from Issei. Rias detaches herself after an ancient rant. They leave them there to think. Life. Asia was with them too, and there they all were, sitting in a row. Grumbling. Was in the back drawing a butcher shop. In his notebook. And Rainer was drawing the principal with a hennis for a nose. And above them was a sign that said, Principal Hennis Face. What a lovely education, don't you think? Issei was lying with his head on the desk. And he fell asleep. But he started to remember. The battle to the death. After a long wait, they were taken out of the detention room and went to the occult research club. Everyone was sitting calmly until a white-haired girl in a maid outfit arrived and said seriously, hello Rias Gremory. Have you forgotten your engagement to the Phoenix family? At that moment, a blonde boy with a wicked expression appeared and said. Hello, my love. Rias glared at him with a murderous look. That guy approaches her, sits next to her, Rias moves away, and then he starts groping her legs. Rias was about to cut off his hand. But with a boost, he's sent flying. And Issei says with the voice and gaze of a psychopath. Hey you, she's not an object, so if you don't want to die, get out of here. I'm willing to fight for the president. But I'll never leave her in the hands of a man like you. He looks at it and throws it away. And he says, she's my wife, I can do whatever I want with her. Little did he know that with that phrase he sealed his own fate. Issei says coldly. If you have the guts to do that, come and prove it. He jumps, but Grayfia stops him and says. It's not time, please Red Dragon, wait. But Issei, his eyes now completely green, said. You don't command me, and get out of my way. Don't make me angry. Grayfia walked away, knowing that this Red Emperor was no charlatan, and that, despite his young age, he could kill Ria's fiancé. Phoenix said. Come here, dwarf, I accept your challenge, but don't cry later. Issei didn't say anything. They just walked to the schoolyard, which was already ready. Phoenix only said things to make him angry, but Issei didn't say anything and just kept thinking. Breg, I give you my arm so you have more power. Breg said. Partner, someone wants to talk to you. Then the nanny appears in that place. And says. Issei, I will give you the strength of my training. Then the nanny unlocks all of Issei's hidden powers. Issei returns. And Phoenix lunges with a spear of light. Issei, using only his gauntlet and without recharging, damages it and begins to kick and punch him. Issei seemed to predict all his movements. Everyone who watched the battle was astonished. After Phoenix gets tired, Issei says it's time to finish and recharge. He sends him flying and makes a crack in his stomach. The healing power of the Phoenix activates. And says, "That's all you've got." And he throws a charge of light at him. They don't see Issei and think he killed him. Rias was in shock. Was about to explode. But Phoenix lunges at Rias, immobilizes her, starts tearing at her clothes, and while taking off his own, he says, "Time to give me my reward." Rias struggled. And everyone rushed to pull him off her, and just as he was about to pull his pants down, a dragon's roar was heard. Everyone looks up and Phoenix peed. He was an Issei with the Jund drive. But this one had fallen angel wings. And the nanny's voice could be heard throughout the place. Saying, "Prepare to see the power of my greatest creation." Issei, like a lightning bolt, takes Phoenix. And some magic circles appear and they take him in chains. He tries to break free. But he can't, and then you hear, "Zasquiel, free yourself." And 3 gunshots are heard. And a heart-rending scream. All who watched were horrified, among them the leaders of the Phoenix and Gremory clans. The wounds could not be healed. And suddenly an organ was heard. That sound frightened everyone, and Issei said, "Music for my feast of terror." Asia says, "This will end badly, that's a Bhaktakata, that's what you play when someone is going to die, this won't end well." Nobody knew how this was going to end. While that macabre piece played, Issei was seen repeatedly sending Phoenix recharges, tearing off his arms. And Issei said in a sick voice as he lowered Phoenix's dying body, "President, what do I do with him?" And Rias said in an even more sickening voice, ignoring the pleas of the Phoenix leaders not to kill him, "Issei, kill that son of a bitch, that's an order." Issei nods and just as the organ sounded loudest, he pulls out Phoenix's heart while it is still beating, bites it, and says, "What horrible blood, just like the person who carried it." Issei steps down and says, "He said the fight for the president would be to the death and I fulfilled that promise. Besides, he tried to assault the president and my duty as a pawn was to defend her honor. And you, leaders of the Phoenix, I don't want any of you setting foot on my territory. And this goes for the families who want to ask for my president's hand in marriage. She has to choose her fiancé, do you hear?" Everyone nods. Nervously, Issei was about to leave when a spear attacked him. It was the spear of the dying Phoenix. Issei turns around and, without saying a word, plunges it into his head. He picks it up and says ironically, "My first trophy. What joy." While displaying the Phoenix's head and kicking it away. And Issei coldly says, "Who won?" Amayu, who had arrived, said nervously, "You did, but don't kill us." Issei walks towards his president and says in a tender voice, "President, I did it. I fulfilled my promise." He couldn't finish speaking because he collapsed against Ria's chest. Everyone goes to look at him. And sees him lying on the floor with his clothes damaged and his booster gear destroyed. A recovery and a quiet day. We see a chestnut-haired boy comfortably asleep with his right arm bandaged in his house, but you already know this is the universe of My Little Pawn, so you already know how he's asleep and with whom. Well, readers, a brief summary. After Issei beat the Phoenix rapist to death, he was badly injured. After that, Issei, already unconscious, was taken to a hospital in the underworld to be healed. After that, he was left in his room by Ria's entourage so he could rest peacefully, but, well, you know how Ria's is, and she climbed in through the window. Seeing Issei so sad, she asked Drag, "Hey, Red Dragon, how can I help Issei? I'll do whatever it takes to help him." Drag replies seriously. Ria's Gremory, "Look, my partner needs a special nectar to heal his body." Ria says doubtfully, "And where do I get it? What ingredients do I need?" Drag said more seriously, "My partner needs a kind of breast milk and needs to be extracted from the breast of a woman." Then my partner marked. Ria's face instantly changed. The one of extreme perversion. And she said immediately, "Yes, Dragon, if I will be Issei's mate, how do I make him mark me?" Drag explains. "You have to bring the booster gear. Your chest, then I'll take care of the rest." In seconds, Rias puts the booster gear on her chest and begins to feel a warmth in her breasts and a green light covers her and then there is the mark of the red dragon in the middle and Rias touches it and says, "Well, nothing's wrong." But she began to notice that her breasts were growing and becoming softer. Rias understood quickly, lay down on her side and saw that a little milk was leaking from her nipples. With a tender expression, she calmly began to position Issei correctly. Once in the right position, she placed Issei's mouth in front of her breast and said tenderly, "Relax, Issei, no one will judge you." And I will defend you from anyone who bothers you, just like you bothered me. So, have a feast. Issei, now very close, began. The nurse instinctively. Rias looked on, but she held him tightly and whispered, we will always be together and nothing will separate us, my little pawn. And so Issei slept peacefully. Suckling all night. But the next morning arrived. And a small chestnut-haired boy opened his eyes, seeing blurry, and said, dazed. Where am I? What do I have in my mouth and what tastes and smells so good? But as soon as he looks up, he sees that she had a huge breast in her mouth. And another one on top of her. And while trying to get away, he says. Senpai, it's you, right? Rias quickly hugs him tightly and affectionately. And says sleepily. Hello, good morning Issei, did you sleep well? Issei asks fearfully. Senpai, what happened? I didn't mean to. Did I beat that son of a bitch? And why am I stuck to his chest? Rias explained everything to him and Issei, saddened, understood. Rias knelt down and Issei weakly hugged her, releasing all the feelings he had kept bottled up. He began to cry, clutching Rias. Senpai, I didn't want anything to happen to you. I care about you so much and you've done so much for me with my chest. I swear I'll repay you somehow. And Rias says tenderly. No, I will repay you for saving me. And while she was laying Issei down, she climbed on top of him. And said in a seductive voice. Ask me for anything and I will grant it to you. Issei didn't know what to say and since they were already comfortable with each other. Issei, dying of embarrassment, said. See senpai, I like sleeping next to you. And, well, I like it when you hug me, and that's it. Issei's face turned as red as a tomato and he couldn't say anything else. Rias understood and pulled him close to her chest, hugging him tightly. Issei fell asleep and rested peacefully. It was the first time Issei had felt calm and protected. It was like the feeling of having a mother after a long time. Just as he was settling in. Someone burst through the door and threw a knife. Said with a murderous look. The day you die, bitch, Issei is mine, you damn boar, you son of a bitch. Rias stands up and grabs a knife. The fight was about to break out. But just as they were about to attack, Asia and Rainer separate them, saying, don't do anything stupid, Issei needs to rest. The two girls lowered their knives. But Issei stood up and, with a big smile, said. I'm fine now, thank you everyone. Please don't fight and please let's have breakfast, it's already late for school. They all rushed to hug him. But Issei stepped back, got dressed, they ate breakfast, and left. They were all super protective of Issei since he had a bandaged arm. Once in the classroom, Issei copied with difficulty, but Kaneko, Asia, and helped him. But those two didn't notice something that did. Yuno's pav. Since Issei's fight with that guy, I've noticed as if someone is watching us. There's another scent in the air. It's feminine and it's not those bitches' scent or mine. I have a bad feeling, so after class, I'll go get my tools just in case, because yesterday they almost killed my Issei and I want to kill him. That promise I made. My Issei is hard to keep, but to free me almost a month ago, he killed him and that never I will forgive him. But while they were being watched from afar by a white-haired girl in a tree who said. Ollie's pav, well, this design is provisional. So, this is my rival. He's incredibly powerful, according to what they say on the streets. He's the murderer of the Phoenix rapist, but I'll have to test him to see if this Issei Hyoudou is worth it or just a charlatan. If I beat him, this would be the 90th one they say is worthy of me and I'd shut him up. But he looks promising. I sense a great power in him. Besides Drags, there are more booster gears in him and two very powerful ones with a lot of strength. One has already been released, so I'll train. I hope my trip here is worth it. Besides, I like the calm he exudes and if he's as strong as they say. He could be a good candidate for some good, strong offspring. But I'll wait. Starting a fight. Classes continued and everything was calm. Then recess arrived. Issei was going to look for Rias and Akeno in their classroom, as usual, accompanied by Kaneko, Asia, and Rainer. The brown-haired boy entered the third-year classroom very calmly, and just as he entered and greeted everyone, all the girls rushed to hug him. They were surprised to see his right arm bandaged and asked. What happened, Issei-chan? Are you okay? Girl 2 replied, yes, Issei-chan, what can we do for you? But Issei said nervously with a smile. It's not that I fell, but it's not serious. He couldn't finish speaking because he was interrupted by some murderous presences. And that was a Redeed who said with a Yandere face and voice. Hey, hello Issei, you came for me, didn't you? Or what are you here for? Akeno said in a Yandere voice and a masochistic tone. Ice-kun come here we need to talk. Issei went to Rias to say hello. And asked if they could go for a walk together, red as a tomato and stuttering like never before. Rias didn't speak, she just hugged him like a missile and pulled him close to her breasts, which were braless because now she had milk to give Issei. Her breasts had increased in size and her bra size had changed and now Ria's hugs were much softer since her breasts were full of milk or as she called it, the nectar of love. Issei tried to pull away but Rias started moving her breasts to seduce him. But snatched it away and said in a Yandere voice. Hey, this is a school, not a brothel. Rias said in an imposing voice. I just hugged him, don't get the wrong idea. He just wants affection. But Akeno separated them along with Asia, Rainer and Kaneko since they were making a scene and they left. Walking down the hallway, Akeno noticed something strange. Akeno's pav. Since yesterday, I've noticed that Ria's breasts have gotten quite large and become more saggy. This morning she wasn't wearing a bra, which isn't normal. Why wouldn't she be wearing one? And I see that since that fight with Phoenix. Ria's has become more attached to Issei. I also see that her nipples are now much harder than usual. And they look pinker. And since yesterday, she's been eating more vegetables. This smells fishy to me. But I'll keep an eye on things since I don't want to lose Issei's love, as I adore him too. Everyone was sitting down, calmly eating lunch, until Rias took out a thermos and, with a perverted look, said. Issei, here it is. I brought you a very special drink. It's homemade and of very good quality. It's delicious. Just the way you like it. Issei took it since he didn't quite remember the breast milk thing. And innocently, he began to drink. Issei thought it tasted delicious. It was sweet and refreshing. Issei remembered the taste of Ria's breastfeeding him. He wanted to stop but it was so delicious that he didn't and he finished the entire thermos. When he finished, he said, while putting down the thermos and with his eyes full of that milk. Senpai, it was delicious. Do you have any more? Rias is surprised and says in a disguised wicked voice. Yes, Issei, I'll give you more since I still have many more reserves. And even tastier ones. Found this strange. Especially since that milk had red dots in it. That was very odd. Something inside her was breaking. That promise was hard to keep, she was about to explode. Everyone was eating peacefully. Until a person dressed completely in black. Wearing a mask and with a cold voice said. Who is Issei Hyoudou? Issei said in a cold voice as he stood up. It's me, what do you want? Pulls out a knife. She was already ready to attack. But decides to observe. And the figure says. I am your rival, the White Emperor Dragon, and I come to challenge you to a battle to see if you are worthy of your booster gear. Issei accepts. And Rias is preparing everything. The fight is scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. At the Occult Research Club, only Issei and Rias remained. As the others were organizing something at school. And Rias said seriously. Issei, you shouldn't have accepted in your current state. You could die and I would never forgive myself. Issei replies seriously. No, senpai, I won't do it. Please accept because I know I can fight at my maximum. The pearl manifests in Issei's hand and says. Partner, your body is badly damaged and to fight at 100% you need your ember to feed you. Issei turned red and initially refused but he had to accept. Rias seductively led him to the bathroom and began undressing herself. She undressed Issei slowly, leaving him in his underwear, but Rias removed it. When she saw his she became incredibly aroused and they both got into the bathtub. Issei was very embarrassed but Rias, like a mother, hugged him and said. Issei, I won't judge you. My breasts are for you and what happens here stays between you and me, so enjoy, my little pawn. And Issei couldn't. He found it very beautiful to see Ria's bare breasts. And her erect nipples. Rias brought him close to her chest and whispered. No one will judge you here, my little pawn. Issei let himself go. And began to suck. And all the others felt a pang in their chest. And said. That bitch. Issei had an erection while breastfeeding 7W7. Rias noticed and became even more excited. She began to lovingly touch it. And Issei had a spasm. A little liquid came out of the tip. Rias let go since it was already too hard and she thought. This is my moment. And she began to hug Issei with her legs and lowered her body so that Issei could get on top. Issei's little thing was perfectly aligned with Ria's parts. 7W7. Rias began to move to insert it. But just when she was closest, Issei stopped. Still with his little thing like that, he got dressed and left. Rias also dresses a little angrily since she almost succeeded. Issei arrived just in time and the two of them got ready. Red Dragon versus White Dragon and a new stalker. Everyone watches and the two lunge. Reloading is heard. And they hit each other hard. And the White Dragon says. Well, you are strong, very strong. But this is as far as you go. And suddenly he starts absorbing energy. Issei is surprised, but Drake explains that the power of the white dragon is the opposite of that of the red dragon, since the red one can have infinite power, but the white one can absorb power. At that moment, Issei's head lit up and he thought, I'll make the system break. Issei started to let Rias attack him. She was about to take him out along with the others. But said in a cold Yandere voice. Ice has something in mind. I know him. Wait, and if he fails, I'll kill the bitch myself. Rias asks her. What do you mean, bitch? Says. That chick is a woman, the smell is strongly female. Issei was already covered in bruises, but then the nanny's voice echoed within him. She said. It's time, my Issei. Show the power of my best work. Out of nowhere, Issei. Take out the balance breaker, the magic circles, and Sasquille's pistols. And he says coldly. Let's see if you absorb this. You start to hear a boost one after another. And the white dragon says you are a worthy rival. But you're still far from it. Issei flies and punches him. So tough and with so much energy. That he had to activate the balance breaker, but even then. The armor started to break and Volley thought. This kid would be a good disciple, and he'd also give me some beautiful offspring 7W7. But Albion speaks. Partner, you're going to die, you've reached your limit. But Volley didn't give up. And he returned the blow, Issei too. And the two of them hit each other so hard that their armor broke and there was an explosion. Everyone ran, but when they saw the smoke clear, they were stunned because Issei and the white dragon were naked, one on top of the other. But they almost died when they saw that the white dragon had some tremendous boobs. She woke up dizzy and said seriously. Well, I see we're tied, Red, but I see you ended up on my chest. Stand up if you don't want me to kill you. But Albion spoke. Companion, he is unconscious because his body couldn't tolerate it. But Rias yelled. Hey bitch, get off me. They were all going to grab Asia, she was healing him with her booster gear. But Volley said seriously. Which of you is going to breastfeed him? Rias proudly replied. Why is it that I'm the one breastfeeding her? Asked seriously. So, you bitch, what are you hiding from me, Ritied? An explanation later. Was about to mess with Rias, but the others grabbed her. But Volley says while she was naked and sitting there. Well, you didn't give him enough, you're a damn cheapskate. Rias gets angry. And says to her. Listen, you bitch, Issei has his milk. But Volley continued. Look, if you only knew when the male is satisfied, your breasts stop flowing. You can express it as you please, but when the milk is full, no more milk will flow. Rias remains silent. And Volley walks Asia Issei. Lunges at her, but Volley easily humiliates her by throwing her to the ground. Turns red with embarrassment and almost cries. The most feared assassin in the Yakuza world, the great Gasai, was humiliated like a mere apprentice. But then she hears a voice inside her saying. Let me out, let me out. Volley arrives, separates Asia from the others, and says seriously. I'll take care of it. He needs a worthy teacher and a worthy female who can satisfy his needs. Rias and everyone else got angry. And Rias said angrily. Listen, you bitch, first put on some clothes and then talk to me. I'm the one worthy of taking care of him. But Volley silences her again. If you're so worthy, give her what she needs to eat. That would make her a worthy woman. Rias nods, filled with pity. And while clutching her breasts, she says sadly. Bitch, you win. While a certain black-haired girl in the back was saying. Rias, if you don't want to, just tell me how and I'll take care of it. Don't complicate things. I'd love to breastfeed that cutie. Then she giggled. Rias unbuttoned her shirt and let her breast out. She was bringing her baby's head to her breast, but just as she was about to nurse, someone separated them. The search and strengthening ties. Then Kaneko separated them. Saying sadly and seriously. Hey, don't do this to Issei. But Rias, in a wicked voice, said. But he sucks a lot and loves it. In fact, he asked me for more today, remember? Kaneko got angry and was about to kick Issei. But when the kick was about to hit Issei's face, someone stopped her. It was Volley, who said in an even angrier voice. Hey, you, don't hurt my partner. If you touch him, I'll kill you, you damn cocaine-haired brat. Kaneko was left on the ground, like, WTF. But Akeno spoke, now even more enraged. What do you mean, your partner? Volley said seriously as she stroked his head. I've made a decision. Rainer asked. And what is it? Volley. I will train Ice and give him the privilege of being my partner. He is the only one who has proven to me that he is worthy. But Rias spoke up. Listen up, bitch, I'm Ice's only mate, so get off your high horse and give me Issei now if you don't want me to kill you. Rias lunges. But Volley easily opens a magic circle and says. I'll bring them to you at 6, but calm down, I won't rape him because I care about him. I may be weird, but I'm not depraved. She left, leaving everyone like, WTF. Ria's anger was so intense that she let out a blood-curdling scream and started crying blood. It was a disturbing scene for anyone sensitive, but oh well, let's see how the lucky Shota is doing. Well, at Vali's house. Vali was barely dressed in panties and nothing on top. She had an enviable and very toned body. She put ice on a bed. He was barely wearing underwear. And Vali said while observing his body. You're strong, but I'll bring out your full potential. She lay down next to him, turned on her side, and, putting him against her enormous chest, said, enjoy, my handsome man. But meanwhile, at Kuoh Academy. There was total chaos. Strengthening ties and training. There was a huge mess on the academy's field because Yuno and Rias were about to get into a fight. A Kaneko and a Keno separated them. And Rainer hysterically says. Now don't fight, now we have to go to the underworld to find him. Yuno and Rias reluctantly agreed and went to the underworld. But meanwhile, Shota was lucky. He was very comfortable asleep on Vali's enormous chest. Vali was lying on the couch in her room and didn't understand why he wasn't nursing, but Albion explained that it was because of the bond he had with the female he marked and also because he was very weak. But Vali said in a perverse way. I'll put you in a special place so I never lose you, and she started to lower Issei until he was in Vali's panties, and you know which part. I won't say it so that daddy and mommy Wappa don't get angry. But you already know where it is. Vali had that part very soft. And the panties she was wearing were very comfortable. Vali was caressing it. And with her legs I mean, she had them in her face since she was lying on her back. She felt very comfortable. And she thought perversely, saying. Now you have my scent, you'll never leave me. I took my scent from my most delicate place. And I've already marked you with my fluids, and now you're my man, forever. Then Issei did something very cute. In Vali's eyes. He grabbed Vali's thigh with his little hands and said peacefully in his sleep, Mommy. Vali said in a tender voice. Yes, I will be your mother and I will make you the strongest Sekiryuutei. She turned to her side and hugged the sleeping brunette. Tilting his head so that, according to her, he could smell her and get used to her. But meanwhile, Rias and the others were searching the entire damn underworld. They were at the Gremory clan house and Rias was hysterical. Yuno was about to explode. Such was his anger that the veins around his eyes were bulging. At the same time, 4 of his arms were about to burst. And it exploded just as Rias explained that they had let the white dragon steal Issei away. And then Yuno burst out screaming. Damn bitch, it's your fault for not defending Issei and letting that bitch take him away and not stopping her. Now I'm going to kill you, you damn bitch. Yuno lunges, but Akeno stops her. Yuno couldn't speak at all. And then Lord Gremory tells him where Vali's land is and they take off like a shot. But while the lucky Shota. Issei woke up and as soon as he woke up Vali put him to train. The training consisted of 1,000 push-ups. And running 300 meters in 1 minute. 1,000 sit-ups. 1,000 squats. 1,000 bars. And combat training. And he would make it drag 2 monster truck tires filled with stones on each side. And he also had to carry Vali while on his feet and hands, he carried some tiny weights. Writer. I think Issei is going to get even more ripped than he already is. 0. What do you think, readers? After that, Vali brutally tells him. Hey, Ice, you like training, do you want more? And Issei said, covered in sweat, as he looked at his new muscles. He looks like he came out of JoJo's, the bastard. If they are worth it. Then Vali pulls out a stone the size of a tower and says. Brag it. Issei swallows hard and begins to make a superhuman effort. But Vali abruptly pulls him away. And says, it's done like this. While taking out the balance breaker. And then she runs calmly. And Issei says. So I have to put on the armor. That's easy. Issei activates the balance breaker. And he pulled the rock, but he put in too much force and cracked it. And Vali says it would be serious. If you want it to work, first you have to master your power. Which is beastly. You have to control yourself and just concentrate. Issei concentrated and did it very easily. Then they started fighting. And it was so brutal that there was an earthquake. The 2 of them hit each other so hard that they broke their armor. And even her clothes and Issei accidentally grabs Vali's boob, she moans really hard. Right then Rias and the others. Come in, things are about to get out of control XD. Yuno leaves and the Shota gets kidnapped. At that moment, Rias yelled. What are you doing, you slut? Get out of my way. Yuno didn't say anything. She just attacked. But then Vali stood up, already naked, and what happened at Kuoh Academy happened again. Yuno was stopped by Vali as if she were a trainee. Yuno. Ought more. Seriously? How can Gas be humiliated. Twice by this bitch. If I keep going like this, I'll never be able to protect. Issei. These bitches are going to take him from me. But I won't let it happen. If I have to kill first this bitch with menstrual hairs, then this dumb blonde, and now this cocaine-haired one. I've got it made up. I need to kill. I want blood. I'm sorry, Issei, but I need to kill. I know I promised you I wouldn't hurt anyone else, but I need to. End of Yuno's POV. We see the pink-haired girl stand up without saying anything and walk away from the place, saying she won't return until she's ready to beat the crap out of Volley. Asia, who was with them, quickly goes to see how Ice is doing. But just as she was about to touch Issei, Volley looked on with eyes full of despair and anger and said coldly, "Don't touch my man." Rainer asked, "What do you mean, your man?" Volley explained how he unconsciously marked an Issei. Rias, furious, said, "He's mine, you damned bitch," and launched herself like a missile to kill her. The others were trying to wake Issei up by all means. Rias was shouting, "I'm going to kill you, you bitch." But Volley-san stops him from hitting her, and Volley-san was about to hit her, but then Issei stops the blow and says, "Don't even think about hurting her, Volley-san." Volley, seeing this as if she were someone else and very submissive, said, "Yes, Issei, forgive me." Everyone is stunned. Volley pulls clothes out of a magic circle and dresses herself, saying. Rias also pulls clothes out for Issei and dresses him. But they all nearly die when they see that tremendous abdomen. Everyone except Asia says, "What?" She doesn't understand why they're all like that. Rias Rainer Akeno Kaneko. I'd totally rub myself in that sink. What a great view, But then Issei stood up and, embarrassed, changed his clothes. Issei asked Rias why she was wearing his clothes. Rias said seriously, "My things, Issei, my things." Issei nodded. And everyone laughed. Issei asked where Yuno was. Rias told him she had gone. Issei thought he would find her at home. As always, so he didn't think much of it. He stood up and walked weakly to Rias, but when he arrived, he fell against her chest. Everyone gets scared. But while Yuno was looking at Issei's house door. And while looking at it, he thought melancholically. "Issei, I'm sorry. But if I want to protect you, I have to do something that you wouldn't like if you knew. But wait, Issei. I'll come back to you. So don't worry. I'm doing this because I know it's my duty to protect you. That's why I'm doing this. Wait for me, Issei." Yuno's POV. Then she walked away, slipping a letter under the door. She was leaving to return in 2 weeks. According to her, after what she called training, but that training was killing the damn Chinese mafia with a katana V. While Rias had sent Issei to secure contracts, Issei was walking along. But something seemed off to him because he had been specifically summoned. He almost died when he saw the entrance of the house. It was very luxurious and beautiful. Issei entered and said sheepishly. Hello, I'm a demon from the Gremory house and I'm here because I was requested." But before he could do anything, hands tied him up and blindfolded him. Issei was screwed. This smells fishy, and the worst part is that Yuno isn't here. F for the Shota. Saving the Shota. We see a chestnut-haired man tied to a chair, blindfolded, and he asks fearfully. Hello, excuse me, where am I?" But then a woman with a very hexy voice answers him. She says. "So you're the red dragon. Let me tell you, you're very hexy. And I summoned you to have a good time." Issei replies, frightened. Like, "I have to go for a while." But she removes the blindfold. And reveals herself. Just imagine it has 8 wings. And a black halo. Issei asks. "Ma'am, if you untie me, then I can help you." But she says seductively. "My name is Vale, or Aza, whichever you decide. And I want to pamper you, and if you let me, I'll give you valuable information." Issei. "Like what?" Vale said in a hexy way. "What else from your power?" And while he was saying that, she lifted her blouse, revealing her breasts. Issei was startled. But Vale said seductively. "Don't be afraid, they're breasts. I think that at your young age you've already seen many breasts." Issei didn't say anything, but then. Celestinta said in a hexy tone. "If you touch my breasts, I'll let you go." Issei refused and said coldly. "I will release myself by force, ma'am. I have something to do." And he began to unleash the power of the red dragon and broke free. Vale stood up and said, "What great power, but it is not enough." She stood up, freed her wings. And her halo, and her clothes fell off, leaving her completely naked with a tremendous body. And she said. "Do you like it? Do you want it? I have a lot of experience." Come on, the first time doesn't hurt, sweetie 7W7. Issei said, scared. Miss, what do you mean? I love your innocence. But Vale said. I will help you seal the deal that Reiner's sister didn't make. Issei froze. He tried to break free, but she tied him up tightly and said, you're going to like it. Calm down, calm down. You're very cute and I'll do you a favor. Issei thought. Oh no, I'm done for, they're going to kill me, senpai Nechen, save me. Rider. No, Issei, they're not going to kill you, they're just going to dry you out. Meanwhile, at the occult club. Rias was hysterical and said, I'm going to find him. I can't stand my instincts anymore. He's asking me to find him. He needs me. Pequeño, I feel the same way, I'll accompany you. Rainer said the same, and Kaneko and Asia stayed. Then Volley came in and asked, where's my man? Rias yelled, he's my man. Not yours. Shut up. They were about to come to blows. But Pequeño said, we have to find him, not fight. Volley said seriously. Explain. Pequeño explains, and they all go out to look for him. Rias was tracking him and they arrived at just the right moment. When she was undressing a tied-up Issei. Issei removed the blindfold from his mouth and said. Senpai, help. He wants to kill me. Then Volley said. Vale, don't you dare hurt my handsome man. And she's going to let him go. Rias was dying of anger. And went to let go of Issei. As soon as Rias let go. Issei clung on and said. Senpai, let's get out of here, I'm scared. Rias hugged him, pulling him close to her chest. She became excited and said. Issei, are you hungry? I have quality food. Issei innocently asked. Yes, senpai, give me a little bit. And Rias began to unbutton her shirt and took out one breast and said perversely. Come on, lactate, it's been a long time since you suckled. Issei, but senpai, that makes me sad. Rias tells him. Calm down, I'll defend you. Issei complained sadly. But there are so many people around, I don't want them to see me. And Rias said. I'll take care of it. And with a serious face she said. Anyone I see Issei sucking on my breast, I'll kill her. He wants privacy, so. Please give it to him. Thank you. But Pequeño said. Rias, calm down, better share, and took off her blouse and bra. Rainer said. I'm not staying behind, he's mine. And Vale did. The same, saying, hey, give it to me, I want it. And Volley said. The only one who's going to mate with him is me, and she undressed. Well, Issei, it looks like you won't be a virgin this time, I said. Explaining things. They all rushed to grab the brown chestnut, but to their surprise, Issei was comfortably asleep, suckling at Ria's breast. Rias asked them to be quiet since her Issei was breastfeeding and he wanted peace and quiet. But Pequeño said. Oh, Rias, I want to know how it feels. Let him suckle at my breast. Rainer said jealously. Rias, you're not the only one with that right. Then Vale spoke. Hey Gremory, let me, I want to. Volley said. He's my man, I'm the only one he can nurse from. And she tries to take it away, but Issei clings tighter to Rias and says in a sleepy voice. No, no, don't take my bed away, it's nice and warm. Everyone says. Oh, how cute. And Rias says proudly. See? Issei knows what's good for him. Rias stroked his head. But Volley stood beside her and said. It's not fair, he's mine and it's my duty. To breastfeed him and I'm trying to take him away from him. You can't force Issei to do something he doesn't want to do, he's mine. Then Vale grabbed Issei. Vale wakes up and says, now more seriously. Issei, I have to explain something to you. Issei looks serious. And says, begin. Vale says. Look, Issei, your nanny was a fallen angel. She tortured you not because she wanted to. But because your body needed to be strong since the red dragon and your other booster gears that were implanted in you were wearing you down. Issei said angrily but in shock. And why did they kill my parents? But Vale said. Those cops killed your uncles, they shot your parents, not me and you. Know it? Issei was shocked because now everything made sense. He said, tell me more, tell me more. But she said. Everything in its own time, everything in its own time. But she said in a more perverted tone. But if we play a little, I'll tell you whatever you want. And Issei innocently said, Miss, I have to play. I'll play whatever. And she says while hugging him naked, something tasty, something very tasty, hee hee. And Issei innocently said. What are we going to make, miss, a cake? And she said we'll be a cake. Issei, with an extremely confused face, said. I don't understand. But Rias, Pequeño, and Reiner said. And Volley said. No, Issei, we're leaving. But Volley locked the door and said. No, Issei hasn't signed a contract. And I won't let her leave until she does. Issei was screwed. It seemed like he wasn't going to get out of this one a virgin because of the soldier. But while a pink-haired girl laughed behind a pile of corpses. And while laughing, he said maniacally. Get ready, Issei, I'm coming back. Get ready, bitch, because when I return you won't live to tell the tale. Things got heated. Halloween special. 1. As far as I can remember, because I'm sure. They dressed me up as a baby, but obviously I won't remember that. But my first costume that I formally remember was a pirate. 2. Once I dressed up as Annabelle and the nun, but I kind of saw them with my friend at school XD. 3. Some of those cheap sweets that all taste the same and are even boring. Or maybe one that's gone bad. 4. I started listening to a stupid friend of mine talking about how some bullies beat him up because he didn't give them his mask. It was the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but what did I do? I fought back with the weapons of the guys in costumes XD. 5. I once saw in a pamphlet that on that day sex would kidnap children and sacrifice them to offer them to Satan, and that on that day the son of the devil would come out. I heard that on the internet. I wouldn't know, because when I was younger my parents rented them and it was expensive, maybe one of Woody's was expensive to rent XD. I'm not always very pacifist and I like to share. 8. Not me, since I was always accompanied, but a friend, the same one from question 4, and the idiot proudly showed off his bruises, which I thought was stupid. 9. I had some friends who really liked creepies and they summoned them, but I never went for that since I tend to be superstitious, so I've never done it and I don't plan to XD. 10. Don't judge me, it seems strange to me. I apologize if I offend you. I have nothing against LGBT people, but I saw a man dressed as a woman and it disturbed me. 11. No, I've never been invited to one and it's not like I want to go to those kinds of places. I don't go out much. 12. Thank God, no, or not that I remember XD. 13. 12 women in thongs that showed a lot and men dressed as women, that's seen a lot at night, so if you don't want to be traumatized don't go out late. I'm not judging, we are all free to do what we want with our bodies and clothing. 14. 12 AM I think. 15. I still do it with some friends and my little cousins. 16. I haven't done cosplay, but I've thought about it. 17. No one in my family judges the holiday that I remember. 18. A dad dressed as a musketeer was looking for his lost daughter. Since that day I'm more careful on Halloween. So I don't get lost from my group. XD, but seriously it was very sad. 19. It's a miracle it didn't happen, because in my country it's normal for sex to kidnap young people, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone. 20. No, but once I couldn't celebrate because I had the flu XD. I finished and well, time to nominate someone to do my tag XD. Well, the nominees are Joe Sturgaltz and Joan Alexander Delgado. TITANGHOST 687. The Venom. I'd be happy if even one of them did it, since they're very famous writers and too busy to pay attention to a small writer like me. So, goodbye until next time, readers XD. My little pawn will return was the chosen fic because, since this is a special tag, I wanted to put it in my most special fic XD. Returns. We see a pink-haired girl going covered in blood to the brunette's house, saying maniacally, my Issei, I'm back. I'm back at last. We'll be together again like always, you damn redeed bitch. As soon as I see you, I swear I'll tear you to pieces, you damn bore. The redeed started laughing in a sick way, as soon as she got home. I look for the key in the pockets of her skirt and she says. Oh no, I lost them. How stupid. How could that happen to me? The great and Issei's future wife. She thought about it and said, no, well, I guess I'll have to come in through the window. We see Redeed enter through the sliding patio window while saying. Hello my love, I'm back. Once inside, said with a sickly expression. This place is permeated with the scent of women and if it's not mine, I'll kill whoever is here. Walked with a knife behind her. Thinking seriously. Whoever is here, I will kill her. Was so focused until she heard inside her head. No, don't do it. Remember the promise. Became stressed and thought. Who was that? She couldn't finish speaking. Because two figures appeared out of nowhere. The two were identical to One was dressed in white like the whitest dove and the other dressed in black like the darkest and most sinister night. Said, confused and with a serious face, while showing the knife. Who are you if you don't want me to kill you here and now? The two women said in unison. With a cavernous and ghostly voice that echoed in the walls of that house. We are you. Said as he sharpened his weapon. Speak now or my knife will silence you. In black said. You want to kill, it. Dressed in white, said with a smile. You only want to protect and defend your beloved. And the in black says while hitting the in white. Shut up, she wants to kill. The two of them jumped on each other and was in shock. Since literally both of their parts were beating the shit out of each other. Then the two of them lunged at each other, shouting, "If I can't have you, nobody else will." Fell and someone opened the door. One fight and it's all over. The one who opened the door was Destano, who was surprised to see. But just as she touched him, she threw him away. But then her defender appeared, that was Rias. As soon as she saw her Yandere side came out. And she screamed with anger and rage. That showed her stress. Stopped her, but Rias, from a magic circle, drew a katana. Drew hers, since she also had one with her. And they began. In the sparks, only. Darkness could be seen, illuminated only by the katana strikes of both fierce women. And Rias looked at each other. Since they both knew that only one would come out alive. From that fight. Screamed in terror, her cries expressing the highest level of stress and desolation. "Because of you I lost Issei, we lost our bond, you bitch." Rias just attacked and replied. "You were never with him. You just got lost. I took care of him, stupid, so don't say things that are irrelevant, stupid." In addition to katana strikes, the two of them threw objects at each other. But while Issei lay unconscious on the floor. He remembered the nanny and how she tortured him when he was just 4 years old. "Issei said melancholically. In the end, I did get my revenge on you, but that didn't bring back my parents or my sister. What I would give for at least one of them to be with me to see me grow up. To keep me company and at least feel the warmth of a home that even with Nechen I couldn't find. I feel that my past weighs me down and that I will always be clinging to it no matter what I do. I will always be haunted by the guilt of what I did when I was 10 years old." But while those two crazy women were hitting each other, both katanas had broken from so many blows. So they were fighting with their bare fists. Their clothes torn and covered in bruises, the two began to grab each other's hair. They looked like animals. But then took advantage. And pinned her against the wall. And began to hit her hard. But then she felt that hot substance she knew so well. Exactly, blood. And she saw it and it was what she didn't want to accept. Blood. And Issei's blood. When she fell, she hit her head. Exactly, she was devastated and was dying. Let go of Rias. And Issei shouted. And went to assist him, but then he remembered. When he almost killed him, halfway there. He fell and began to cry in shock. He was so scared that he fell on top of himself. Rias, battered, ran towards Issei, but he was already walking in the light and suddenly everything went black. For Issei and Rias. So many memories, and could this be the end for me? We see a chestnut-haired man lying on the ground with a head wound and as his eyes closed, the little man began to remember. Issei's Pav. It was quite a few years ago. My sister and I were on that cold plain when I saw her. She was a tall, slender woman with pink hair and a beautiful, penetrating gaze that could see into the very depths of your soul. I remember she looked at me, and when I looked at her, I felt a chill because she was the first person I'd ever seen with that kind of gaze. Those eyes, so lacking in purpose, so lacking in life, so lacking in hope, were so similar to my own. I remember that she and I were in the same group as my sister. She told us her name. Gasai. When I heard her voice, I felt that. Thin up ice. We see lying on the floor remembering many things and everything she experienced with her beloved. She remembered how he had been the only woman to whom Ice had opened her heart, how he had been the only man for whom she had not felt disgust or found repulsive. She remembered how on those cold nights they kept each other warm, she remembered how they showered together, how they developed a close bond between weapons and blood, which was what her eyes saw every day. She remembered the day her life changed and her humanity ended. Pav. From the moment I was born, I was conceived as a machine. I have vague memories of my early years of life, of how I was conceived as the perfect child. How everything in my life was regulated. How much I should eat, how much I should sleep. All that hell was regulated by my mother and father, the beings who conceived me to supposedly love me, even though I never felt a hug from their hands, a caress from their lips, I never heard "I love you," "I'm listening," nothing. Everything was scolding and rules until one night, fed up with that hell I faced every day of my horrible existence, with my small childish hands that should only be grasping and touching dolls, stuffed animals and pencils, I took what is now my tool of the trade and freed myself from what had me bound. Those beings who call themselves parents, but all they gave me were bad times and moments that my memory deems unworthy of remembering. That night the moon turned red, and my corrupted soul, stained with the crimson substance, beautifully danced my thunderous laughter to the wind, corrupting my soul, and my mind submerged in a river of thoughts. That thought was sweet freedom, or sweet and free, that I longed for so long, to touch with my pale hands, to hear with my ears, to taste with my parched mouth, that sweet and juicy fruit from which I did not want to part. That cold night, with a reddish moon, like my gaze filled with joy as I contemplated the beautiful work of art I had made with my hands, that night I discovered a talent that would later sustain me and fill, so to speak, my empty and aimless soul, until that little being arrived, who, by chance, found himself immersed in my path and later in my clutches, in my beautiful and sharp nails, corroded by that beautiful crimson substance. Which was the ink used to make such canvases that society repulses but I adore. He and I became so close, we were inseparable. Little by little, my cold heart began to feel something for him, something I later understood was that feeling I had been searching for all my life without success. So-called love, the chemical cocktail I had never been able to taste until that moment. I knew I didn't want to separate from him. I couldn't let other bitches take him from me. Everything was fine in that stupid Yakuza fight until that thing with Issei happened. I saw that hand emerge that ended everything, and I would later learn that it's called Red Dragon. And then that bitch appeared, that stupid Rias Greta. She couldn't finish speaking because she saw a trail moving at high speed and felt a cut. Could this be the end of the Crimson Assassin? Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.